Okay, I wanted to call to order the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, October 8th, 2024. It is 9:32 a.m. We are in person here in Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue and hybrid online as well. First task at hand is our roll call, and starting from my right.
11.
Jesse Ray Arguelles.
Dan Enright.
Teddy Erico as mayor, and online we have Geneva and Ashley. Item number 1, work session. Discussion of the Telluride Foundation's Workforce Housing Initiative, and online we have Lainey Demas to go over this request.
Just need to accept the unmute. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Sorry about that. Good morning, everybody. I'm still in New Hampshire, as I was last week when I presented to the Housing Subcommittee, but happy to be here. And I wanted to thank you all for providing me with this opportunity to present and have this discussion this morning. And you've probably all reviewed what's in the packet. As that info states in the packet you received, the foundation, the Telluride Foundation, hopes to launch a new program in the first quarter of 2025 that'll provide education and financial assistance to our regional workforce to help them purchase a home in the region. So I thought I'd start, if that's okay, by just giving you a little history and how we sort of got here with this program that we are attempting to launch. So under the umbrella of the Telluride Foundation's Community Housing Initiative, quite a bit of work has been done to assist with our regional housing challenges. We've constructed 3 housing developments, Norwood, Ridgeway, and Ouray, that added 59 affordable homes in the region. Last spring, the Trust for Community Housing merged with the foundation. And since then, we've been fundraising and managing the Housing Opportunity Fund, which provides down payment assistance up to $5,000 to qualifying home buyers in the form of a forgivable loan. And there's also a rental component, which provides up to $1,000 in a grant to help families get into a new rental. And finally, we've hosted a number of convenings and gatherings to bring together all of us that are working on housing to learn from each other and promote collaborative solutions to this challenging issue. So it was during one of those convenings that we were asked to try and come up with a way to bolster our impact through a more robust down payment assistance program. And after 18 months or so of quite a bit of research and evaluation, we've settled in on what we plan is a 2-year pilot program that'll offer a 3-pronged approach to providing that support. And this is what I'm here to talk about today. So the first aspect of the program is education. We plan to launch a first-time home buyer education program with quarterly workshops designed to help buyers navigate the home buying process. Workshops that'll cover key topics like the importance of a credit score, or how do you improve it, understanding debt to income ratios and why does that matter, and a wide range of other related topics. And additionally, as part of that education, we will provide a comprehensive overview of all of the down payment assistance programs that are available to a buyer based on where they're buying and their income and their individual situation. The second component is actually an enhanced down payment assistance program, which will provide qualifying home buyers up to 20% of the cost of the home they're trying to purchase, with a maximum base amount of $50,000. This support is in the form of a shared appreciation loan with no payments required until the home is sold or refinanced, at which point the full loan amount, as well as a pro rata share of the appreciation, will have to be paid back. Additionally, with support from regional governments, like hopefully the town of Telluride, and taxing districts, applicants who live and work within a specific district may be eligible for an additional $50,000. The final component is in the form of a low interest loan designed to help qualifying buyers buy down their mortgage interest rate, which will reduce their monthly payments, making it easier to qualify for a mortgage and making homeownership more affordable. So both the down payment assistance and the mortgage rate buy down loans will become part of a revolving loan fund, which when paid back, it'll be redeployed to another family, another qualified buyer. And our current plan is to launch this program, launch this 2-year pilot in the first quarter of 2025. And then over the course of those 2 years, monitor it closely. And based on our findings, what our impact was, at the end of the 2-year period, we will assess how to move forward from there. So we are hoping to get the town of Telluride support. It was in the cover letter, what we're asking for, which is $200,000 for the first year and $100,000 for the second. With our total fundraising goal to launch the program is $2.4 million. So it's a small piece of that, but we'd really like to talk to you about supporting our efforts. And I think that's my summary, and I'm happy to answer questions or talk through anything if anything needs more clarification.
Great. Thank you, Lainey. Are there any questions from council for Lainey?
And I'll just quickly jump in. So what staff is looking for here is just to gain interest in any direction if council sees the value in looking into this program a bit more. Obviously, they're asking for a budgetary ask. There's no action item for that at the moment, but we could adopt it with our budget. Another option is we recently had a discussion at our Regional Housing Authority meeting, and there might be some funds available through the Regional Housing Authority budget that we could utilize. And I can get into that more detail if there's interest from council.
Great. Thanks for that tidbit, Zoe. Any questions for Lainey?
I have a question, assuming that I'm unmuted.
Yep.
Hi, Lainey. Thanks so much for the presentation. I think that this is hopefully the start of another resource for our local home buyers. I actually just had one question. I know that, this is a draft that was presented to us. I was just curious. The only thing that kind of jumped out to me in the program was that the home purchase price cannot exceed $850,000. I was just kind of curious what your thinking on that was, especially considering that there are lots of deed restricted houses in the region that exceed that limit. And if people are able to get the financing, it seems like if it's a deed restricted home and they meet these other qualifications, it seemed like maybe that was an area that could adjust.
Yeah, we sort of looked at that for a long time and looked at it, tried to balance like our ability to raise funds for this as well as just being realistic, like, is there anything out there that's 850? And there actually is. Back in May, I did some research about homes listed and homes sold. And I was actually pretty surprised in the region. When I did this study back in May, there were 113 homes listed in the Telluride Foundation service area, which is larger than what the area we're talking about, the town supporting. There were 113 homes under 850. And in the R1 school district, there were 61. Now, they weren't all deed restricted, but as part of this program, if the home must be deed restricted to qualify. But if it isn't, if you're in the rare instance that you would find a home for 850 that's not deed restricted, you can still access these funds by putting a deed restriction on the property. So sort of a really beneficial byproduct of this could be increasing the inventory of deed restricted properties, because perhaps somebody might want to access these funds on a free market property. But really the cutoff at 850 is also it's hard to raise money privately through state and federal grants when you start talking about assisting a family buying $1 million home. The resources are just not as available at that price point. So we did research. We found a guideline that seemed to make sense because there was inventory out there, and I think I can raise money for this program if I keep the price under $1 million. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just think that just my point earlier that there are quite a few of our deed restricted homes for sale that are above that $850,000. And so I just,
Mhm.
obviously if we're, going to support a fund like this, which again, like I said, I think this is great. And I think this is like something that our region is really lacking. I just want to make sure that we are able to be as effective with our money as we possibly can. And so I just am thinking about the number of homes that are, in Lawson Hill that exceed this $850,000 mark that would exclude people from potentially purchasing those. And the reality is that those make up a pretty significant chunk of the available housing for families that are purchasing something. So that was just my comment. I understand
Yeah.
your perspective, but just something that I think we should think about if we're planning on giving any funding.
Great. Thank you, Ashley. Geneva has her hand up.
Thanks, Lainey, and thanks, Jason, for coming back to us with this again. I'm gonna try and lower my hand. There we go. So we talked about this at the THA subcommittee. Elena and Dan and I were there, and I guess I'll take my stab at trying to summarize sort of some of the issues that we discussed, but of course would love if they want to jump in as well. One item was sort of connected to what Ashley was just saying. We were a little concerned, and Lainey had some arguments against this perspective that I think were totally valid, but the idea that if we put more money out available for these more higher priced homes, that they will stay higher priced as opposed to responding to the market and potentially coming down. Who knows what would truly happen there? I think our main concern or question mark about whether or not we think that the town of Telluride Affordable Housing Fund should be devoted to this we feel like we're already subsidizing a lot of two things. One, we're already subsidizing everything that we build that's deed restricted, and this would be kind of an extra subsidy on top of it that it goes outside of the initial sort of agreement of what we decide or what we as a council have considered like an appropriate subsidy per unit. And the other being putting money towards a program where our town of Telluride money may be going to support the purchase of homes that are not price capped. And Lainey pointed out that we could have whatever stipulations we want on the money that we contribute as the town of Telluride, and have it limited to the town of Telluride, for example, or have it limited to homes that are price capped, et cetera. But I think we're all pretty concerned about the just inflated rates of deed restricted homes or inflated sale prices of deed restricted homes that don't have price caps and don't have asset limits and that are much looser and then are just allowing these really high prices to persist as opposed to a tighter qualification market bringing them down potentially. So those are kind of the main things we discussed. And I feel personally pretty strongly that we could be using the money from the Affordable Housing Fund to make more units, which is kind of our role in this. Whereas organizations like the foundation and regional supporters of this fund are doing an incredible job by sponsoring this sort of down payment assistance, but it sort of felt like a double dip in the first time considering it. But I'm open to hearing what the rest of council thinks, and I would love if Dan or Ellen want to jump in and adjust anything I said in my reporting.
Thanks, Geneva. Any other comments?
I wouldn't say there's anything I need to adjust in Geneva's comments. I think everything was accurate. The one thing I would add is there's part of me that really wants to get behind this program, but the struggle that I see it and as it relates to Geneva's comments is I think our primary issue with the housing crisis of our region is supply issue. There isn't so much of a demand issue. I think we continue to see pretty high demand for deed restricted lotteries that we have here in town and in the region as well. And that's when we add an influx of funds, like Geneva was saying, it just helps to maintain high costs there. And it's a subsidy more for the current homeowner than it is for the next buyer, potentially. I see this like Geneva was saying, continuing to maintain high prices or potentially even further exacerbating some of those high costs on it. It's a relatively small ask and it's a complex scenario. I don't think that there would be a one-to-one dollar increase if for every, I'm not saying that for every dollar input in a subsidy like this or assistance like this, we'd see a dollar increase in the final housing cost, but I think that we as the governing body of Telluride need to make sure that we utilize our limited funds for the highest and best good. And I think that developing new affordable housing continues to be the top goal when it comes to our region's affordable housing problem. Again, open to a conversation. It's complex and very happy to listen to what the rest of council thinks and sees with this.
Yeah, and I would love to throw in a couple thoughts too. I think Geneva summarized the subcommittee meeting really well, and I agree with everything that Dan just said. I think the problem with a lot of our deed restricted units, especially outside of Telluride, is the prices. And I feel like this supports the price inflation, which ultimately, you know, a lot of that money ends up being paid to banks and interest. And I think, you know, while this does seem like a solution to a problem that's kind of right in front of our face, I don't know if it's the best use of our affordable housing funds. I would rather put that effort into building more units and maybe pricing them lower if the issue is people can't get the down payments together. Maybe we need to look at the pricing of our deed restricted rather than putting our resources towards helping people with down payments for, you know, homes priced at a level that maybe isn't affordable to them. I lost my other thought. I had another thought. Hopefully it comes back. But anyway.
There's time.
Yeah, I think that like I agree that I would love to see this program come together. Oh, I remember. I also I do think there is something, and Geneva kind of touched at it, but I think just to say it really clearly, I also do have some concerns about having sort of a double subsidy option for town deed restricted. You know, our taxpayers are already funding the construction of these deed restricted homes in town. And then if the town also put money towards this down payment assistance, then some people would be able to access like a double subsidy. And I don't know if that feels fair to the people who aren't able to access those funds. I think, you know, maybe this isn't the right Band-Aid for the town, even though I feel like it is an important program. And I would love to see it happen. Yeah, I share a lot of the same concerns.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add?
Lance, can you remind me what the average subsidy is for new construction for like 2-bedroom units?
Yes, that's varied. It was about 3 years ago, 110,000, 100,000. The recently constructed Voodoo project was 176 per average unit. And there's two things too. One is, you know, what we're subsidizing with the affordable housing program is the capital construction of the project, not the end user. So there is a kind of a little bit of a difference between helping the end user versus helping the capital construction to lower the initial sales price or the initial rent prices.
Okay, thank you. I like this idea. I think for what we would contribute for 1 year, this to basically subsidize the capital portion of 1 2-bedroom unit to what we would get out to of supporting the region in affordable housing, down payment opportunities, educating first home buyers, and what was the other, the third prong?
Mortgage rate
Mortgage rate.
The interest rate, or the, what was it? What was the other one? Yeah. I think it seems like a great opportunity for the region, and having noticed trends of people moving out of town and watching the density of town increase substantially. And now that we've implemented a pretty amazing regional transportation system that I think is only going to grow and become more efficient, I think that this all sounds very good and very interesting to me, and I'd like to continue the conversation. And maybe it's not perfect right now, but I think that it's worthy of continuing the conversation and maybe massaging it to get to a place where more people are on board with it, because it sounds really good to me.
Thank you. I've got a couple questions, some for clarification, even maybe for listeners out there. The first question I have is, I struggle a little bit with your solution on if a buyer gets access to the funds and the property is not deed restricted, but if they deed restrict it, I understand why you do that. So the person doesn't flip it and all of a sudden have the potential, real estate goes up, real estate goes down. So there's no guarantee, but I'm not sure just requesting them to deed restricted is the answer in that scenario. I think there has to be a different classification for purchasing free market to be a part of the program. And maybe it's not a full deed restriction, because that could be just such a significant reduction on the asset that it may not be worthwhile. So I'd like you to revisit that and see what creativity might allow a non-deed restricted home to be part of it. Because to me, I get both sides. You got one side that says, well, if a local can buy an $800,000 house that's not deed restricted, and there are some, that's good. It puts a local in a house. But I do understand that if trends continue and that house is worth $1.2 million and they sell it in the free market, somewhere down the road, you lose that house as a local's house. So I don't know the answer to that one. My second one is more of a question, because with your program, you talk about these being long-term loan paybacks, and technically is the money that anyone participates with this program. Is there going to be in your models an ongoing request for more money? Is this something that potentially a portion or some of that gets paid back to the people who support it? And then lastly, I want to also throw out there that as we're in the middle of budget season, it's been a tough go of going over our budget, and we really don't have a lot of money. So I'm not sure that I'm comfortable moving forward with this program request yet in year one, because, we're having to tell staff members they don't get the appropriate raises, and we have some other challenges, and it's hard for me. And I know it's different pools of money theoretically, but it's all from the same pool. So I have some concerns about that internally, and would like, certainly staff to chime in more on that. Lainey, I don't know if you want to respond to any of that stuff. It's really only the actual contribution and what the long-term goals are for requesting more funds or paying it back is probably the only thing I need a response on.
Yeah, there's a lot for me to respond to, because I've been, obviously you guys have your thoughts, and I appreciate you sharing them. So I can start with responding to what you just said, Teddy, and maybe go backwards. But yeah, in the ask letter, which is the cover letter of what went into your packet, I have said to all the municipalities and the taxing districts that if for any reason this program were not to proceed after the 2-year pilot, when those loans are paid back to the Telluride Foundation, that they would be returned to the towns or the taxing districts. It works quite differently when it's a charitable donation. We can't give charitable donations back, but it would be diverted to some other housing program. So when somebody makes a donation, a charitable donation to this program, they know what their money is going to be used for. And if the program were to discontinue, the money would revert to another program that supported housing. And donors are fine with that because they just want to support housing. Doesn't necessarily have to be this program, could be any. Regarding the deed restricted home, we have to set guidelines for this program. right? Because as I was mentioning before, I think that this is a really positive, could be a very positive byproduct that you actually increase the inventory of deed restricted homes. So it is a shared appreciation model. It'd be great if the homes didn't need to be deed restricted, because then we'd make more money on the loans that we give, which is not what we're trying to do. But there are hundreds of these programs across the state of Colorado, most of which are solely funded by municipalities. The town of Aspen, the town of Vail, the town of Greeley. They're not raising any philanthropy, any money through philanthropy. They're just funding it 100% through their budgets because they want to offer this program. And they're also, just like you guys, building affordable housing as well. So they see the benefit of it. And perhaps I could conduct a couple case studies, interview some of these folks, town council in these other municipalities that have had a very long success with a program like this. And maybe that might give you guys some more, feedback in terms of the successes of those programs out there across the state. But yeah, in terms of the deed restricted thing, we're not really, our goal is not to help somebody make a lot of money buying and selling real estate. Our goal is to help our regional workforce put down roots, buy a home. We want to help the people that you perhaps don't even apply to the lottery because they know if they got picked, they could never make the down payment. So we're trying to open up home ownership to a population of people that otherwise would never see it. That's the goal of this program. And if we can increase deed restriction, increase the inventory of deed restricted houses along the way, I think that's great. I want to address Dan's point because it keeps coming up that perhaps this would inflate the cost of a home. I have spoken to 7 people who run these programs. They have never seen that happen, maybe even 10. I mean, after I talked to you, Dan, I made a bunch of phone calls to see. I mean, no one has hard proof that it doesn't happen, but anecdotally, it has not happened. Offering a family that doesn't have down payment, doesn't have the money to put down on a home, that money does not inflate the cost of a home. Hasn't happened yet. If there's we talked about it possibly happening at the federal level. I don't know if it was available to the whole country, but we're talking about such a small percentage of the homes that are trading here in the region that it will not affect. It's not going to inflate the cost of the home. At least that hasn't happened yet with the folks I've talked to that run these programs. Regarding the double subsidy, I would say, again, we're trying to bring people to the table that can and allow them to buy a home, someone that never would have that opportunity, whether that home was built with a subsidy or not. So I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that should be an issue because you're trying to help a family stay here, regardless of what subsidy that house was built with. And I also think, the town of Telluride's done an amazing job at creating affordable housing, but the vast majority of it thus far has been for rent. And this has nothing to do. We are going to keep the small rental assistance program, but none of your funding would go to that. This is to get people to help people put down roots and stay here with home ownership. I think there was something else, but I didn't write it down. I think that was something that Eleanor might have said. Anyway, maybe it'll come to me.
And I just want to add a quick comment. So to Lainey's point, we recognize the town's contribution to affordable housing. We're very, very grateful for the partnerships in this community. And really, this is a chance for us to think about community stability and vitality through home ownership. That is truly the goal here. And that's moving our residents up the continuum of home ownership. Out of rentals into home ownership. It is proven that this is, this is the tip of the spear in a vibrant community. And so this program is really trying to address in a really thoughtful and meaningful way is to move our residents into a more stabilized home ownership scenario. So it is in conjunction with the housing that is being built. We recognize that. We don't think it's a double subsidy. I mean, I can see where the optics present that, but the reality is, we can revolve these funds into more families as people refinance, sell homes. So I look at it as more of a long-term investment in the stability of the community, really thinking about what does the housing continuum look like and getting people into that ownership level and out of rentals and more stability that comes with that.
Great. Any last comments before we wrap this up, Dan?
Yeah, thanks for bringing up the topic of increased costs on there. I'm personally less concerned around the idea of a double subsidy. I think you could argue there's already times we do that in certain ways, and more help to our citizens is not necessarily a bad thing. Obviously we have limited pools and have to think about that. I still really remain concerned around the idea that this won't inflate costs in the long run. As you talked about at our subcommittee meeting, lady, part of the idea with this is that it's expanding the pool of possible homeowners, allowing an opportunity for more people. But as we've talked about, our issue so much isn't demand, it's supply. We are a supply constrained system when it comes to housing. There just isn't enough inventory. So if we have a greater pool of people, AKA more demand, with the same amount of supply, I just don't see how that wouldn't result in either retaining high prices as they currently are or further exacerbating them, even increasing further higher housing costs in the long run. So that brings me to just a last question that I haven't had a chance to ask. And that's, why is the foundation choosing now to focus on this type of program instead of a program that you've already done multiple times in numerous areas in our region, and that's building new housing? Why this shift now?
Well, I'll take a first stab at that, Councilman Enright. And so the reality is, Rural Homes was incubated within the foundation. We are a fiscal sponsor of that organization. The projects that Lainey mentioned at the beginning have really come to fruition, and we recognize those as adding to the resources of the community just from a built environment. The other reality is that Rural Homes will likely be moving out of our region to take on additional projects. And so when we look at the ways the foundation can support homeownership in the region, this has really risen to the top as a tool in the quiver, or an arrow in the quiver of homeownership that we can deploy in a really meaningful way. Again, leveraging philanthropy and partnerships with the town of Telluride, town of Mountain Village, the county, and others. But the reality is our initiative of building homes is taking on a broader approach, and therefore the foundation will likely have to separate itself from Rural Homes. And building homes, as Lance knows, everybody knows, that the town is not for the faint of heart. And so we feel like this is probably our next step in the evolution of our housing program, and probably one that is most meaningful on focusing on our residents in particular, recognizing that others are actually building the houses. So the short answer is, we're moving out of the home building business via Rural Homes, as Rural Homes is evolving into probably a more statewide focused initiative. And when it leaves our region, we are no longer connected to it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd like to just add, Dan, that to Geneva's point, when she was, just refreshing everyone's memory or telling everybody what we talked about at the subcommittee meeting, it is correct. The town of Telluride could participate in this program and put a restriction on the funds, saying that they can only be used for, the homes that have appreciation caps on them. Then obviously you have there's no possibility of the price being inflated because it's capped. And Dan, I am going to try and find some hard facts, so that some hard data, so that I can prove that this program will not inflate prices. But if it's restricted to appreciation capped homes, then that obviously is a non-issue. And then to answer your question or give a little more context to your question about, why this, why don't we just build houses? I mean, I think Jason explained it, but it came out of our East End Housing Forum. I mean, people asked us, town leadership asked us, is there anything more you can do? Because this is something that should be done. It would be great to be able to provide more assistance. Your Housing Opportunity Fund is awesome. It's $5,000. It's not quite moving the needle. It's great, but if you could do something more robust, we'd appreciate you investigating that and giving it a try. And so that's why we did it.
Great, thank you. Before we wrap this up, because it is a work session, I should see if there's anybody in the audience or online that would like to comment. Stephanie, do we have anybody online that's raised their hand?
Standing hands raised online.
Okay, great. Zoe, do you have anything to add?
Yeah,
Before we wrap up?
as it is a work session, we're just looking for further staff direction. So if there is interest from council, I see two options in front of us for staff to continue to explore. One, looking at this within our affordable housing budget for that 250,000 ask. And second, as I mentioned, continuing a conversation throughout the San Miguel Housing Regional Authority. As I briefly mentioned, we have a loan default reserve fund as part of our budget that has never been touched, because each entity has our own way of dealing with defaults within our housing program. So that has about $600,000 in it within that fund. So if there is interest in continuing to explore this program, concern of using our affordable housing budget, maybe that is a direction that staff can take to continue the conversation through the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority with San Miguel County. Of course, a $600,000 bucket is not quite at, maybe the three entities aren't gonna be able to meet the $250,000 ask each, but maybe that's something we can work out.
Yeah, I think
So-
we got to look at the whole big picture.
Yep.
For money.
Mhm.
Well, Lainey and Jason, Geneva has her hand up.
Oh, I was just gonna throw out there that if we do limit it to price capped homes, which could be just Telluride or anywhere else, they're price capped if anybody and other municipalities want to start doing that. I would be open to it. Also recognizing that people sort of look to us for leadership in these sorts of partnership, goal-oriented projects. And I think we're the first ones that the foundation has asked, but maybe that's not true. And this ask would be 4% of our annual revenue into the Affordable Housing Fund. Like, I'm open to it if the majority of council, it sounds like they would love an answer today, or, staff would love some direction at least. But I'm into it if the majority of council is into it. I didn't want to mean to come out as like initially all negative about the idea.
I'm into it.
I can get on board with if we add price capped as one of the stipulations. I think that helps mitigate a lot of the inflation concerns that Dan and I both in Geneva expressed.
I'm with you. One other clarifying question, Lainey or Jason, what kind of turnaround would you expect to see these funds be able to be re-injected into our region?
Are you asking when do we need the money?
No,
I
when
think
When does it start?
when would the program approximately start?
I hope it starts in the first quarter of 2025, and I don't need the funds until a qualifying loan that meets your criteria actually happens.
Okay.
So it's not like I need the money up front. I would ask you for it when a qualifying loan that met your requirements was trying to close, and then I would request the funds. So really what we're asking for is a commitment, not really the cash.
Lainey, can I ask you a question? And we haven't really addressed this. How do all these other regional organizations, so what has their feedback been when you come to them to let them know you're going to come with a request, or like how's progress on the rest of that?
It's going really well. I presented to the town of Mountain Village in a very similar environment is this. It was a work session and I'm meeting with them on Friday. So I hope to get an answer for them on Friday. I'm meeting with the county at the next county meeting. I can't recall the date, but it's before the end of the month. Requesting the same from them. The taxing districts are a little bit more complicated because the money that they have, has to be used for, let's say the R1 school district, maybe it has to be for teachers, because of the way their mill levy was worded, but that's okay because as long as they qualify under the overall guidelines that the Telluride Foundation sets up, then as I have explained, I can put taxing district money on top of it. And when a teacher happens to apply, I could perhaps use R1 school district funds. But the school district hasn't committed. I haven't met with them yet. But I've met with you all, Mountain Village, the county, the fire district. I'm meeting with the library district tomorrow. Everyone's very, very positive. Very positive and very supportive, just like you are. They just have a lot of questions and want to make sure that they're, being good stewards of the funds they have.
And I think it's important to add that we are fundraising for this, Geneva. We are exploring other funding sources outside of the municipalities. And when I look at the landscape of potential partners, I think it's important to have the town, the local jurisdictions as a partner to us in this effort, given our desire to address the affordable housing situation in this community. So it's not just the town, it really is, we hope by design, a true partnership across all the municipalities at the state level and at the philanthropic level that would make this work. So I don't want it to seem like we're just going to the town, and if we can't get town support, then we won't make this work. But optically, it's really important for us to have you as partners in this, given our shared desire to, again, move people up the continuum of housing and home ownership.
Great. Thanks everybody for your comments. I think we've got a little bit more discussion to happen on this, and staff and budgets and all kinds of, it's not an easy decision for us. I mean, frankly, just based on budgets and where the money could come or not come and how quickly it probably would need to be disseminated. I mean, if it's deed restricted and price capped, and it's nice to see even the Mountain Village jumping in on price caps with Meadowlark. I could be, I certainly can be swayed to come up maybe with something to help you out. But again, until we get direction from staff on, we don't have enough money on other avenues of government. So it's hard to get a quick ask for something right now, in my humble opinion. Anything else before we wrap up on this item?
Staff feel like they have enough direction from us? I don't
Yeah,
know
my
if it's-
direction is, from a timeline perspective. So I would like to explore this conversation with the Regional Housing Authority and what use of that fund, meeting the requirements heard from council of Town of Telluride wants to see this be on price capped units, and get that direction. If that feels like that's not going to work within that fund, or those conversations go flat, then we will have a discussion and bring it to council. For our affordable housing fund discussion which is at the end of this month. So hopefully timing works out with all of that. And if not, we'll have to reopen this discussion prior to our budget adoption, which is in November.
Yeah. And if we have anything, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be, I'm sure they'll take anything financially that we could support them. So maybe not the full amount as well. We got to look at all options based on the big pie. Well, Jason and Lainey, thank you for your time today. I really appreciate it. We really appreciate it. We're going to wrap up 1A and go to 1B, which is the short-term rental update. And we have Ashley to present.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Oh. Go full screen. That's full screen on my side. Okay, so I come before you today with an update on our STR program. So today I'm going to be going over the Rentalscape software rollout and launch, license data and revenue, the admin fee and regulatory fee program, tax revenue, and a glance into 2025. So the Rentalscape software launch and rollout was later than expected, as we all know. MuniRevs was no longer meeting the STR reporting and compliance needs of the town. So the town signed a contract with Deckard Technologies or Rentalscape in November of 2023 to utilize their STR licensing module. The town has utilized Rentalscape's compliance module since September of 2022, but added the licensing and tax remittance module in December of 2023. Due to unforeseen circumstances and Telluride's unique set of requirements under the STR program, the software did not launch until June 26, 2024, with a hybrid training session hosted here in council chambers for the public on June 27th. A deadline of August 15th was set to bring all STRs into compliance regarding licensing and taxes due, and was pushed to August 21st to allow staff additional time to process applications, as well as additional time for the public to file 6 months of back taxes. And staff continues to work with Rentalscape to collaborate on software enhancements to make the process more cohesive and efficient. Next, I'm going to go over some license data and revenue. So just a reminder, the STR program introduced the following license categories for 2024. We had classic, residential, limited, lodging, midterm, and long-term. And you'll see off to the right, I've put the fee structure for the classic and the limited and residential fee structures. All licenses require, upon renewal annually, a financial ownership disclosure and a self-inspection checklist. The residential and limited licenses require rental affidavits due to the limited nature of those licenses. And all of the following data in this presentation will be as of September 11th, 2024. So just a quick recap, the classic is an unlimited license available for properties in the non-residential zone. The residential is a limited license by way of the land use code, available for properties in the residential zone. Limited is a limited license by way of choice, available for properties in the non-residential zone. Lodging is an unlimited license available for any hotel, motel, boarding house, rooming house, or lodge owned by a single entity and having an on-site lobby, and newly added this year, a fractional timeshare model within a lodging establishment. The midterm is a zero fee license for rentals over 29 nights and less than 6 months. And the long-term license is a zero fee license for rentals over 6 months. As you can see off to the right, the classic was our most popular license thus far, with 638 licenses. We have 46 residential, 40 limited, 8 lodging, 10 midterm, and 7 long-term for a total of 749 licenses. Total STR license revenue for 2024 was $1,554,674. You can see off to the right, the classic brought in the most revenue. And just a reminder, midterm and long-term licenses are zero fee, so those are not included in this. Here I've broken it down by room count, and you can see that we have 3 sleeping rooms coming in at 193, being the most popular and bringing in the most revenue. And then to follow, we have 205 2 sleeping rooms and 224 1 sleeping rooms. The 6+ sleeping rooms are mostly going to be within the lodging licenses.
Sorry, actually, just
Yeah.
hold in there. I'm just looking at that. It just seemed like there's some sort of mismatch because the bottom says 224 one bedrooms, one sleeping, but that's a smaller chart. I think that's just.
So the three, it's showing that
Am I
the
just
three
misreading that?
sleeping rooms are bringing in the most revenue.
Oh, oh, excuse me. The
Yes.
pie chart is revenue, and then
Yes.
the number of units is.
Yeah, just to kind of offset how many we have with, how much revenue it's bringing in, even though we have more 1 and 2 sleeping rooms, the 3 sleeping
Sure,
rooms are
sure.
bringing in more revenue.
I understand now. Thank you. I just was misreading the chart.
And feel free to jump in with questions at any time during the presentation. Though fees, base license fees went back to what they were before 2D passed, the addition of the administrative fee and the regulatory fee program have seen an increase on STR license revenue. So the total 2023 STR license revenue was $349,129. We had 839 licenses, and the total 2024 STR license revenue has been $1,554,674 with only 732 licenses. So almost 100 less licenses this year with quite a bit more revenue.
Have we gotten any feedback from former license holders why they chose not to renew? Is there any sort of consensus or general feeling on that?
In regards to that, I'd say the only bit of feedback we've received is that license fees are really expensive and some people are choosing to long-term, mid-term, or just not rent at all.
Great. Figured so. Just wanted to check. Thank you.
So an administrative fee of $288 per license is applied to the classic, the residential, and the limited license. As of September 11th, the town has collected $208,512 in revenue from the administrative fee. And just a reminder, this fee funds the town's enforcement, regulation, and compliance of the STR industry. A regulatory fee of $857 per sleeping room is applied to the classic license. And the town has collected $1,184,374 in revenue from the regulatory fee program. And this fee program financially supports housing programs that enhance the town as a resort community. All non-hotel type STRs remit 15.15% in total taxes each month. 11% of that is remitted directly to the town of Telluride through Rentalscape. And the remaining 4.15% is remitted directly to the state of Colorado through the sales and use tax system, or SUTS. And just a disclaimer, there is a typo in your slides. I corrected it for my presentation today, but the lodging sales tax was put at 4.15%. It should be 4.5%. It's just a typo. The revenue is correct, but I just wanted to point that out. So the total tax revenue collected to date has been $3,502,758.30. And you can see it broken down into our 4 tax categories off to the right. This is a comparison of tax revenue from 2023 to 2024. Total tax collected in 2023 was $8,178,713. So you can see that we've collected quite a bit less this year. There could be many factors to that, including less licenses and the fact that we just haven't completed a full rental year. Staff distributed an STR survey to current license holders to gain valuable feedback on the application process, tax remittance process, disclosures, and general navigation of Rentalscape as a software. The survey was released on September 13th and ran for 2 weeks. Of the 749 license holders, we received 30 responses. And you can see by the responses off to the right that a majority of them were neutral. The most popular feedback that we received, like I just mentioned, license fees are too expensive. The STR program administrator has been very responsive. Disclosures are cumbersome. They dislike the requirement to remit separately per property. There were issues with the payment for tax and license fees due to pop-up blockers. Folks want multiple account users, and folks really like the tax reminder emails. And I put the full survey in the packet material so you can review all of the comments as well as all of the responses. That brings us to a glance into 2025. As staff continues to work with Rentalscape representatives and programmers on software enhancements regarding navigation and usability, taking survey results into consideration, as well as feedback from property owners and managers, staff is excited to announce a few upgrades for 2025 STR renewals and beyond. Much like the bulk financial disclosure, staff is working on a bulk STR checklist disclosure slated for 2025 renewals so that folks that have multiple properties and property managers can put all of their properties on one form instead of having a form for each property. There's going to be the ability for multiple account users slated for 2025. That was one of our most popular feedback that we received, that people need multiple people to have access to their accounts. Like I said, tax reminder emails, people really like those, and we've received a lot of feedback, and we've actually been working with Rentalscape for a little while on getting those put in ASAP, but they are slated for 2025 renewals. Much like the MuniRevs printable PDF license, people really liked that. Currently, they're just getting an email that has all of their license data. Thank you for paying. Here's your license number, etc. So we're working with Rentalscape on that as well. And then bulk renewals slated for 2026 renewals is going to be really great for property managers, especially. It's going to make the renewal process a lot quicker for people that have multiple properties. With that, that concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ashley. Appreciate the summary on the STRs, and I know it's been a tough process for you. So thanks for working through it. And it seems we're in a much better place now than we were before. So thank you and your team for that. Are there any questions for Ashley from council?
First of all, thank you for doing all of this. I know this was a huge lift, and it seems like it's going really well. So thanks for all your work. And I can attest to how responsive you are because we've emailed a lot. So just based on the feedback, is there a way to, like you could in MuniRevs, kind of remit the data for each property and then pay at once? Like, is the Rentalscape software capable of that?
So do you mean if you manage multiple properties?
Yeah.
Yes. So currently property managers or people that have multiple properties can, for lack of a better word, essentially put their items in a cart and
Okay.
check out with their taxes. So on the tax side of that, yes, they can do that all at once in one transaction. People that have multiple properties are currently having to pay for each license separately.
Oh, I see. Okay, but that question was based on the feedback, and I maybe misunderstood exactly what the feedback was referencing. Okay.
Yes, yes. And so a lot of people can check out for their taxes in one transaction. But yes, the licenses themselves have to be done individually.
Okay, so, but that's just a once a year thing. That's not,
Exactly.
okay.
Yeah.
I have a question. Since there's close to a $5 million discrepancy for taxes collected from 2023 to 2024, and you said that it could be that it's not a full calendar year, or fiscal year, however you want to call it. Or is it that not everyone, since we were late rolling out this new program, and no one's fully, like, we haven't collected all of the fees that are due to date yet, have we?
Correct. And I would say, I mean, if I were to guess, I would say about 85% have remitted their taxes, but there are still outstanding taxes that we haven't collected. Some of those could be revenue, some of those could just be that people didn't know that they're supposed to be remitting zero if they didn't have any rentals for that month, so it's hard to say. This is my first year doing taxes, so I don't have a lot of historical knowledge on, do we get more revenue at the end of the year? Do we get more at the beginning, in the middle? So I can't really speak to that. But there's still months left in the year. We do have about 100 less licenses though. So there's a lot of factors that tie into that.
I'm wondering if there's a way to like maybe get a little more into the minutia, like whether it's by per month, or those 100 licenses that weren't renewed, or were they these like huge money makers?
Right.
Just because 5 million, and we're going into a slower time of the year, $5 million is substantial.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I also wonder, you know, how much, I know the average daily rate is down in town, and I wonder how much that's affecting these numbers as well.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that from my own like experience is, you know, and I've talked to people and everyone's had to drop their rates because things, I think we were seeing some of the like carryover inflation from the COVID years finally sort of like getting back to what it
Yeah,
was maybe like 5 years ago. So
maybe we could try and nail it down a little bit more. So if we need to, you know, like adjust our budgets or whatever we need to do, just have a better idea. And it's a big ask, but anything you could do to help us.
And we're working with finance. I'll just jump in to reconcile these numbers. The reporting is something that's difficult to get into the minutia of some of these things at the
Okay.
moment. But for a lot of reasons, we're gonna work toward that. As we talked in our budget discussions, we are still budgeting down, regardless of some of the factors that we mentioned, just because I think a lot of the indicators are still showing that our sales tax on our lodging tax is most likely gonna be down
Right.
past last year, but we'll get into the more detail as we get the reporting sorted out and more data throughout the process. Yeah, thanks, Trustee
Thank
Wright.
you so much. Great presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ashley.
Any other
Thank you,
questions?
Tiffany.
It is a work session, so I should probably see if there's anyone in the room that would like to chime in or online.
See nobody online?
Seeing nobody, unless there's any other comments from Zoe or council, we will move on to the next agenda item.
Thanks for all the graphs.
Ashley, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We are going to item 1C, and that is the discussion of the gondola. And we have Miles and David here to present.
For having us this morning.
Thank you.
How you doing? Yeah, okay.
Good.
Put here. Give us just 1 minute while we share the screens.
Take your time.
Everybody see the gondola ad, like that advertisement gondola up by the
Yeah,
roundabout?
aren't they amazing?
On private property. Yep.
On
On
private
private
property.
I was wondering about that.
All gondola structures on private property with permission granted. So,
That's pretty cool.
Okay, well, thank you so much for having us for this update on the gondola today. In the spirit of work session, we're going to provide an update on where we've been, where we're going, what the status of the planning process is. But please feel free to ask questions, interrupt us, and let us know where you'd like to steer the discussion. A lot of this is going to be familiar to council, so we wanted to make sure for your constituents and for those who are tuning in, given the gondola cabins that are out there and the smart board's recent approval of ballot measure 3A, that we take from the top and provide some good background. So with that said, let's start with some introductions. I'm joined by David Averill.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see you.
And David Averill is our Executive Director of SMART for those just tuning in. I'm Miles Graham. I've been facilitating the gondola process since about 2019. So we'll, like I said, take it from the top and feel free to pause us and have some discussion as needed.
Sorry, Miles,
Great.
can you speak into the mic? I just noticed that you're hard to hear. Thank you.
Of course. Hopefully this is better. So the purpose of the presentation today, as I mentioned, is just to cover some background, some history, make sure that everybody's got clarity on all the facts and figures and how we've got to where we are, the long-term planning process to date, and then where we're going. There's been a lot of work with our gondola subcommittee and our gondola leadership committee on this project moving forward. And then we want to make sure, of course, we leave plenty of time for Q&A and the resources for learning more. So the gondola timeline, as I said, much of this is going to be familiar to council, but we want to make sure that there's clarity in the community going forward that this system that serves our communities and connects Mountain Village and Telluride has been in the works since the early 80s, and it didn't actually open to the public until 1996. And in 2018, we reached a really important milestone of 3 million annual riders, which we can't say it early and often enough. This is a public transit system, as we all know, and it takes a lot of cars off the road, and reaching that 3 million annual rider milestone was a really important metric to hit. We're actually forecasted to go to 4 million riders by, I believe it's about 2035. And so far we've been ahead of schedule in hitting those ridership forecasts. So the system is certainly a workhorse we see today. It has more than 140,000 hours of operation. Obviously that number grows every single day, and our gondola, there are many days where it runs for longer than it doesn't. And so that makes it one of the oldest gondola systems in the world, and that's measured by the amount of operating hours. And Jim Lobe and the gondola team do an excellent job of keeping that system running. If you haven't been on a tour of that system, just let us know. We would love to take anyone out on a tour. It's a great tour. In addition to the impressive machine, there's amazing views, and just gives you a sense of what goes into something that when it's running, we all take for granted. We get on, it's fast, it's reliable, it's efficient, it's everything public transit should be. And so our planning effort is focused on the immediate deadline that we are working towards, which is at the end of 27, the 30-year operations agreement expires. And the ballot initiative that the SMART board passed is the plan for what happens after 2027. But right now, we're operating under the assumption that that agreement expires, and we need to, as a community, come together to make sure that we have a gondola in the future. And we are truly at a to have or have not moment of a public transit system that is the envy of many different communities across the country and the world. Indeed, Park City just sent a delegation of leaders from their community to tour our gondola not long ago, and came away with some really important takeaways on how impressive the system is and what goes into maintaining and operating it. And that even though it is fare free, we all know there's nothing that's free. And so it's an expensive system to run, and it also has a lot of benefits. And so a couple more facts and figures. We talked about more than 25 years in operation. It's the first and only free transportation system of its kind in the US. The funding currently comes from TMVOA with contributions from the town of Mountain Village and the town of Telluride. And Telski currently contributes 1% of all day lift ticket sales to the gondola, which equates to, I think, about $250,000 a year, roughly, give or take. And so going back to ridership, we've seen a 33% increase since 2011. Of course, those numbers dipped during the COVID ridership period, but we're back up to about that 3 million rider a year number. And as I mentioned earlier, projected to go to 4 million by 2037. So what does that look like on a busy weekend? And this is 4th of July last year, where we hit a new record for gondola ridership of over 25,000 riders that day alone. It was a new record by more than 500 trips that day. What we saw down at Oak Street and up in Mountain Village is substantial lines. You can see on the right, this is the line at the base of the Gondola Plaza in Mountain Village, going back all the way past Tilley. And some of those wait times were about an hour and 45 minutes. We did see a substantial amount of ridership loss because of that wait time. And we all know, if you were trying to move around that day, I mean, the spur was backed up pretty much all day as well. So our system and our network really was reaching its limits that day. And one of the key drivers for the new system is increasing that capacity so we can continue to take more cars off the road. And one of the other benefits of our system is the economics of it, that it provides those 3 million annual trips and connects the economies and the communities in the canyon. Anytime you put 3 million folks in a gondola and take them out of vehicles, you're going to see substantial environmental benefits as you take vehicle miles off the road, reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But the big piece is the quality of life, and taking that many cars off the road and seeing that reduction in congestion just has a substantial benefit to our quality of life. So the gondola planning process, the work that's been done to date, there's been a lot of outreach. There was a survey that we conducted in 21 and 22 that had over 2,000 responses. Our gondola subcommittee continues to meet monthly. They're at 42 meetings and counting. The gondola leadership committee, and we'll look at the composition of that in a moment, that's comprised of the entire council for the town of Telluride, has met 14 times. Our next gondola leadership committee meeting is being held on calendars for October 23rd. We're meeting with our gondola subcommittee and going to get an agenda confirmed with them, and then send some meeting materials out. But as you can see, these governing body presentations, local media stories, it's just really important to bring our community along and to talk about this process. So thank you for having us today. And that gondola leadership committee I mentioned, it's of course the entire council here today. We've got our board of county commissioners on the leadership council as well as the Mountain Village entity, which is one entity that has the town of Mountain Village and the Mountain Village Owners Association combined, with a total of 6 representatives, in addition to the entire SMART board of directors and the executive leadership team at Telski. And so that leadership committee, along with the work of its gondola subcommittee, has guided the process through a very thorough evaluation of what the options for our current system are. Everything from doing nothing, which was unanimously taken off the table very quickly by our leadership committee, to looking at minor upgrades, major upgrades. And as we were looking at those alternatives, aligning them with our values and looking at the cost benefit, the leadership committee, at the recommendation of the gondola subcommittee, got to selection of a new system pretty quickly in June of 2022, followed in September that fall by the recommendation that the gondola is regional transportation and it should be a part of our regional transportation authority. And so at that time, SMART was directed to consider taking the project on and being the project sponsor. We've been moving forward with SMART as the project sponsor since late in 2022. And where we are now, we've done the due diligence and looking at what are the operations and maintenance needs for the current system and the new system when we project out into the future. Those assumptions are what is going into the local funding plan. As council well knows, we spent the better part of this year looking at different funding scenarios that led us to the 3A ballot initiative that the SMART board approved last month. And that is the local funding plan you see on that right-hand column. From there, we'll be exploring what's the sweet spot for system capacity to make sure on day one that it has the ability to meet the needs of our community, but that we're also thinking 30 years ahead of time for what's our ridership going to look like in 2050. And so looking at the system capacity is something that the gondola subcommittee has already been doing and been discussing it with the leadership committee. That will lead us to some station planning, which we're going to be talking about with the gondola subcommittee this month, and some updated cost estimates. So those are the key decisions and where we are to date and looking at some of the upcoming milestones. And when we then step back and look at the guiding principles for how we fund the gondola, this is a slide that you all have seen before. And how do we balance that operations and maintenance funding for a future system and do it equitably, do it creatively, and do it in a way that recognizes the existing tax burdens and does its best to minimize any new taxes on our community, so that we can be competitive when we look at some of the grant programs that are out there. And we'll get into this a little bit more, but having that local funding plan in place through a ballot measure will make us far more competitive. If we have that operations plan in place and we have that local financial commitment, it will open us up to being able to more aggressively and much more competitively seek outside federal funding. So getting to that local funding plan, making sure we did it in a way that there is that shared benefit and shared cost, that every user group and jurisdiction should play a part, including Telski. And you'll see when we get to Q&A, that's one of the most common questions we're getting right now is how much is Telski paying? And we've got a slide on that at the end. The community exemptions, a really important part of the deliberations with the leadership committee was that the existing sales tax exemptions remain in place for essential goods like groceries. And getting to that preferred taxing scenario required not only a lot of work by the leadership committee and hard-earned compromise, but we also had to go to the Capitol in Denver and get a legislative amendment so that we could levy lodging tax as part of the tax mix on this. And so the cooperative effort that took the better part of this year and many meetings, a lot of different scenarios to find that sweet spot in the Goldilocks zone of the right mix of taxing is that one entity didn't want to see lodging tax go up as much as it did. Another didn't want to see a sales tax increase. And yet another didn't want to see a property tax increase. But all of the entities agreed that lodging, sales, and property taxes should be part of that equation. And the community really came together to work towards a balance. And that balance looks like this. And this is what is on the measure 3A that the Smart Board referred last month. And you will see it's lodging tax of 1.25%, which generates about $1.98 million per year. And that equates to about $6.25 for a $500 hotel room. The sales tax, 0.82%, that generates about 4.6 annually. And that math is easy. It equates to about 82 cents on a $100 qualifying purchase, not groceries, none of those exempt purchases. And then the property tax. This was one that at 1.336 mils or about 1.6 annually, the leadership committee worked very hard to keep this number below $100 per $1 million of valuation. So that's a little context on those numbers. Altogether, it's anticipated it will generate about 8.2 million annually, with 7.2 going to the gondola and that other $1 million going to smart bus service improvements and other system improvements for smart. And on September 5th last month, this is where the Smart Board took action to refer the ballot measure 3A that will be on the ballot in November. And as I mentioned, having that local operations, maintenance, and funding plan in place through the ballot measure plays directly into our grant funding strategy. It's critically important to have that local financial commitment in place and an operations and maintenance plan in place before we aggressively seek outside funding. So with that local match from the ballot measure and the early collection that's written into the measure for 2025 and 2027, that early collection before the gondola agreement expires will be applied to capital and entity contributions that make our project much more competitive in those FTA capital investment grant programs. The CIG programs is one we're anticipating. The Federal Transit Administration also has a program called RAISE that we're looking at, as well as other items like congressionally directed spending. So once we have our local operations, maintenance, and funding plan in place, it really opens up opportunities to pursue those outside grants. And key to that was that gondolas are now, thanks largely due to the work of this coalition and the leadership committee, have been added to the policy guidance for the Federal Transit Administration's Capital Investment Grants Program. This was a new addition just last year. So having this ensures that our project and gondola projects that are public transit are eligible for the FTA programs. And so a couple of key takeaways are that that current operating agreement expires at the end of 2027. All of the work we are doing is to make sure that at the end of 2027, we continue to have a gondola for the future, and that we share in the benefit and we share in the cost for that system. And with that, we'd love to have some discussion. You can see the smart telluride.colorado.gov/gondola project website is where you'll find all the information about this effort. And you can always reach out to us at smart.info@smarttelluride.com. And the spoiler alert I gave earlier, one of the common questions that we get, probably the most common question right now, is how much is TSG paying? What is TSG going to do? And so as was reported on September 28th in the Daily Planet, that Telluride Ski and Golf and SMART announced a collaborative funding structure on September 27th. And that means that TSG will give SMART about $1.5 million annually, with the exact amount based on ticket and pass sales. So this agreement allows TSG to fix a 4.5% fee on tickets and passes sold to visitors. The tickets and passes purchased by people who live and work in the Telluride R1 school district will be exempt from the ticketing fee. So for context, right now, Telski's levying that 1% for ticket sales. That number is going up to 4.5%. So that's a question we get a lot. We thought we'd proactively address it and welcome any other questions or comments from the council.
Great, Miles and David, thank you so much for the detailed presentation. Any council members have questions for them?
Yeah, I remember at one of our original meetings with Mrs. Blake, she said that it could take us years to get some of the grant funding, that oftentimes you have to like reapply for these bigger grants. How confident are we that these grant funds are secure?
David, do you want to take that one?
I'd be a lot more confident if 3A passes that we'll get access to those grants, because as Miles mentioned, if you don't have the operations and maintenance plan in place and the funding to do that, it's kind of the first thing that the FTA is looking for. If they're not going to invest in an asset like that, if they don't think you have the money to run it over the long term. So it's really critical that we get those O&M dollars in place. I would say after that, if 3A passes, that the path forward is a bit more clear, both on local match as far as bringing money to the table for those grants. I think that no matter what, the timeline is going to be a ways out there. I think I don't want to say it's an exact year at this point, because we've got a lot of planning left to go. We won't be able to start construction until we get full funding grant agreements, and depending on the program that we end up in, that could take, in my estimation, 4 to 6 years at minimum. So I think that's the most realistic outlook for it. We're not dragging our feet by any means. We're starting this stationary planning concept here over the winter into the spring, so that we can move forward with some of these early application steps. But it's a ways to go, and you do have to get in line for this funding. I think we'll have a competitive project. I think our odds are good, but the timeline we don't really control. It's sort of a funding pipeline that we enter into, and then when the money shakes loose at the federal level, if we've got a high ranking project, that's when you get to that final step.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Since this is a work session, I'd love to open it up to the public. If anyone would like to chime in? Is there anyone in the room that has any comments? And Tiffany, it doesn't look like we have anybody, but would love for you to double check. Well, thank you so much for your time today and giving our constituents an update on where we're at with the O&M funding and a little bit of a vision into the future of hopefully a new gondola. It's very exciting and certainly very necessary for the community.
Excellent. Well, thank you for having us, and thank you for the resolution of support that this council passed on that measure as well. So
Yeah, we appreciate your time. If anybody has any questions, I've been hearing surprisingly little. Makes me nervous. So please feel free to reach out if you've got any questions or hear anything on the street. Okay, I appreciate it.
Thanks,
You
Matt.
bet. Thanks again.
Thank you.
That brings us to item 1D, and that is the presentation of the facilities master plan phase 2. And we've got some crowded desks here for this one.
It's fall and Telluride, so I think some, consultants want to come in person.
No, I don't care. All right. Good morning, Mayor and Council. James Van Hooser, Town of Telluride. Before you today, we have a work session on the Town of Telluride Facilities Master Plan Phase 2. If you'll recall, back in late December of 2023, the town initiated a partnership with HOK and CCA to formulate a comprehensive facilities needs assessment and master plan. The first phase of this project was presented to you at your March 12th, 2024 meeting, and HOK and CCA presented 3 distinct scenarios that were each accompanied by estimated costs to address the identified space requirements. Council provided guidance at that time and selected scenario C for further development. That's what we'll be looking at today. As a reminder, that selected scenario development included the following: a new build facility at the county-owned Fruin site to house the following departments: managers, finance, planning, building, preservation, legal, HR, IT, clerks, and county offices. A renovation of town hall to house town council chambers, a renovation of Parks and Rec offices, and a renovation of Rebecca Hall to house the Marshals Department. Let's see. One thing I want to note before I hand it over to our consultants to go through the presentation is please note that the conceptual floor plans provided are not intended to indicate actual proposed locations for departments. It's more of a visual exercise to prove out that the program can fit in the proposed building. We are not at this time proposing who gets what window or deck space in a proposed conceptual plan. After the consultants go through the presentation, we'll be looking for the following feedback and on next steps from council. If town council is aligned with the approach as outlined in phase 2 of the master plan, staff would request the following direction for phase 3. That would be to confirm the partnership with the county on the Fruin building site through an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, or similar instrument. And after that, to proceed with preliminary design, cost estimation, and financing approach of the new facilities. San Miguel County has indicated interest in partnering with the town of Telluride on a shared facility located at the county-owned Fruin building site, and conceptually, the framework that's been discussed at this early stage would entail the county donating the land for the facility with the town developing the facility, and then joint county and town operation and maintenance. Staff is recommending that if we proceed with a phase 3, that we have that MOU ironed out, signed, and in hand prior to proceeding with preliminary design, cost estimation, and financing on a new joint facility. So with that, I will hand it over to our wonderful consultants to go through the presentation.
Hi, I'm Ashley Satterfield with Charles Cuniff Architects.
Hi, I'm Jessica Ginther with HOK Architects.
Charles.
All right. As James mentioned, we're here to present phase 2 of the Municipal Facilities Master Plan project.
Then I'm going to ask you to tilt the microphone a little
Sure.
towards you because the
you.
people online so they can hear it. Thank you.
HOK and CCA were partnered to analyze 2 phases. Is that better? Yeah. Phase 1 included a site assessment and programming study. We met with each town department, assessed the current and future needs for each department, developed a space needs program. We provided an existing facilities analysis looking at the maintenance cost over the next 20 years for each building. And then we presented the 3 scenarios to you last March, which addressed the current and future space needs. For this phase 2, we took the scenario selected in March and developed it into a concept design, which we will share floor plans, massing diagrams, and program schedule, and the concept rendering later on today. Project goals were identified as part of phase 1 and include co-locating departments to enhance collaboration between town departments. We wanted to understand department growth so that our planning efforts today meet the future needs of the town. We are looking to improve public access to town departments, and then also start the conversation about the collaboration between the town and county. As the scenario chosen was to meet the needs of the town, unites the 2 entities to share the new build on the Fruin site. This slide outlines the challenges and opportunities we identified in phase 1. Specifically, we learned that existing facilities are running up against space constraints. They are aging, and there is limited space for meeting rooms and support spaces across departments. And public access to these departments is spread across town. By co-locating departments, we can provide an overall reduction in space needs by sharing those support spaces, consolidate public access to public-facing departments, and we also have an opportunity to be thoughtful about how we use the historic assets. This slide identifies the location of both the existing and proposed sites for the town offices. All these sites were analyzed as part of phase 1. And here we show the selected scenario from phase 1, which includes the new build at the Fruin site, renovations of Town Hall, Rebecca Hall, and the Parks and Rec Department. And that then frees up the Marshall's building and the commercial space in the Voodoo building for alternative uses. This slide goes into detail outlining the space allocation, parking, and growth for each department in each building. When we reviewed this information with Town Council last March, we had 3 major takeaways, which included to please consider retail in the first floor programming of the new build at the Fruin site, to please engage the county to understand their space needs in the new build, and also please consider an approach that leaves the 2 historic sheds remaining on the site. As we moved into phase 2, we were able to further refine the details and planning for the new build at Fruin Hall. So this slide shows an update to that first line for information about the Fruin Hall. We have a further breakdown under the growth approach that shows the space allocation between the town, county, shared space, growth, retail, and the sheds on the site. Parking estimates are shown at 12 spaces based on zoning requirements, which we will go into further detail on later. And this also provides the rough order of magnitude cost estimated. This has been updated based on the stacking and massing that we'll review later in the presentation. There was a structural and MEP analysis and narratives provided specific to this concept design that were included in this cost estimate. And this is the full estimated construction cost for the entire build, including a white box construction for the county spaces. They will be responsible for costs for tenant improvement. And this also includes costs to renovate the existing sheds to convert them to garage spaces.
So moving into the Fruin site itself and the zoning, allowable zoning for the site. The site location is at Colorado and Aspen. The proposed use is municipal office and commercial retail on the first floor. For the maximum floor area, it's allowed 1.5 to 1. And that's if it's just municipal office. If there's commercial retail, that FAR can increase to 2.0 to 1. So really the differential between the 1.5 and the 2 has to be commercial retail per zoning. So in our proposal plans, you'll see that there is commercial retail included on the first floor. So we do go above the 1.5 to 1 FAR in the proposed stack. Setbacks, there's 0 feet setback on the front and sides and a 5 foot on the rear yard. And then there is on height a maximum 35 foot as calculated by the average grade. And we'll show sections how we comply with that in the proposed massing. And then parking, Ashley touched on this a little bit. You'll see in the plans, we did have to consider parking carefully with the site to meet a 1 space per 1,000 net floor area. And as also mentioned, these are really early concept plans, so that 1 to 1,000 parking ratio will need to be validated as we move forward, but we have included 12 spaces in the plan so far. And then there are 2 historic sheds on site, which we're proposing to be reutilized as parking and recycling and trash. Program slide. So what this really shows just graphically is how the different departments and spaces, like the blocks and how their size relates to each other. So this is not, a plan of any sort. It's just showing the total amount of space within the Fruin building, within Rebecca Hall and Town Hall is broken up by program type. So like what was mentioned before in the selected option, the Fruin site is to house building planning, historic preservation, managers, clerks, finance, legal, IT, and human resources. And then when you do a new building, there's other things like shared conferencing spaces and the meeting rooms, the shared support spaces like pantries, some small storage, lobbies, and then building support, the MEP spaces, and vertical circulation. And also noted here are the county priority departments. So in working with the county, they identified 3 departments that they would propose and to see in the new Fruin building. And that would be social services, public health, and planning. And with these moved into a new building, that would free up space within their current Miramonte building to reallocate and use the Miramonte building space more effectively. And then there were 3 spaces or departments that were identified as kind of second priority, which was the Board of County Commissioners support spaces, attorney, and human resources. So taking a look at the Fruin site more closely, it's approximately 75 feet in width and 124 feet in depth. What we've done is blocked up a massing scenario on the site over 3 levels. So the first and second floor being roughly the same footprint. The first floor is only showing about half the depth of the overall site. That's due to the grade change along Aspen. There's about 12 feet of drop from the alley to Colorado. So as you move further toward the alley, you're actually going to be below grade for the back portion of that site. And then level 2 is really at grade at the alley. So that's where we've located the parking. You'll see 12 spaces identified, 2 of which are within those historic sheds. And then some trash and recycling area in one of the historic sheds as well as some bicycle parking on the exterior of the building. And then the 3rd floor is a larger footprint. This is where we cover some of those parking spaces. So they're open air but covered from the level below, and then also provide a outdoor patio or balcony space on the 3rd floor, which also sets back the mass on Aspen and Colorado. One other note, this is representative of roughly 16,000 gross square foot, which puts us at an FAR of 1.72. So under that 2.0, and then the retail is really making up the difference between the 1.5 and 1.72. So these are the program plans. As James mentioned, really proof of concept. So this is not intended to be exactly where any of the departments are intended to be. They will move around as this is a very early stage in the process, but really want to go to this point to prove out that it could work and that the departments could fit within the allocated block and stack. So on that 1st floor, we have retail and other shared and support facilities. On the 2nd floor, you get more departments as well as shared conferencing and shared support. And then on the 3rd floor is where we've located those priority county office spaces, as well as additional town departments, and then some future growth area. So about 1,100 square feet identified in this for future growth. So as Ashley noted in phase 1, we looked at current needs and then growth for the town. What this scenario did for the town and county is allowed for some space for future needs, for future departments that currently the facilities don't have. Another note on this plan, on the 1st level, you'll see an area that is kind of dashed. It says 2,000 square foot expandable available parking dependent. What that means is we, from an FAR perspective and gross square footage perspective, we could increase the building to 18,000 square feet, but we would need the required parking. That would also increase our parking requirements. So, our approach here is maintaining the sheds, which, as you can see, makes our parking a little less than efficient. If those sheds were to be relocated, you could get more efficient parking, increase that parking count, and potentially increase your retail on the 1st floor.
Jessica, would you briefly go back briefly?
Yes.
The connection to Miramani.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Another element that was brought forward in conversations with the county was an idea of connecting the 2 buildings. They're going to be right next to each other. They're both going to have county and town departments. So what we've noted here in the hatched area on the right side of the 2nd and 3rd floor plans is a potential connection. And this would just be, connection between the buildings. We'd have to work out in the future phases how that aligns with circulation in the current Miramonte building. But it would provide collaboration and movement between the buildings without going outside. A section diagram, as noted, between the alley and Colorado, there's about a 12-foot differential and slope along Aspen Street. And so, again, you can see why on the 1st floor, we haven't kind of maxed out that ground floor level because we don't want to bury active departments and keeping that really retail and building support, and then moving the departments to the upper floors. We're also within the 35-foot height restriction from the average grade. And then a few axon views, massing views, really simplified to represent what we're showing in the plans to begin to give you an idea of how this building mass would relate to Miramonte and the courthouse along Colorado. We are proposing the setback at Aspen and Colorado. This provides exterior access for the town and county departments, as well as eases that corner massing as you enter into town, into the historic commercial district. And then another view kind of from the alley side, you can see how that third level kind of covers the parking that's on the second level below, and that the sheds are to remain. And then lastly, we have really a perspective sketch. Again, we can't emphasize enough, this is an early concept phase, but wanted to do a sketch that begins to show how that overall massing of the potential new building could be broken down by using setbacks, by using changes of materials, and still relate to holding the Colorado street edge with maintaining the height, a similar height to Miramonte, and kind of wrapping the corner along Aspen. And with that, we'd open for questions and discussion.
Great. Thank you very much for the detailed presentation. Very exciting to see some of the concepts. Are there any questions from council?
Just to make sure, a couple minor things. I mean, it would be preferable in my mind, all things equal, to keep the historic sheds where they're at. That being said, it would obviously greatly improve what we could accomplish with this parcel if we were able to move them. Has staff or our consultants started to look just at options of what that could potentially look like if we wanted to begin to think about going down that route?
So the key issue there is finding an appropriate reseeding site.
Yep.
And usually that wants to be in the backyard in the historic district. So that would be the challenge. One of the challenges we could explore at the next step. Certainly we can see how that would improve the site planning. But there have been some suggestions, such as placing them between the Miramonte building and the courthouse.
Okay.
Issue there is it's not exactly on alley, but we can certainly explore opportunities to relocate those sheds.
Okay, it's, again, I certainly, I want to look at it through the Hark perspective. I know they prefer to keep things less changed generally. But this would be, in my mind, a substantial public benefit and would really support both town of Telluride government operations and county government operations. So I think there is a strong argument to exploring that, at least, not committing to it by any means. But I, in my mind, remain open to that option, I would say. In a similar vein, it seems we are pretty much only considering the maximum height by right for the zone district of 35 feet and not pursuing a PUD that would allow up to 40. I was just trying to find our allowable public benefits in our land use code for it. I don't know that there's anything in there that would quite meet that, and I maybe look to legal staff to see what their thoughts or opinion on that would be, if there is anything that they feel like would meet that, to again just expand the benefit we can get with our limited real estate or developable land available in our town. And that might be something I would also be willing to explore, is seeing if we can explore a PUD that would allow for up to 40 feet by this, if we feel like there is a substantial public benefit that we can demonstrate, which I would argue there likely is.
Yeah, that's a tough one for me. I'd rather use that as the ability to move the sheds, because anything that blocks the courthouse view further as everyone drives into town, I'm going to be dead set against, benefit or not. It's already blocked too much, in my humble opinion, from some decisions made 40 years ago-ish. But that's how it goes. But that's just such a key, iconic building for us that to further block it on the gateway into town just doesn't seem to be good. But hopefully we can figure out a way to maximize what we have in some form or fashion, whether it's the space you pointed out, or something along those lines. Any other questions? Eleanor? Eleanor, go ahead. You had your hand up.
A few comments. I agree about moving the sheds. I also could see a lot of pushback from the Hark Board about that. And I do have a little bit of a concern of changing some of the historic character on such a visible lot. So I see both sides of that. I don't know that the extra 5 feet of height would give us like a 4th story, and I don't think a 4th story feels appropriate at this site. So I don't necessarily feel the need to push the height, especially because this is adding a lot of mass and scale on a block that currently doesn't have it. So I think we're already going to be pushing up against people who might think that this is already too big. So I actually think in terms of getting this passed and approved and getting, keeping everyone happy, I think it's smart to keep it under the allowable height. Is it the same height as the Miramonte building, or is it shorter, taller?
Yeah, this is proposed to be the same. So like the parapets, because like Miramonte has,
Yeah.
a parapet. So our parapet would match Miramonte.
Cool. And then my other question is, and I don't know, this might be like a land use code issue or design guidelines, I'm not sure, but is there any way to like have a creative use of the rooftop? I don't know if that's even possible, but that could be,
More than the 3rd story deck?
yeah, like the actual, like the
Like
roof
the
of
actual roof.
I don't know if that's something that's allowed.
Just a very quick answer to that is, one thing that would occur is that you'd have a railing.
Right.
So that would increase the height if the railing was at the edge of the building.
Mhm.
We could certainly look at putting a top deck into this program. It may increase the height. It may require a PUD for the additional railing height. But we can certainly model that and see if there's any building code implications with doing that, and 2 means of egress.
I mean, especially if it was stepped back from the edge of that 3rd story, so you didn't really see it from the pedestrian view. I think that could be really cool to just have some rooftop space.
Probably have to have an elevator.
Yeah.
Okay.
You would.
That would be incorporated back, further back in the building. It would fit within the 35 feet and measured from the back.
Yeah.
Right.
And-
Yeah, and the elevator overruns, we are allowed to increase height for the small footprint for an elevator overrun as well. We can certainly model that.
Just with the elevator going upstairs, there would be added cost, right? That will increase the total cost just because of those pieces having to extend further to the roof.
And just to
Just a
make sure I
note.
understand, it would need to have an elevator for ADA accessibility.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, maybe that's not a great idea, but I figure now's the
I
time.
mean, it's
to
a great
mention it.
idea.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Thanks. Like
Especially if it-
selfishly, I think that would be really
Especially
cool.
if it's something that can be utilized by the community. I think,
Yeah.
again, I think you've all heard me say it, like, we do not have enough places for this community to gather
Mhm.
in a way that's cost effective. So I think that is something I would like to pursue, to see what the financials would look like.
Would
Usually
mo-
be an optional study.
It's easy to run that 2 ways.
would
Thank
most
you.
likely require PUD height variations, but community facilities are an allowed PUD public benefit, so it's certainly something we can explore if this board would like us to.
And I think if it maintains like a 3-story height on the building, I think that makes it an easier thing to get approved. Especially if you don't really see the railing from the sidewalk. I feel like it'd be hard to argue against that. Really only see it from other rooftops. So.
Ashley, you've got your hand up, waiting patiently.
Thanks. I wanted to echo, Teddy, some of your sentiments and really press upon the fact that, this is the gateway into our historic town, the actual like physical center of our town. And while the Fruen building itself was not technically historic by those dates, and obviously the Miramonte building was built much more, modernly and current, but I want us just to really keep in mind that we are a historic town, it does, that designation does benefit us. And so I think that we need to be very mindful in the development of this block. And maybe I'm the only person, but I would like to not have the historic sheds moved from the property. I think that, the parking as proposed is sufficient and there's opportunities, it looks like, for maybe more subterranean if needed. So I would be a proponent in saying that, as much of the historic nature of this property that we can preserve, I think the better. And I think that that is actually a huge community benefit. So that was just my 2 cents, just chiming in there. Elena's idea about the rooftop as a space, I think could be interesting. I think that we should also keep in mind that this is the border of, residential and commercial, and that there are a lot of people that live in pretty close proximity to this. So, having a space that could be utilized for parties and stuff like that, it's just something to keep in mind, because this is the border of residential and commercial. So just a little bit of a little, I don't know, devil's advocacy there. But yeah, I'm excited to see this project move forward and, the next phases with it. So good job, staff and consultants.
Any other questions or comments from council? It's a work session. It doesn't look like anyone in the room is here to comment. And don't think anyone's online. James or Lance, any last things to throw in? Or, I thought it was a great presentation. So,
Thanks.
and super informative.
Appreciate that. So yes, the things I heard consensus on, or general consensus on, were to model come with an add alt, model a rooftop deck, and explore moving the sheds, at least conceptually, see if we can find receiving sites for them. Is that the direction of council for both of those things?
I think for us to make a decision whether we want to move the sheds or not, or whether we want to have a rooftop deck or not, I think we need to see it and see how realistic it is for both. And then we can make our own educated decisions once we see what it looks like with or without the sheds, who might be the receiver of those sheds and where they're at, more time for community feedback, and same thing with the rooftop. I have, with the entry to town and the clock tower, if there's need for a PUD and those views aren't impacted because it's on the back portion, the north side of the lot, I can certainly be swayed for community benefit, and think that could be a good compromise if we see the use can work. The concern I have and sketches will help, is how you create like that AHA indoor outdoor space without huge volume of that additional enclosed space, plus the egress.
Great. So then we will incorporate those elements into the next phase, again, with the understanding that that's so that you can have further evaluation. That's not committing.
Yeah, I think so.
If there's no receiving sites that are identified for the sheds, that we'll design the next step with the sheds in place as well, so that we understand how that can work as well. Because finding receiving sites is different.
Yeah.
Great.
And then the only other two things we need feedback on, I mentioned at the beginning. So it's staff's strong recommendation that we confirm the partnership with the county on the Fruin building site through an MOU prior to going into the next phase. So we would like to get that document.
I think that's
going with
smart.
The county and get that
That's
signed and agreed upon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to. Yeah.
Okay, and then it sounds like after that, we are ready to proceed with phase 3, which will include a preliminary design, further cost estimation, and a proposal for the financing approach.
Great.
You all comfortable with that?
Yep.
Great. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you all for your time. It was a great presentation and really helpful for us to start seeing how it could come to fruition. It is 11:30. Zoe, do we want to skip ahead to administrative reports? Are you prepared for that?
Yeah, I'm prepared. I think we can start with the Q3 update of town council goals and objectives. You want to get that out of the way from the manager's report?
I mean, I think it's, unless you see something else on the agenda that fits kind of, well, you know,
Mhm.
using some time and being efficient, I think that's a good one. All the other stuff seems to need to have some type of community input or
Right.
people here.
Yep. Let me share my screen quickly. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I'm glad we have some time. So I'm just gonna give a quick update of our Q3, quarter 3 progress update of the 2023 Town Council goals and objectives. We are 70% complete right now from the overall plan status. This means that we have 15 action items complete, 53 are on track, 11 are seeing minor disruptions, 1 is seeing a major disruption, 2 haven't started yet, and 8 are going to be multi-year. Quickly, again, this is our online platform. So for anyone that does want to have a look at what the town is doing and accomplishing and dig in a little bit more detail, I encourage you to see our clear plan document. This gives you a kind of a roll up of each of our focused areas and where we are from the plan status and progress within those focus areas. I'm going to start quickly with are addressing critical infrastructure needs. As you can see, we have a 68% progress there. So out of those 40 action items in this focus area, 7 are complete, 19 are on track, 1 hasn't started yet, and 8 are experiencing minor disruptions. So let me touch on those disruptions, and we have 1 that has a major disruption. This is all found within the manager's report in the packet. So the minor disruptions, 2 of the newer ones are bolded within the packet, but we only received 1 bid to install the new accessibility ramps along the north side of and south side of Colorado. And staff did rebid that project. We have found someone to take on that project, but it is now going to be starting in March of 2025. So KSK has been contracted for that, but it's going to be starting a little bit later than anticipated. And that is again to have the ramps replaced for pedestrian safety. And we did receive a grant for that, and we hope to receive another grant for that as well. We are continuing to work to finalizing the Regional Sanitation Authority agreement, but with that and the new property that Mountain Village received, we're just working through those new details to finalize that agreement. But we will be hopefully meeting our goals next year, if not sooner. We have a minor disruption replacing the existing pressure reducing valves or PRV valves throughout the town. This has arisen due to complexities of coordinating the upgrades with the third-party SCADA integrator and the phased approach to improving the communication. So the quote is being edited. So a lot of these disruptions have to do with the outside contracting. So you'll notice that consistency there. Same goes to the upgrade of the new telemetry system controls. And we are editing the quote for the third-party SCADA to improve consistency in the overall human interfaces. The warming hut and wash stand are in progress with new construction now anticipated for late October. And the River Park improvements haven't started yet. Public Works connectivity to the fiber is now planned to start in early summer of 2025. The First Street Bridge replacement is now to see the request for bids go out in October of 2024. And updating the town's right-of-way standards is such a large undertaking that Public Works is now considering hiring a third party to assist. And then the only major disruption that we're seeing was discussion of our wastewater treatment plant. This is kind of a double-edged. Yes, it's a disruption, but it's a good one because we have a new opportunity that we're exploring with Mountain Village at that new parcel. So before I move on, does anyone have any questions about the critical infrastructure? Great. So preserving our community, we see a 68% progress. So out of the 22 action items in this focus area, 4 are complete, 12 are on track, and 3 have experienced minor disruptions. 3 are multi-year. So out of those minor disruptions, and again, we have things to celebrate, but I just want to touch on the disruptions for council and for the listening public. As more staff time becomes available, we're going to be prioritizing the bi-monthly public education campaigns on operating permit regulations
and other items for Public Works. We're working hard to develop that communication strategy for the public, specifically around pre-treatment, but a lot of other things. And Lindsay and team have that back on the priority list to get out to the community. So we'll see that here shortly. The complete street concepts between Mahoney and Davis will be sent out to bid as a separate bid package to consider other options. Staff is still waiting on final design for the culvert crossing at Cornet Creek as part of the Southwest Area Conceptual Plan. But we are moving forward to replace to the conceptual plan to remove and replace stormwater culvert crossing from Pacific Avenue and install a new 10-foot bike path along Pacific Avenue and rebuild the existing 5-foot. So that work is to start in 2025. Lastly, for the car hinge chair 7 design, our architects that we were working with, CCY, are no longer able to help with the project. So we're now interviewing a new team with Design Workshop to refine the conceptual designs and incorporate the public feedback into the project's second phase of developing. But this just has put a slight pause on that project as we look for a good partner in a new architect to move really that community feedback forward that we're so appreciative for.
I have a quick question on that. 'Cause
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of questions from community members about a hotel being put on Carhenge, and
Yeah.
we just remind the listening audience that that is not a
Right. Yeah. So the town's concentration for the car hinge lot is to put affordable housing at that site and have some commercial use and other public benefits at that site. The hotel right now is not designed or conceptualized for the car hinge site.
Great.
Yeah. Great. That was just an easy question. Are there any questions on that focus area?
Nope.
Okay. So protecting health and quality of life, we're seeing a 73% progress here. So out of the 16 action items in this focus area, 3 are complete and 13 are on track. So I don't have any disruptions to communicate to council. So moving on to cultivate economic sustainability and a thriving commercial core, we see 84% progress on this focus area. So out of the 6 action items in this focus area, 1 is complete and 5 are on track. So no disruptions to communicate to you at this time. And finally, for ensuring the Telluride is an employer of choice, we are seeing a 55% progress in this area. And that is because out of the 7 action items in this focus area, 4 are on track and 1 has not started yet. The one that has not started yet is our new retirement plan provider, but we're going to be looking to have the RFP slated for 2025. So that's kind of a quick overview of our goals and objectives for 2024 this year and where we are currently.
Great.
No questions. Great.
Thank you so much, Zoe. I'd like to remind everyone listening or watching online that all this information is on our website and you can dive through it as much as you'd like to for details within each of the goals. In terms of that windshield tour update from Zoe, does any council member have any questions for Zoe? Great. Zoe, do you have anything for the calendar or?
Yeah, I do have a bit more for the manager's report, aside from the update, if you want me to go over that now.
Yeah,
Happy to do
that'd be
so.
great. We've got time, so we might as well.
All right, so when looking at our sales tax and RET, thank you, Tiff. Year-to-date sales tax, excluding STRs, so this is again, excluding STRs from the comparison in its entirety, we are 4% up compared to last year through August. However, as we just saw in Ashley's presentation, we're still working to reconcile the STR revenues, which currently show a 3% decline year over year. So we are most likely by the end of the year going to be seeing an overall decrease in our sales tax, but we will see. The real estate transfer tax, however, has experienced a 29% year over year increase and is in track for a strong year-end performance. Our projections estimate a year-end total of about 8 million, representing an 18% increase over 2023 and surpassing our budget expectations. So we're doing good on RET. Quick update from communications, the town's rebrand project with Monogle, if you remember our new logo and everything that goes with it, has won 2 prestigious awards from the Transform magazine, Best Place Brand and Best Visual Identity in the Public Sector. So thank you everyone involved in that. Yes, clap, good job. And we are also, on the tail end of that, we're launching the town's wayfinding, placemaking, and signage project with Guide Studio. This focuses on enhancing the wayfinding for our key facilities, trails, landmarks, and Guide Studio will conduct an on-site discovery and planning visit here at the end of October to assess our current challenges and explore the future optimizations. And again, good thanks to Lindsay as she won a grant for this first stage of the planning. So thank you. And we'll look to start implementation in 2025 with those results. From the sustainability department, we are partnering with the town of Mountain Village and with 4 Core and Eco Action partners hosting an electric ride and drive event. It's going to take place on Friday, October 11th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Car Hinge parking lot. And the community can test drive EVs, watch live demos, and interact with EV owners. So hopefully come on down if you've ever been curious about an EV or just want to brag about your own EV.
And on that note, there is still a rebate program offered by the state for EV vehicles. Let me remind myself of it. I was going to try and look this up ahead of
You
it,
keep
but
looking it up.
But if for people interested in it, it's a significant tax credit from the state of Colorado for EV vehicle purchase.
So now is the time. If you're
now is the
looking for a
time.
new car,
Yeah.
come check out an EV and then get the tax credit. Thank you for finding that update.
Up to $5,000. I just found it. Thank you.
Up to 5,000. That's great. And Darren, who's our sustainability grant admin, he has taken well advantage of that and has a lot of great insight of how to get an EV car for as cheap as you possibly can. In the spirit of partnership, we are also going to be partnering with the Mountain Village Merchants meeting. That's through TMVOA, which Town of Telluride and the Merchants meeting is going to combined. And we're going to see this combined meeting on Wednesday, October 9th at 2 p.m. It's going to be hosted up near the Blue Mesa parking lot in the town of Mountain Village at the TMVOA offices. We did invite all of our local businesses to come. There is a Zoom option as well, but you'll hear updates from the town of Telluride, Mountain Village, Smart, and any other input then conversation we'll have with our local merchants. So we're looking forward to that inaugural joint meeting. From our community services and housing development team, some quick housing updates. The town of Telluride is progressing on several key housing projects. The Voodoo Affordable Housing Project is offering, as we know, 27 rental units, which was completed just here at the end of September, with households beginning to move in October 1st. Shandoga Building F Phase 1, which includes 3 additional studio units and the remodeling of 9 existing, is 90% complete, and move-ins anticipated for November 2nd. The Candylands project, comprising of the rental, deed restricted, free market units, is under review and potential appeals pending. Virginia Placer Phase 2 also received its final approvals and with design documents in progress. And lastly, as we discussed with Lot L and Car Hinge redevelopment, they're moving into the planning and estimation phases, aligned with the long-term and transit-oriented goals for housing and transit. So just touching on Voodoo quickly, a little bit more detail. So out of the 33 approved applicants for the lottery, 20 applied for the 8 studios and 1 bedroom units. And this was a shift from 2022 when larger units were more popular. 8 applied for the 6 2-bedroom units and 2 gaining the opportunity to purchase. So we were able to fill the 6 units. So 5 applicants sought 7 of the 3-bedroom units and no one applied for the 4-bedroom unit at this time. So far 11 households has moved in and 3 more are scheduled by the end of October. So there are 8 remaining units and THA has directed these units be offered to those utilizing our current wait lists that we have available. For Candylands and Tower House, I touched on that. And for the housing needs assessment. So RRC and EPS are refining the survey responses and comparing with historical data. identifying initial findings, which they aim to review on Friday, October 18th. They are also analyzing data from the housing needs assessment and plan to have a presentation deck ready for October 31st. So we'll see some of those results within the month, which is exciting. And this is going to have the preliminary survey results, key housing issues and challenges. And then following that, there'll be some scheduled workshops with project partners in early November to discuss the findings and strategies. And a draft report is expected about early December. So that's the update on that housing needs assessment, which is such an important document for our community. I might share my screen again because Kyle was kind enough to send some pictures on his updates. So for the Mahoney Bridge update. So last week, the Public Works completed some hand shoveling. Try this again. All right, well, you guys will have to look at the pictures maybe in a minute, but contractors completed some hand shoveling and a lot of debris was stuck to the culvert invert. The invert is that corrugated metal pipe was deteriorated. So Public Works, thanks Tiff. So Public Works started damming up the south side of the culvert in preparation to place reinforcement along the bridge invert and pouring a new concrete base in the next few weeks. So you'll see that. All right, so there's everyone working by hand. Here's the new bridge that we'll be seeing. I'll skip quickly just so we can look at the pictures, but they're doing a headworks replacement. So our team at work squeezing into small holes and they are working with the manufacturer to verify site conditions and measurements so that new equipment or backup equipment can be constructed and completed in February of 2025 with installation in June. So big thank you to the team doing that. And then another exciting thing I just want to show. So for the valley floor, if you've seen the pipes, but Iron Woman and DRC is aligning 10 manholes on the valley floor with completion expected next week. So this is the before picture and this is the after picture. So you can see that they're doing some pretty amazing work there. All right, you can stop sharing my screen, Tiff, if you can help me with that. But I liked those pictures, so I'm appreciative of him sharing that. Free box relocation. So we've done some communication out, but I just want to let the community know that the free box is moving to the Voodoo housing project, which is 151 South Willow Street on November 4th. So it is not moved there quite yet, but November 4th is going to be that date. And you can find more information at that on the town's website. And then another big one to talk about is we're upgrading our outdated sewer lines to improve system reliability, reduce backups, and modernize infrastructure along Tomboy Drive and Canyonland. So excavation will occur on Tomboy's Drive right away, but will not impact private property. And for the latest timeline for that, I encourage everyone to look at our bit.ly, which is bit.ly/TOT streets. And there will be updates consistently on that. But what that means for the listening public right now is through October 8th through the 15th, Tomboy Street is going to be fully closed for the excavation and dewatering. From October 16th to November 10th, and this could adapt as the schedule continues, but the south half of Tomboy Street will be closed for the sewer installation. And then November through December, the north half of the street will be closed for sewer installation. And then there'll be paving and the project will be complete. So huge thank you to our Public Works team and our contractors for getting that done. And finally, just a little bit about Parks and Rec. The campground has closed for the season. Hanley Rink is open. Co-ed soccer has concluded, but rink programming is now beginning on October 9th, so they don't see a break. Upcoming events, the horror show is scheduled from the 10th to the 13th. October Fest, which was originally scheduled for October 5th, has been canceled by the event organizers, and they're not anything to do with any conflicts from town park construction or anything like that. Quick update from CASE. The grant application deadline was September 23rd. We've seen 14 requests for the arts and special events, totaling about $367,000 just about. And this is compared to last year's 15 applicants with a slightly lower request for 2024. For community support, 29 applicants compared to the 30 last year. And we're seeing the ask about 500,000 compared to last year's 540. And just one last thing, we just sent out a press release, but starting Wednesday, October 9th, Trout Unlimited and the U.S. Forest Service will begin hauling mine impacted soils due to the replacement of the Acro Bridge on Boomerang Road. So the hauling will transport about 400 cubic yards of soil to a facility, the Newmont Telluride Tailings Facility. And this process will involve about 30 to 35 trips and will occur weekdays from 8:30 to about 4, weather permitting. So just a heads up on that. And with that, I think you guys are updated.
All right. Zoe, thank you so much. Kevin, are you prepared to chime in for the attorney's report?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think I could. Let me pull those notes. I think the one that I want to mention is that we now know, I think we mentioned this officially last meeting, but Tiffany, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but we now know we'll have a vacancy in our municipal court judge. Judge Suzanne Ross has indicated that she is going to step away from that position in January of 2025. I wanted to mention for everyone that Judge Ross has been serving the town since approximately 2016 in a variety of capacities, most recently as the head or main municipal court judge since 2018. We right now have requests for proposals, a publication of the same that has been published onto the town's website. You might have also seen it in the local Telluride Daily Planet legal notices, which I think occurred on Friday. That proposal deadline is through October 25th. It's a specialized position. Obviously, you have to be an attorney licensed to practice in the state of Colorado, and judicial experience is preferred. But again, that proposal deadline, October 25th. There will be interviews with the judicial subcommittee. Geneva sits on that, and I do as well. And then we would likely be bringing a selection back to council, I think at your December meeting for an appointment, and taking that position over after the first January court date. So it's an important position. It's one of those charter positions that's out there in your charter. Again, very highly specialized qualifications, but we're hoping to receive good applicants. Last time we did this, we received a number of very qualified applicants. It could sometimes be a very difficult decision for town council. So I think that's it for now, Mayor. I'll have an introduction later.
Great. Kevin, thank you so much. We've got a few minutes, so we might as well start our council reports if we're ready for that.
Yeah, I'll jump in. So Zoe gave a good summary of the CASE grant funding that we received. We did have a few reports from some of our organizations at the last meeting, including Bright Futures, who's reported to town council a little bit with the Strong Start Mill Levy. We also had a report from Rocky Mountain Arts. They did not apply this year. They've moved to arts programs mostly in Nucla and Natarita because there's not the appropriate space in the town of Telluride to have the types of workshops that they want. They used to do the Fire Fest, which isn't happening anymore. And then they also do some workshops with like welding and some other skills, but there just isn't really good space in town. There was somebody proposed some ideas about how to get some more programming in town, but ultimately it sounds like they've found better spaces outside of the town of Telluride. We heard from True North Youth Program. They inspire individual determination and self-advocacy through working with teens, mostly high school students, some programs with middle school students. They are official partners with Telluride, Nucla, and Norwood schools. They've partnered with, they partnered on the youth hangout at the Shed. And they offer direct scholarships to students for some of their programs. We also heard from Grace Reigns, which is equine therapy for the community, mostly kids. They were a new applicant, so it's interesting to hear from them. They're a small organization, so we're sort of just starting to build a relationship with them. The Arts and Special Events ask was up for 2% from last year, which is about the same, which was good to see since we haven't increased the funding there. And community support was actually down a little from last year. We're going to start the grant discrepancy process on October 18th. So a subcommittee has been chosen for that. And that's kind of everything from CASE. I had a HARC meeting as well. I was not able to attend in person, so I listened to the recording. That was fairly straightforward. We saw the Public Works Transit Edition again. The big update there is that they have changed the fencing material from a chain link fence to a composite material, which was requested by the board. The glazing has been reduced a little. They changed the design to have no more modifications on the north, to the north property line. So there will be no changes to the river trail and the landscaping around the river trail. That was an adjustment from the first time we saw it. And it was approved with revisions to the windows to have more vertical emphasis so they better fit the design guidelines. Although given the nature of this project, the public benefit and the location where it's pretty on the edge of town, they were a little softer in how they applied our normally strict guidelines. We saw the Blue Spruce House, which is something we saw again, and they altered the roof line. They asked for the board or the commission asked for the glazing to be reduced, make things a little bit more traditional, just to summarize that. The big change in that project was they reworked the accessory building, which is on Pandora Avenue. Some of the neighbors had a lot of issues with that, and the commission itself, the first design included like a false shed wall. And so they've removed that completely to better fit the design guidelines. We saw, this is an interesting one. Hotel Columbia is proposing an addition in a very visible part of town. It's interesting because it's not technically on an alley, but the way it's situated, some conversation came up about some of the guidelines we require for alleys being somewhat applicable, but it's not technically on an alley. So it was a really interesting project. They are proposing a demolition of the east portion of the building, and they're going to rebuild in that space. It is in the historic district. The proposed structure has a 3-story wall on the east end, which is not does not fit within our design guidelines. So that was something that was asked to be revised. So there was a proposal, or they asked for a step back on that third story. There was a lot of corrugated metal in the materials, which was to mimic some of the historic buildings in the area, including the Strong House and the Smugglers Union. And they also referenced the gondola station as being another neighborhood example of corrugated metal. There was some disagreement within the commission about the use of that much corrugated metal in the historic district, but ultimately that wasn't something that they were asked to revise. There is a chimney. There was some discussion about that. I have a lot of notes, but I'm trying to think what's pertinent. But they did ask for some revisions to that, particularly about stepping back that third story. It was not a unanimous vote though, because one commission member really wanted to see different materiality used. Then the other two projects we saw were for the area on Primrose Alley. Yeah, Primrose Alley, kind of up by the cemetery. We saw two proposals which were kind of across the street from each other, and one is one of the biggest lots over there, and one is, I believe, the smallest. So it was interesting to see those in the same meeting. They're both new construction. The one on the bigger lot has a really wide facade. It's difficult because that building is required to have 3 parking spaces. So it kind of forces some width to the construction that they can't really change that much. But there were a lot of poured form concrete structures on the west side that the big change was to switch those to a boulder style retaining wall. So hopefully the architects can figure out a plan that works in an engineering sense, but also feels a little bit more natural. Just to reduce the glazing, those were kind of the big conditions, and it was approved with several conditions. And then across the street, we saw a smaller 2-bedroom. That was an interesting one because as a standalone, it seemed to have a lot of mass and scale, but when you compare it to the surrounding neighborhood, it's actually the smallest house that's in that block. While there were concerns about mass and scale, those were kind of amended when we sort of zoomed out and looked at the street as a whole. But there were concerns about how the roof didn't align with the slope. It kind of went perpendicular to the slope. So I think they're going to kind of revise how that roof line looks and add some either step backs or change in materials to just help with that mass and scale. That was continued to the November meeting. That's my HARC update.
Great, very detailed. Thank you. We will pick up agenda item 8C further down in the meeting. And with that, we will break for lunch.
And lunch is family style.
We are going to restart the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It's Tuesday, October 8th, 2024. It is 1:01 PM. And we are in Rebecca Hall and hybrid online. Item number 2 on the agenda is public comment on non-agenda items. Each person will be allotted no more than 5 minutes, and overall public comment will be limited to 45 minutes per meeting. Is there anybody in the room for public comment? Seeing nobody in the room. Tiffany, is there anyone online?
Not see any hands raised online.
All right. That will take us to item number 3, presentations and proclamation. 3A, a proclamation of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, proclaiming October Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And this is a proclamation of the Town Council, Town of Telluride, Colorado, proclaiming October Domestic Violence Awareness Month. It's proclamation number 9, series 2024. Whereas domestic violence is a public health issue of epidemic proportions that impacts our community, consumes vast resources, and serves as a form of oppression. And whereas more than 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have suffered from domestic violence by an intimate partner, and whereas 20% of all murders in Colorado are committed by an intimate partner, and whereas domestic violence is not simply a woman's issue, but a human issue affecting men, women, children, families, and communities of all ages, races, religions, and income levels. And whereas all community members can and should work together to end relationship violence, because domestic violence is prevalent in every community, even small ones, and has devastating consequences that can last a lifetime and cross generations. Now, therefore, we, the Telluride Town Council, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. During Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we urge every member of our community to be part of the solution today and every day. Support and believe survivors. Educate yourself and others. Model nonviolent and respectful behavior through your everyday actions. Speak up about abuse. At the San Miguel Resource Center, we envision an equitable community in which every person has the right and the ability to be safe, respected, empowered, and free from oppression, violence, and the fear of violence. And we hope you join us in our work to make this vision a reality. Proclaimed this 8th day of October 2024. That brings us to item 3B, introduction. Oh, sorry. Okay, my head was down there for a second. Come on up.
Do you mind coming to the microphone?
I know.
We all don't want to, but.
Okay. My name is Lisa Seabury. I'm the new executive director of the San Miguel Resource Center. So I just started in mid-June. So it's fresh and new for me still. And just wanted to thank you all for the proclamation and for recognition of this important initiative.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
Nice
Thank
to
you
meet
for
you.
all you do, and welcome to Telluride.
Thank you very much. All right.
Now that brings us to 3B, which is introduction of the new assistant town attorney, Jason Wilson, and we have Kevin Geiger to introduce.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll stay here, but maybe I'll ask Mr. Wilson if he can come up and join us either at the table or the lectern. And council, I'm happy to introduce to you our new assistant town attorney, Jason Wilson. Let me tell you a little bit about Mr. Wilson. He's a law school graduate of Willamette College of Law. And before that, he received his undergraduate degree from CSU, Colorado State University up in Fort Collins. He has had extensive experience, private practice in the Front Range. And then after that experience, spent 11 years. You may recognize Mr. Wilson because he was for 11 years with the 7th Judicial District as a deputy district attorney, including handling misdemeanor and also felony cases, including the busy docket here in San Miguel County. And then more recently, Mr. Wilson was an assistant county attorney in Delta County. Part of his area of emphasis was as the lead legal member of their CORA, Colorado Open Records Act response team. Council knows we've had a lot of CORA issues come in not only this year, but in previous years, and that does not seem to be a trend that will change. So Mr. Wilson's experience with CORA, most recently at Delta County, also will be very instrumental and helpful to the town. So with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Wilson and tell him that we're happy that he's on our team, and I hope you will join me in that warm welcome as well, Council.
Welcome.
Welcome aboard, and thank you so much for helping us out.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very, very excited to be here, so I appreciate it immensely. And also, if you want a little bit, I grew up in Uray, so I've been around for quite a while, familiar with the area, and I learned to ski here back in the day, so I'm excited to be here.
Fantastic.
And we're excited to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for helping us out. Probably have a lot of work.
I think so.
Thanks, Jason. Thanks, Mayor.
That brings us to agenda item number 4, appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from citizens interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town's boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, October 21st, 2024, for possible consideration at the next town council meeting on October 29th, 2024. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 5 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Election Commission, 1 regular seat for a 2-year term, town resident. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at-large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. 1 regular public at-large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Historical and Architectural Review Commission, this seat is being considered today. 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Open Space Commission, these seats are being considered today. 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Planning and Zoning Commission, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Please note that the town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. And with that, we have Piper Miller in the hot seat for the Historical and Architectural Review Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term.
Thank you, Mayor. This vacancy is actually Matt Lee's term expired and he has reapplied for another term on HARC. He has served on HARC since November of 2019. His attendance is stellar, and in the last year, he has been recused from 3 agenda items. He is with us to speak today. If you'd like to speak with him, if you choose reappointment, staff recommends a 2-year term, which would be effective October 26th, 2024.
Great. Thank you.
Happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Are there any questions from council?
No, I did, as the council liaison, work with Matt for a couple years and always appreciated, and you can chime in too, what he had to add. And I don't think I witnessed any of his recusals, but he is an asset to this board and I support him being reappointed to HARC.
Yeah, my comment would be Matt is like a stickler for the details. Like you catch stuff that I think a lot of other people don't always notice or pick up on. And that's like a consistent thing that I notice about your service on this board. So thank you for being so mindful of that stuff, and also just doing a lot of the prep work before the meetings to find anything that might, you know, stick out as inconsistent or non-compliant. Yeah, I would also recommend reappointing him.
All right. If there are no further questions for Matt or Piper, I would entertain a motion.
I move to reappoint Matt Lee to a regular seat on HARC for a 2-year term effective October 26th, 2024.
Second.
We have a motion from Ian and a second from Elena. Ian, how do you vote?
Yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Dan, yes.
Geneva, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Thank you so much for serving. That brings us to agenda item 4C, Open Space Commission, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. And Piper is still there.
Yes, thank you. For these 2 alternate seats, we have 2 new applicants to this board. Thomas Goldsboro and Emily Masson or Mason. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce her last name. I apologize. As I said, these are both 2 new applicants, and neither of them have served on any board or commission with the town. The recommendation, if you deem them appropriate, would be to the alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term effective immediately, and that term length would be your discretion. I know that Mr. Goldsboro is with us today. Miss Masson had a flight and it was delayed, so she said she's en route, so I'm not sure whether she's able to join us or not.
Okay. Piper, thank you. One thing I want to bring up on this is that was brought to my attention that typically if we have a new candidate, we like them to be online or in the room. So for Emily, and so we may want to discuss whether or not we want to choose to appoint her or not at a meeting that she gets to show up in public and we get to ask questions. And to be clear, reappointments are done without people showing up because the liaison usually has an idea if they're comfortable or not with them. That's one tact we can choose for 1 seat. We do have Thomas Goldsboro here as well. We can hear from him in a second. I want to make sure we're comfortable if we hold one seat appointment. Do we want to hold the other seat appointment? It's a little bit of uncharted territory for me. So looking for any thoughts and direction. I'm okay with holding both. I'm okay with giving Emily a chance to present herself and appointing one. It's really up to what council thinks.
I'm okay with appointing one and leaving the other one open until Emily can be in person because there's 2 openings.
I think Mr. Goldsboro has made time to attend and he's here. And so it's not his fault the other applicant isn't here. So I don't think that should be held against him in any way. So.
Okay. So then if Piper, Zoe, you're okay with it, we can hear from Thomas about his application and then decide how we proceed with Thomas and then maybe hold that 1 or 2 seats, depending how we decide on Thomas for the next meeting. Is that?
That sounds good to me. I don't know whether a motion would be necessary or not to hold it over to a next meeting, but you all, Mr. Geiger knows.
So a couple things. It's not a public hearing, so you don't have to continue it. What you could do is if you think that the second individual, Ms. Masson, might show up at the remaining part of today's meeting, which sounds like could be a possibility, you could take action on one of the openings for alternate and then just indicate that this other agenda item 4C could be open for consideration if that individual shows up. I think that's perfectly appropriate. Or you could then put it on for the next council consideration date, which I believe is October 29th.
Yeah, I'd rather just put it to the 29th so she's prepared for it and can be prepared to be part of the meeting instead of having it open-ended when our meeting is so long today.
Either way.
Okay. Is that everyone cool with that? Yes. All right. Great. Well, then knowing that, we will worry about 1 seat appointment. And Thomas, we'd like to hear from you to support your application.
Hi, council. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you for having me. I have not been involved on any town boards or commissions, but I do want to start becoming more involved. And I thought this was a good one to get started with. I think Teddy, you used to be a part of this board. And I'm a young local realtor who's community involved, and I'll be here for the meetings and happy to be a part of the community. Do you have any questions?
Great. Thank you for that. To clarify, I was a Parks and Rec guy and not an open
Okay, sorry,
space guy,
Teddy.
but that's all right. Are there any questions for Thomas?
Yeah. So I'm curious about your reason for applying. In your application, you say you have a specific interest in town's usage of open space. And I was curious if you could expand on that.
Well, I live at Lulu City, which is right across from the Pearl property, which is part of the town's open space, which could, in theory, become not open space. And that was my main specific interest.
Can you speak a little bit more to that?
Sorry?
Can you speak a little bit more to what you said? I didn't quite understand the response.
The Pearl property, which is the section of the closest to the town of the valley floor. I don't know the town's plans for it, but I know that it one day could become developed and become a parking lot or hospital or whatever. And I don't want that. And so I want to be a part of the process of however that is decided.
I'm gonna nip that in the butt right now because there's a there's a conservation easement specifically on the entire valley floor, but that one in particular, because of the wetlands, it is gonna be prohibited for any kind of development on that. And the voters actually voted on that. Kevin, what year was that?
2012.
2012. So as it stands, nothing can be developed on there. But I think to your point, Thomas, that what I'm getting out of what you're saying is that you want to maintain town's open space and adhere to all the conservation easements that are currently overseeing our open space, which I think is admirable.
That's correct.
I mean,
I know what the town has voted, but I've heard rumblings to the contrary, and I want to become more involved in that process.
I think during this past election cycle, there was some stuff being thrown around online regarding the Pearl property. So I think there was just some misinformation being shared.
so beyond your personal interest and benefit regarding the Pearl property, what else about open space interests you?
I mean, I'm constantly using it. I like to bike to work and hike in the area. It's important to me to maintain the sanctity of the nature and town's open spaces.
Thank you.
Is there, if I may, is there a specific reason, or let me rephrase, excuse me. What values would you say that you hold, or how do you view the importance of open space generally? And how would you tie that into your service if you were appointed to this commission?
I'm a conservationist. I am an outdoorsman, and I want to become more involved, and I'm not entirely sure what the Open Space Commission does, and I thought that an alternate seat might be a good place to get started. And yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a couple. Thomas, have you ever served on a student body board or done any volunteer work, through collegiate time or academically?
Yeah, I was on the member of the student council in high school, and I was a member of my fraternity's cabinet in college.
And do you fish or fly fish?
I fish. I'm actually currently in Moffett, Colorado on an elk hunt. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, any other further questions for Thomas? I would entertain a motion for Thomas's consideration and application.
I would say for me, and I also directly received this feedback from current Open Space Commission members, that it's important to, as much as I always laud any citizen wanting to become more involved and give back to their community, which I think Mr. Goldsboro will hopefully see other opportunities for, should he not be appointed. But the feedback I received, and I agree with, is it's important to have a broad perspective and not be motivated primarily by a single issue or parcel. And I think that helps keep closer alignment between the boards and commissions that we as council appoint and council's goals and objectives. And when it's by your own admission, pretty heavily motivated just by a single parcel or a direct connection to you and your living situation, it raises a little bit of hesitancy to want to appoint even to an alternate seat to the commission. So I would suggest that we refrain from appointing at this time.
I think I am seeing things a little bit differently. I think that seeing someone in this demographic wanting to become more engaged with the community from a volunteer perspective, admitting that they are not fully coherent and seeking out a position where they can gain more knowledge of a position, you know, I think says a lot to the humbleness of the human and the desire to be more engaged in the community. And we have an opportunity to allow that. Also, this board is heavily female weighted, and it would be nice to see another man, even though it's an alternate position. But, you know, we're rarely lacking someone, and Dan, you're my alternate. And you know, I think, you know, when there's an opportunity to educate a willing person, I think, you know, one of our jobs is to encourage that. And, you know, he's asking for an opportunity to learn more. And then I'm always a fan of anyone being a participant and engaging with the community and someone that wants to be a public service. So I think we have an opportunity to help foster that.
I hear what you're saying. Sorry, if I may.
No, you can respond. That's okay.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, Jesse. And if we just see it differently, that's okay. But I don't think by not being appointed that precludes participation or an ability to learn or get more involved in other ways. There's still plenty of volunteer opportunities, and of course, all our meetings are public and open, and always encourage for anybody to attend and give their feedback and participation. So I've said this in other times recently at a recent Hark reappointment of I have seen times in recent instances on various boards where I continue to really see the importance of making sure that there is alignment as far as the goals and objectives and values of those that we appoint to our boards and commissions with that of councils. And that can sound harsh. I'm not particularly meaning that in a totally negative way against Mr. Goldsboro, but it's just based off of his application and the responses we've received to the questions we've asked him here today. I think there is still some room for growth. And again, that's not me. Sorry, I hope I'm not being overly negative, but just I am asking more for a little more front loading of that show of alignment, that show of shared values and shared goals before I feel more comfortable being willing to vote for an appointment here. That's the perspective I see with it. I hear what you're saying, Jesse, but I think that's the way I'm feeling on this issue today.
I'll chime in a little bit. I tend to lean to agree with Jesse Ray that we have someone young that lives here, works here, cares about the community. And look at the days when I started and what I didn't know on Parks and Rec versus what I was able to learn. you know, I would suggest maybe the compromise is a 1-year appointment. Just my opinion. Any other council people have thoughts?
I am so appreciative that we have interest in this position. I do tend to align with Dan's thought process on everything. I was rattled by the insistence and the specificity regarding the Pearl property. And I think I would love to see you participate in open space meetings as a member of the public to make sure that that particular group aligns with what you would like to do and what you'd like to give back to the community at this time. And then perhaps, you know, in a year when another alternate seat is available, that you reapply.
Seeing no further comments, I will ask. Oh, do you want to weigh in? Okay.
Following in, I kind of think I'm sitting a little in the middle of these two opinions. I love seeing interest from someone who's who's, you know, younger and newer. And I think the fact that Thomas is, you know, interested in fishing and hunting and these things that kind of these hobbies that reinforce a commitment to protecting open space, you know, make me understand why you would have interest in this board. I think, yeah, understanding what this board does is important. And that's where I feel like I'm not entirely convinced that this is the right fit. But at the same time, I also think, you know, the best way to learn is by kind of jumping in and doing it. And that was sort of my start to more community involvement and government involvement when I joined the HARC board initially. So, or not HARC, sorry, CASE board. So I think there's part of me that wants to give him that opportunity to learn more. And it is an alternate seat. I'm like intrigued by your suggestion of doing a year term, if that feels like a compromise. But I see merits to both sides of this, and I'm I don't know how I want to vote on this. I was concerned initially about the specific interest in town's usage of open space. And so for full transparency, I was concerned that there was like a want to develop something, and that was a little bit of a red flag for me. And that has been calmed by your answer. Yeah, I guess that's how I feel.
Since we haven't heard from Geneva, do you want to chime in, Geneva? You certainly don't have to. You can.
Yeah, so I think it's just important that anyone we appoint to this board has at least attended a couple of meetings. So I'm not necessarily going to be as saying, you know, you need to participate in open space meetings for an entire year before you can apply again. But I think that having a good grip on what the board does and being able to more confidently answer some of the questions we have here about your opinions and your viewpoints on some of those actions would make sense. So I don't feel comfortable appointing today, but you know, we're already going to be hearing another version or another open seat probably at the next meeting. So I think just doing a little homework on your end would make me feel more confident appointing to this board.
Thank you, Geneva. So I'll leave it where I last was, which I'll give one more opportunity, an opportunity for a motion. Because Kevin, we have to do it one way or the other.
You don't, you never have to take a motion, but it's on your agenda for action to be taken. But typically, if you want to resolve the issue or move the issue, a motion would be appropriate.
Well, if we don't have consensus, you know, I would rather, you know, wait a month and give them the opportunity to maybe go to a meeting and understand it a little bit better. I think that might help a few of the council members' concerns. And hopefully it could lead to a positive result. I'm not sure without that, we're going to get to a positive result on this. So I'd rather just table this seat for till the next meeting. Unless there's any objections to that. That brings us a little bit off topic to the other seat. Emily Masson is in the room. So we could hear from her to state her interest in the application. But before we do that, Thomas, I want to make sure you're clear with that we're pushing your application a month, and there's certain council members that would like to see you maybe go to the next meeting and just get a little bit more in tune and maybe redo your application with a little bit more detail. Is that
Yeah,
fair?
sure.
Great. Thank you for your time. Sorry, we don't have an answer today. And appreciate your willingness to serve.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
So then that brings us to the other seat that we are considering today, and travel plans change, it seems like. So Emily is here today. So I think it would be fair to let her step up to the microphone and tell us your interest in the Open Space Commission.
Hi there.
And so just give us a little summary why you're applying and a little bit of your background in Telluride and supporting your application, please.
Okay, my name's Emily Masson, and I'm sorry about the uncertainty today. I was flying in. And I've lived in Telluride. I live at 220 East Columbia. I've lived in Telluride, the school district, for 28 years. 18 of those years have been spent in town. The other 10, Lawson Hill, Eider Creek. And I have worked multiple jobs throughout the years, but most of them way in the past, from the service industry to the title company to the ski company. I work in retail right now at Wolf Gallery, where they sell the Gondola pictures. And I've also been a business owner for 20 years. I'm part owner of Telluride Realty, but I want to be clear, I don't have a real estate license. I'm the admin, operations, compliance person for the company. And I work with my husband too. He's an architect. So we've done some development, mostly on a very small scale. Our house is an historic structure that we renovated, and we've kept it very small scale. And my interest in the open space is very simple. I want to protect as much open space as possible in our region, in our town. It's definitely a lovely setting and it's sacred, and that balance between the development and open space is very tenuous and precious. So I'd like to participate more through public hearings and public process and that sort of thing in this next chapter, if you will, of my existence here. And the reason I want to protect open space specifically is because there's a sacred biology that we all need to appreciate. It's an irreducible complexity of everything, of life, of the carbon sequestration that occurs on the valley floor, the water cycles that are preserved by preserving wetlands. And I just, I'm still in awe of the beauty here. I don't have any specific parcel I want to protect. I'd like to try to protect everything. I'm not a sports person in the sense I don't fish. I hike. And I just, every day I'm in awe. So.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Emily? Dan?
Thank you for applying, Ms. Masson. It is my opinion that it is vital for everybody that the town appoints, including those of us as well on council, to have strong working relationships with the staff of the town. it is my opinion, and I said it at our last budget meeting, that we accomplish nothing without our hardworking and dedicated staff members. Earlier this year, you signed on to a request for an advisory opinion that called for the resignation of town's legal counsel, Mr. Kevin Geiger, sitting to my left. Is it still your opinion that Mr. Geiger should be called to resign from his position?
I appreciate the question, Dan, very much. And I do not hold that opinion. That's why I have not participated any further. And in that that request, I was the one who made it merely an advisory opinion that was requested as opposed to a full hearing. And the details of that advisory opinion that were written were in response to the town requiring the requesting party to create an advisory opinion in order to get an advisory opinion from the town. So that's where it all kind of started.
If that was your opinion, would it not be your duty then to own that publicly prior to this time?
I have.
That would be news to me. Perhaps that's correct, but thank you for the information.
Thank you for the question.
Any other questions for Emily?
Yeah, why, I mean, you touched on this a little bit, but why are you applying to be on the Open Space Commission?
Well, I'd really like to participate in a much more constructive way. And I have not, I've been very interested in open space. I worked on the East End Master Plan. I went to lots and lots of meetings on that. And a lot of the sentiment involved in that was to protect zoning that existed. And in effect, that was open space. I mean, open space can come in many different forms. It can come in the form of, 1 per 35 acre development. It also can come in the form of conservation easements and the acquisition of property by public entities. So the whole thing's about scale. It's about what scale, because there's a really firm pressure here to develop and expand and grow. And so it becomes a question of the rate of growth and the scale of it. And so after participating on that end, I wanted to participate in a more, formal public process. And I've gotten to know more people through that process who are on the Open Space Commission. I mean, we did, I did as a citizen, as a volunteer, what I called study hall. We did open forums at the library where we explored public primary source material. And several people came to those meetings and they were very open and lots of different perspectives. And they were very humbling because it's really complex, the land use code, and looking at all the maps and seeing what kind of growth and development's happening overall. It's a lot. And so looking at that big picture and then going down to the smaller minutia gave me a perspective of how much hard work goes in. And so I've learned a lot, and I'd like to participate on a formal as a board member if I were, appointed.
Great. Any other questions from council?
One more question. Ms. Masson, earlier this year, you took, in my opinion, what would have been quite extreme actions by directly contacting a town staff member through their personal number and personal email. And in my recollection of their telling were inappropriate in your insistence to get answers outside of what their work requirements are. Do you have the same recollection? How would you describe that interaction? And what would you say about that now? Again, with the same mindset of making sure that we can trust you to be able to work cohesively with town staff.
I've never contacted anybody on their phone number.
I can pull up the email. I actually have it right in front of me.
Well, I mean, that's an email. I haven't contacted somebody through their phone number.
If,
I don't know if this is relevant to this, but
yeah, I think if you want to make a point about what she's done, I think it's fair for council to have a little bit more detail. And just something, a statement to the point, then, we're not going to devolve into he said, she said. But if you have a statement about behavior with some specifics, because I think that's valid to understand whether we choose to appoint somebody. I'll hear it, but I don't want to go in a he said, she said. If you got something factual, great.
Sure. Ms. Masson, and this was relayed to me through the former town manager, Mr. Robson, had been in direct contact with our public information officer through her private email.
okay. So what happened was I sent through the public email, and then a reply came through on a different email. I didn't see the detail of the header information. I just saw the same name and I replied again. And everything that I was saying, I wanted to keep in the public realm, and it wasn't personal. It was about, how we need to make sure that affordable housing is for people who can't afford housing. Was really my main, I really want affordable housing to be for, I don't want to dilute people's chances of getting affordable housing by expanding the whole pool of people, by expanding the vast income ranges.
And Emily, I'm going to interrupt you because we're not going down to affordable housing. If you
I
want to
understand,
respond,
but that's what it was, and that's the direct answer. Thank you.
That's okay. I just, if you send an email, great. But the contents of it is, I don't know if it's applicable for the discussion and consideration today. Before any other questions or comments from council?
No.
Just add something.
Sure.
I've been here for 28 years. So, during the last year, I may have been overly passionate about some issues here. And I'm sure some of us can relate to that. But if you talk to anybody, I mean, I've been a respected business person in this town for a couple decades. And I can be trusted to adhere by the public process and the Robson's rules. And, I have a good rapport with most people, even on the Open Space Commission.
Are there any other further questions or comments? I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve Emily Mason to a 2-year term to the open space, to a regular seat for
Alternate.
I'm looking at this Historic Architecture Review Commission one, to an alternate seat for a 2-year term on the Open Space Commission. And when is it effective immediately?
We have a motion from Jesse Ray. Do we have a second?
Would you entertain a friendly motion to make that a 1-year term?
I would, amendment accepted.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray and a second from Mian under the condition that it's a 1-year term.
Honestly, a second.
I'm sorry?
That was not a second. We still need.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, sorry.
And I will second that. I want to just speak to what I've seen, both from what I've just heard from Dan and then what I've seen, over the past few months. I actually have been incredibly impressed by the level of detail that you and work you have put into delving into the matters that are important to you and are important to this community. And I want to respect and honor that, but I am fiercely protective of our staff. And I want to ensure that we do not put them in harm's way when things get passionate. And so that is why I asked Jessie to amend her motion, and that is why I will second it. But I would hope that over the course of the next year that you can work with our staff in order to make this community what we all want it to be.
We have an amended motion from Jesse Ray and a second from Mian. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Me and yes.
Is it okay if I say something before I vote?
Yeah.
I think that conduct and the way that our board members communicate and express themselves is so important. And I've experienced that this applicant has treated some of our staff, some of our council members in a way that does not make me feel confident about someone's ability to be a leader and to work on a team. And I don't want to condone any kind of bullying behavior. And for that reason, I am voting no.
Second what Elena said, and vote no.
Geneva, no.
And Teddy is no. Motion fails 2-4. Emily, we thank you for your time today. And we'll continue to advertise for the positions. That brings us to number 5. Consent calendar. Do I have a motion to improve the consent calendar with everyone understanding that 5C is a little unique to the typical consent calendar?
Yeah, I was gonna ask Kevin, did we have to pull that one out or no?
I don't think you have to. It's been explained in the memorandum that accompanied agenda item 5C, but if you want to have any discussion at all about it, then you need to pull it off because consent is just approval, motion and vote without any discussion. So it's your call. I think all it's doing is clarifying that the prior appointment, which was to a regular seat, should have only been to an alternate seat for the Ecology Commission. I think that was.
Everybody's okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
A second?
We have a motion from Jesse Ray, a second from Dan. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Me and yes.
Geneva, yes.
Teddy, yes. The consent calendar is approved unanimously. That brings us to public hearing agenda item number 6. There are no public hearing items today. That brings us to 7A, action items. Consideration of adoption of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as Entrada Unit J, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado. And we have Zoe and Allie here to present.
Thank you. So I'll just quickly go over, on October 2nd, 2024, Entrada Unit J provided their notice of intent to sell. This unit obviously does go to council for the first right opportunity. If council does not take advantage of that, it will go back to the buyers and it does not go to lottery. So it's not required to go to lottery, this unit. The details of the unit are in your packet memo. And from a staff, we're going to continue making the narrative of the goal of reaching the 30% housing goal. The last time, at our last council meeting, we had 4 opportunities, which we did not take advantage of. We've had 7 staff present interest in this unit. A lot of them are our higher directors and those that we would like all staff to have some sustainability, but those with families and so on and so forth. So this is a great unit. But I will leave the discussion up for council on what they would like to do, unless there's any more questions.
Great. Allie, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't have anything to add. If you have any questions about the affordable housing unit aspect of this, deed restriction, changes we could make, I'm more than happy to answer those questions. Otherwise, all of the information about this particular unit, including the maximum sales price, is in the staff memo.
Are there any questions from council for Ally or Zoe on this or some thoughts about how to proceed?
No questions, but just given the high level of interest and given our rotation of ones that units that the town has chosen to purchase for staff or released to the general public, I would advocate that this one be utilized for staff in this regard.
And I will just add, just so council is aware, for full transparency, the seller's preference is for the town not to exercise their first right of refusal.
And you said 7 staff members have expressed interest? That's a lot. You might not have the answer to this question, but so in our attempt to house 30% of our staff, and just like figuring out proportionately what that kind of looks like, how many units would that be relative to like what our inventory is?
That's a great question that I'd have to do a deeper analysis
Okay,
on.
I knew I was gonna ask this question and I should have emailed it to you a few days ago, but
But I'll look to make that grid for the next, I have an older draft, but it's
Yeah.
not up to date
Okay.
at this point of how many units we have in our inventory and what percentage that would be dedicated to 30%. So I understand the question. I just
Yeah.
don't have that available at this time.
I do think, we've been looking at the kind of past 2 years. We have chose to sell a lot of, or not chose, but we have not used our first right of refusal on a lot of recent houses that have come up for purchase. So I think if there's a lot of staff interest in this one, I would also be open to having it go to a staff member. I also, just out of consistency, I think all of our housing units should go to lottery. So I am also like not super excited to see this one get sold not through a lottery process, which doesn't affect my opinion to sell it to staff, but that's definitely something that's kind of on the back end of this decision.
Any other thoughts?
So the owner's preference is that they sell it.
Correct.
Yeah, it's always a tough one. It's great that we've changed the
Process for the future.
process and for the future for the lottery or town retaining them, which seems a little bit better moving forward, but it's always tough for me to go against, in a certain degree, the wishes of the owner. I do know that the fine print of the contracts where the town had the first right of refusal. So it wasn't necessarily that, we're doing something that's out of our right to do. And with the need that the town staff has, I certainly can be convinced to keeping it, but it's a tough one. It's a really tough one.
Betty, when was Gold Run constructed versus Entrada?
Ooh, that's above my pay scale. Kevin?
So Gold Run was 07, 08 approximately, maybe 08, 09. And Entrada,
Early 2009.
Right.
Do you know the answer?
Confusing
Melanie?
because Fenton bailed on the project, right? So it took an extra year or two.
It says in the memo built in 2009 for this.
okay. Yeah, I had to think about it a little bit
Because
because
Gold Run is grandfathered, they get to sell it the first.
I think both units are in that category, as I recall.
So
in
it
that
kind of
category.
depends on, if they're an original purchase, if they purchased before 2016, I believe, then for the most part, you will have the right to sell it by to whoever you choose, a qualified buyer. After 2016, regardless of what property it is, that's when we really have to take a look at the deed restriction and determine whether you have to sell by lottery or whether you have the right to sell to another qualified household.
Now, is that information in here?
And then for the most part,
Town
once
can
it,
exercise our right no on either before or after the change
Mhm.
on every unit that we construct.
right.
Is there the purchase price, the purchase date of this owner on this Entrada unit?
Yeah, they have the right to sell it to who they want.
Yeah.
Yes.
They do.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
That's, they're not asking for a variance or anything along those lines. They have the, if the town, and it's my understanding, and Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, just to kind of restate it. When they purchased the unit, in the contract, it stated that the town of Telluride had a first right of refusal to purchase the unit. So we're not taking anything away from this seller if we deem it necessary to use for town staff, because it was part of the agreement in the purchase contract when they bought it. It's, you know, so that's the reason why I can be convinced to use it for town staff, because it was in the original, and you did not, and any seller under those circumstances does not have the right to sell it to who they want if the town wants it. If the town didn't want it and said, no, we're going to force her to go to lottery, then that's a whole different topic, right? I would not support that, because that was not part of her purchase agreement. But because her purchase agreement said this is town constructed, and if we choose we want it for whatever reason, we can do it. And that, I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
And then looking at the last graph, right, we see how many units that have been sold that are deed restricted that weren't town constructed. These properties here.
So all of these properties, these are the ones where the town had the first right of refusal, and either we did exercise that right or we did not exercise that right.
Okay.
Town constructed
These
and
are-
I think some
and
non-town,
some
it's
free-
all the deed,
It's all
yeah, the deed restricted.
And so I want to be clear that, you know, whatever decision we make, you know, especially for the public, like just to make sure we understand the optics aren't that we're taking something away from somebody. You know, everyone can choose what they think is in the town's best interest for staff, or it's have it being sold. But I just want to be clear on that, because sometimes we get accused of things that aren't true. So I just want to be very clear.
So just for the graph that everybody's referring to, there are 14 units that the town declined to purchase or sold to the public through lottery. And then there were 4 that the town did purchase for staff.
That's where I was curious about kind of what that proportion of, like, if we're kind of following along with the proper ratios of keeping
Our
units
housing
for
inventory.
staff and
Yeah, and the reason we're in this situation is because the housing inventory, because part of our housing properties, we have dedicated staff units. But it was in very small proportion to our inventory. And so we are looking to make up some of that with the needs of housing our staff. So where that nexus is on the inventory versus where we are. I can tell you the last time we looked, we were 16% of staff were living in the town dedicated units, where our goal was 30%.
Any other further comments from council or questions of staff? Is there anyone? Oh, Jesse.
Just more of a comment, and I could be a lone soldier here, but my gut feeling is kind of to oblige by the owner's wishes and to not have the town exercise its first right of ownership to purchase.
Any other comments or questions before I open up? If there's any public comment?
I could live with either decision, and it's not one I'm gonna lose sleep over. I advocated at the last couple to continue to support our staff and just the work that the government of the town of Telluride needs to accomplish. We continue to need high quality staff, and housing remains the biggest hurdle to hiring and retaining that staff. And so I really wish to continue to see progress towards that goal. I certainly am sympathetic that the owner will be disappointed if that is the decision we make, and that's hard. And I don't know who the owner is, but if they wanted to reach out, I'd be more than happy to discuss it with them. But yeah, it's my continued belief that we gotta support our staff and support the work that the town of Telluride as a government entity needs to accomplish. And I think this is one way in which we can do that. So I will advocate again for purchasing this unit and utilizing it for staff.
Any other comments before I go to public comment? Is there
I'll just
anyone in
say
the
that,
room?
like-
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Geneva's raising her hand. I think 7 is a lot of employees to be interested, and we haven't had a number like that brought to us from HR in quite a while. So I agree with Elena and Dan that I could go either way, but I'm leaning towards purchasing it just based on the desire expressed by so many staff members, and sort of feels like it's time, and we've passed quite a few times recently.
Great, Geneva, thank you. Any other council comments for I request public comment? Is there anyone in the room for public comment on this topic? Is there anyone online on this topic?
See no hands raised.
Okay. I think we've had enough discussion on it, and I would entertain a motion.
I move to adopt a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property dedicated to Town of Telluride employee housing known as Entrada Unit J and located within San Miguel County, state of Colorado.
We have a motion from Dan. Do we have a second?
Second.
And we have a second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, no.
Me and yes.
Geneva?
Geneva, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved 5-1. Ally, thank you. Zoe, thank you for that.
Thank you.
That will bring us to 8C, back into the administrative reports. Elena had finished up. Jesse Ray, had we gotten to you yet for that or no? I can't
No.
remember. Okay, so then you're up for a council report.
Mine, I just had open space. And we worked on plans to update the trailhead valley floor signage. They're gonna be pretty similar to what we saw at Bear Creek. So a lot of the same images. So there'll be some, Tommy Watkins would be very happy with some rollover on visuals there. And then we set up a meeting, hopefully that will happen on the 21st to continue the conversation about the reintroduction of cutthroat trout. We're also in the process of checking our work plan for 2024 and seeing where we are there. So stay tuned for an update there by the end of the year. And then we have changed our monitoring methods in Bear Creek for forest health. In the past, we've done it plot by plot. We've now kind of outsourced a new methodology to do a landscape approach. So I'm really looking forward to diving deep into that and then reporting back to you guys once that's all that information's come together, and we can, instead of going plot by plot, we have kind of an overview of the forest health throughout Bear Creek. Because as we know, we've got unique species of trees up there and been battling a beetle issue for quite some time. So that's my report.
Great. Thank you. Mian, do you have anything for us? Look at that.
What?
That's a shocker.
That's the first time ever.
I mean, I've had a lot of conversations about the.
Dan, do you have anything?
Not too much because planning and zoning was canceled this month, so nothing to report there. We did have a THA subcommittee meeting. Zoe touched on it a little bit, but we did hear 2 affordable housing guideline exemptions, both of which were approved. I don't need to get too into the details right now, but I would say the general sentiment was, while the subcommittee 100% remains committed to having consistent and fair enforcement of our guidelines, there also seems to be willingness to have a slight amount of flexibility when it empowers our citizens and the local community to make sure that they have the ability to respond to life circumstances beyond their control. So if there's anybody who has more interest or want to talk more about that, feel free to let me know. I'm happy to talk offline. But I think it's always hard to strike a balance like that, but I think we did a great job at the last meeting, striking a balance between fair and consistent enforcement, but allowing enough flexibility to empower and support our community. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Dan. Geneva, do you have anything to add?
I was traveling yesterday, so I did not get to attend the SMRHA meeting in person. But just wanted to reiterate, we approved the budget and wanted to reiterate that we have an at-large board member, alternate seat available on that board, and we're really encouraged. We've gotten quite a few, letters of interest already, which is great. But if you were thinking about it, applying to that so that you could sit as a board member on the SMRHA, the deadline is October 9th at 5 p.m. So I always think it's great when we can get some at-large seats and non-government folks involved in that rulemaking and that board. So that was basically it. And Dan talked about our THA subcommittee meetings. So that's it. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Geneva. I just got a quick Telluride Airport Board meeting. Kenny is doing a wonderful job up there, and something that was a little new for that board was having a retreat to kind of go over a little bit of policies, procedures, and things of that nature. Sadly, I missed that meeting because we were in budget, but it went really well. It was good team building and really good to make sure that, you know, our bylaws and policies were set up in a way that we could follow them and keep everyone on track. So everything is going well up with the airport. And that's it for council reports. Item 8D, related organization reports. Tiffany, do we have any? Great. And then AD is comment on payments, and you encouraged to provide those comments by email. That brings us to agenda item number 9, which is the Telluride Housing Authority. Do I have a motion to step out of council to head into the Telluride Housing Authority?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray, a second from Elena. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Me and yes.
And yes.
Geneva, yes.
Teddy, yes. We are out of town council and into the Telluride Housing Authority, and I will hand it off to the chair, Geneva.
Okay, great. Bear with me while I zoom in and host this meeting. I appreciate it. We are calling to order the Telluride Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, October 8th, 2024. It is 2:08 p.m. We are in Rebecca Hall, and on Zoom, we have all members of the THA board except for Ashley Von Sprecken, and we will move forward with number 1, approval of minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second. How do you vote?
Teddy votes yes.
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Geneva, yes. Motion carries 6-0. We've approved the minutes. We'll move on to number 2, new business. A, discussion of rental housing policies. And Allie and Delaney are here once more to take us deep into this discussion.
Hello, Chairperson Shawnette. Allie is actually not down here, but I presume she is on her way.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I think we can start.
Oh,
Yeah,
she is.
she's here. I think for efficiency in the conversation, it would be good to start with the modeling piece and some of those bigger aspects before we go through Allie's outline aspects of the rental housing policy. So with that, I am going to ask Kaylee to share her screen so we can have the modeling up in its raw form in Excel. I'll just first of all say a huge thank you to staff for putting the due diligence in the several modeling scenarios and the time that they've dedicated to hopefully give council or THA the tools for this discussion. As it was directed at the September 17th meeting, staff is presenting several scenarios to help illustrate the potential impacts of implementing a tiered rent strategy on the cash flow to each enterprise fund. So within this model, we do understand that there are countless potential scenarios, but staff has presented 7 different modeling scenarios per housing project, 8 for Sunnyside, for consideration. In the memo that was presented to you in your packet, and I'll have Delaney go over this. Each scenario is based off of specific assumptions that are important to understand within each model.
So again, these scenarios aim to illustrate the revenue impacts of key variables. One, setting rent at either 27% or 30% of gross household income for set tier ranges. Two, applying deductions. And three, changes in property tier composition. So if people move through the tiers, what can those impacts look like? By demonstrating how these policies decisions influences the revenue, the models provide a high level understanding of the potential financial outcomes and support informed discussions around the nuanced possibilities, even if it's not explicitly modeled. So hopefully we have the tools to help with your conversation. So with that, just want to give you a quick rundown and the public a rundown of the assumptions for each of these different modeling pieces. And then we'll go through kind of the analysis piece and staff recommendations and would offer any questions or input and then hopefully give you a good foundation for your discussion.
Great. Okay. We are going to start with Sunnyside, which had the one extra modeling scenario in there. A basic overview of the spreadsheet you're looking at. If we were to just do a standard 5% rent increase across properties, that is showing you what that number would look like into the coming year. We were asked to go back to recalculate at a 27% rent target amount for AMIs. The 30% we had already done. So you'll see one for 30% and one for 27%. Sorry, I'll look at your screen. Okay. Then we did the other modeling scenarios, the next four, with 27 and 30%, just to keep it consistent across the property. The next two columns in this table, they are I and J. It has the deduction assumptions. We were asked to present an idea of if households were to take the deductions that were discussed at the last meeting, what that might look like within the tier ranges for the properties. In this instance, in order to not go into every single property's apartment and try to figure it out by household, we came up with a standard assumption across the board at all properties, which is presuming that there is a 2-adult person household and that if they are in the higher, and this is all explained in the memo, I just figured I'd give a quick overview. It pertains to all of the models. If they are in the highest three ranges, which would be H through K, four ranges, H, I, J, K, 2-person household, each of those people takes the maximum $10,000 deduction, and they also take 1/2 of the first-time homebuyer savings account deduction of $14,000 for a total of a $34,000 reduction. We did that at the 30% target and at the 27% target. For the mid-level households, E, F, and G, we reduced that by only including the $10,000 maximum deduction for the same 2-person adult household, but not anything for the first-time homebuyer savings account for a deduction of $20,000 per household. What this did in all of the models is it shifted all but 3 households automatically down 1 tier level, and in 3 instances, it shifted down 2 AMI levels. The next one that we did was we were requested to present like a worst case scenario. With the current household makeups at all of the properties, 50%, 47% in the case of Sunnyside of the households are at or below level C. If there were also deductions included, it would be more than 50% at all properties at C. So worst case scenario is if we targeted 30 or 27% AMI targets, and if the average rent collected at the property, because the majority of the households are at level C, that is what the outcome would be for those scenarios. The extra scenario that we ran for Sunnyside was, sorry, I gotta get to the right spot here. honestly, I ran like 40 different modeling
honestly-
scenarios, so I'm trying to remember what it was at
The last one at Sunnyside, Delaney, is if it looks at a aggressive implementation strategy where,
Thank you.
I
remember.
Okay.
Thank you. Because we know that if a decision is made, if direction is given to move forward with the tiering system, what we have heard through conversations with THA is anyone who would have their rent reduced, there was a sentiment to do it immediately, January 1st. And also, if people were going to have quite a high increase to their rent in excess of whatever percent over their current rent payment, that we might have a staggered approach. So this last model for Sunnyside, we put that approach into place and said, if on January 1st, every household who would have reduced rent started paying that reduced rent, and specific to this model, we only included rent increases of 15% as a maximum cap and based on their actual lease renewal date. And that was that final scenario and what that would look like. In the event there is a staggered increase, but immediate decrease, that was the resulting number for that property. I think this might be a good time for questions.
Does anyone have any
Then we have-
questions on the modeling before we go into more of an analysis? Do you have anything to add, Haley?
And then we added some tenant charges revenue as well, which includes kind of depending on the property, late charges, storage units, utilities. And then all of our O&M expenses are, for all of the scenarios, are based on our 2025 budgeted O&M. So those total operating revenues less the operating expenses should cover our debt service payment annually.
So a quick clarification on that, Kaylee, for O&M, have we slightly tweaked our modeling for that to more account for long-term repairs and maintenance outside of the immediate 1-year need? Has that been sort of roped into that? I'm seeing a nod from Zoe.
There's a couple of things that just, I'm going to take it from a high level of a O&M modeling piece. So one, insurance costs are now a quick part of these for each individual fund. Looking at the maintenance costs, we are looking to increase those. We also increased well, this is going to be more in the enterprise fund piece.
Sure, it's a little aside from our
yep,
current conversation,
yep.
but
So I think yes and no, depending on the O&M cost. Do you have anything more to add to that?
And then the addition of an administrative fee
Mhm.
to the Sunnyside and Virginia Placer funds. There was already one in Shandoka. And that goes back to the general fund to cover the cost of staffing associated with the enterprise funds.
And do you have any more narrative on the increased maintenance cost?
We did increase the numbers. So these are based on the 2025 allocations that we will be presenting in the next few weeks for our enterprise fund for housing. We did increase those somewhat at some properties, but no major capital improvements have been anticipated to be able to occur this year other than the final phase of the window replacement at Shandoka. So that is accounted for, but we have increased numbers on certain GL codes within maintenance and services due to known ongoing services and even legal requirements for things that have to be inspected and assessed that were not necessarily included before. So so the yes and no question is very accurate. We are doing our best to model those out starting this year.
thank you. Yeah, again, a slight bit of an aside, sorry to
Yeah.
take us on a slight tangent, but just continuing to understand what the true expense outlook
Yep.
is. Yeah.
And I just will also just quickly add before we go too far down that rabbit hole, the professional services piece is to have help getting all of our assets within our asset essential software so that we can have a much better understanding and really calculated proactive maintenance schedule on all of our assets to be more on top of that.
Can you just refresh my memory? I know you've told us this before, but how much revenue do we need to cover our debt services? Like what's the target number for that line item, the
Moral obligation.
net, yeah. Oh, here we go.
Yep.
So kind
And
of be our
I'll just
debt
throw out-
service.
Can I just throw out really quick for people listening on the radio or on Zoom that want to look at this? This document, this spreadsheet is available in the Document Center. So if you go to the town website, click on Document Center, Telluride Housing Authority, today's date, and agenda attachments, you will find this and be able to scroll through it on your own.
And it's also linked within the THA packet as
Great.
well. Chairperson Shawnette.
So the revenue needed would be our debt service payment here on this line. Plus our O&M costs.
Okay.
All right. Any more questions before we give a little more analysis of these numbers?
Okay. So I think we can go to Sunny or to Voodoo. Oh, geez. Virginia Placer. Too many properties in my head. So the only difference on the Virginia Placer modeling series with Sunnyside is that last one. The one where we took the kind of worst case scenario, or no, sorry, the staggered implementation piece. That was the only one we did only for Sunnyside. The rest of them are described as I just previously described Sunnyside. Straight 5% increase across properties, targeted at 30% AMI tier target rent, 27%. The additional 30% and 27% with the income deduction assumption, same two-person household, H through K, 34,000 deduction, E through G, $20,000 deduction. And then the worst case scenario, if everybody shifted to C, and at Virginia Placer, it's in excess of half. So the majority of the households in Virginia Placer are at or below current household makeup, at or below level C. Are there any questions about the Virginia Placer one?
From an analysis standpoint, Delaney, do you kind of want to go through? So what are we seeing here from like the 30% compared to the 27%, the deductions?
Sure. So lower on in your packet, there is an analysis section that goes into each of these modeling scenarios and describes a little bit more what is there. And then we go a little bit further with some recommendations because we were asked if we needed to make a recommendation, what would it be? So I think the first and foremost thing through the analysis to look at, especially when it comes to Sunnyside and Virginia Placer, is the 27% and 30% scenario. At the 27% scenario, we are going to be hard pressed to meet fully our debt obligation and O&M costs if we target at 27% at Virginia Placer or Sunnyside, even without the deduction assumptions or a worst case scenario kind of thing. I think that's really the nuts and bolts of it. And we haven't gotten there yet, and we're saving Shandoka for last because it's more complicated because of the F building phase 1 and 2 portion of that whole thing. Shandoka can absorb a 27% target at the existing properties. The new properties and their debt obligations, one of which is not 100% known yet, phase 2. That property cannot make it at the 27% target, but the older portions of Shandoka can. I think that is the most overarching piece through this analysis that we need to see. And I would leave this part to Kaylee, but I think line 30 and 31 that she has pulled up in this Virginia Placer model is really that is the most basic piece of information for all of these models you need to be looking at. And we want it to be a 1.0 minimum. Above a 1.0, it would be ideal. One of the town council goals has been to keep reserves in our enterprise funds. And we can't start building those reserves in Sunnyside and Virginia Placer specifically unless we exceed that 1.0 DSC.
So both Sunnyside and Virginia Placer show that the only model that meets that is the tiered 30%.
With all units staying as they are.
Yes.
And I think it's good to compare if we did a standard 5% increase as well. This is a reminder of what that looks like. Questions on that? All right, you want to go to Shandoka?
Oh, okay. This
They're all
one
writing
was,
down questions, I can tell. They're getting ready.
this one was a bear. Again, we did as much as we could to keep these modeling scenarios across the board, as straight across the board as possible. I will say that initially, our staff, one of the comments we heard at that meeting was either include building F completely or exclude it completely. Because it was so complicated, my initial run at it was to exclude it. But then through some meetings we had, it was determined it really is best to include it. So it is here. Same straight 5% increase, straight 27% increase with current household makeup if it was to take effect immediately, pardon me. Then we did the 27 and 30%, meaning the older portions of Shandoka remained at a 27% target, but the F building went to the 30% target. The deduction assumptions, same, 2-person household, higher AMI tiers 34,000, mid AMI tiers 20,000, and then the worst case scenario C. One of the questions that jumped out from other staff, pardon me for a moment, was how is the worst case scenario C so much better than even a standard 5% increase? And that is because the current rents at Shandoka, the highest, if they were assigned AMI tiers, and I did put a note on this in the analysis, the highest AMI tier, if they were associated to current AMI rents, is 73% AMI. They start at 52% or 54% and go up to 73%. So a worst case scenario C is actually better because they're already targeted at A and B. Just to give an explanation to that, because at first the numbers were like, whoa. Building F and phase 1 and 2, pardon me, are pulled out separately because they are, as we go down the sheet, and in a moment I'll have Kaylee scroll down, they will each have their own debt obligation. We still have an existing 2021 debt obligation on Shandoka as a whole, but the F building had been paid off several years ago, that debt. And so now there is a 2024 bond for phase 1, and we will have another bond or COP or something for phase 2. So those are all pulled out separately, even in the debt service, to give you a better understanding of what that might look like.
And for phase 2, we only included the interest payment for the first year, so that would go up considerably for following years.
Any questions on Shandoka?
All right. Any more analysis that you'd like to provide?
I'm scrolling down there. I already mentioned that in none of these modeling scenarios was staff able to find a spot where 30% target at the newer any new construction or the newer buildings, i.e. Virginia Placer and Sunnyside, we cannot see anything that would work with the 27% target. We have still throughout this whole scenario presented up to tier K. You might remember that in July or August, we were told to reduce it down to tier I, but then we were asked, I believe in August, to re-increase it back up to tier K, which we have done throughout this modeling scenario. We don't currently have anyone in level K, current tenancy, but we do have one in J. So just to keep that in mind. I don't think I have any other specific analysis comments unless anyone has any questions about our analysis.
I don't know if this is the right time to bring this up, but just looking at these numbers, I've been getting a lot of feedback, and I'm sure other people have too, about these policies. And one of the things that I'm consistently hearing is, you know, charging more for the same, and I'm using air quotes, old apartment. Just looking at this modeling, is it worth bringing up a possibility of charging like a lower multiplier for the older Shandoka buildings? Because that's really the only place that I see any wiggle room in what that multiplier is, because I do agree that in the newer construction, we don't have a ton of options in terms of lowering that multiplier unless we changed our deductions, but I think we like having a lot of deductions available. So I think, you know, in trying to listen to what I've been hearing from the public and understand their point of view, and something that I think is consistent with one of my original stances was, is it possible for us to get at least that Shandoka multiplier lower? I know that's not
I mean, I think the other component to that conversation, which is something we discounted quite a while ago, but if we're going to bring this back up, we can also lower the tier levels in that building.
Yeah.
So as opposed to charging less rent to people that are making more money, we can simply say that those buildings can only accommodate people up to X tier, which I would feel far more comfortable with than charging less rent because somebody doesn't like their countertops.
Yeah, because I'm going to chime in on that because I'm getting that as well. And I think it's a good point, right? Well, why am I spending more for the same unit? But are you paying more of a fair market value within our own scenarios, and you were getting an undervalued price point for your rent previously? I don't know the answer. I'm almost more being devil's advocate in the philosophy for that. And I think that's part of the reason why this has been such a difficult process for all of us. Because I could absolutely see, like, why the hell would I pay more for, I'm getting the same thing. That's ridiculous. But on the flip side, you might have been paying so undervalued for 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 years. You know, we got to balance it out at some point if we're going to be a fiscally responsible government. So I just want to make sure, you know, again, I'm not saying I necessarily believe that, but I thought at least for us and everyone listening, that you kind of had to look at it both ways. So when we make a decision, you could see it both ways.
I do see it both ways. I think, because I brought this up to just respond to that, I guess something that I'm trying to hear from the public, and I think there was a good public comment in this last packet about how, you know, the Shandoka apartment versus a brand new apartment is basically 10% less than the new apartment would be. And I don't know that it's 10% less good. I think it's less good, if that makes sense. Like, and so that's where, like, and looking at these numbers, I think we do have some flexibility in the Shandoka project. And so that's where I wonder if, compared to something like Sunnyside, something like Voodoo, we're only offering a 10% a 10% decrease for a Shandoka apartment. And I feel like maybe we're overvaluing those units just based on the condition that they're in and the age. And I wonder if this is also me looking for that like compromise with a lot of public comment. And also like, I agree. I hate to like, I want us to have lots of surplus money, absolutely, in this program, but I also want to be mindful of what it actually is that we're charging for and where we do have the wiggle room to kind of hear some of the feedback and acknowledge that if Shandoka does have, you know, lower debt obligations, but also a significantly lower quality on the finish and the age and the wear and tear on the units, do we have space to adjust to acknowledge that difference?
Do we have?
By that same token, shouldn't we be saying some of those older units that are in Shandoka should not be housing people who are above 120% AMI?
But
That's
I think
that's being left out of this conversation.
I could get on board with also having fewer income tiers for Shandoka since it was originally designed for our lowest income earners. But I think both these points are valid because it still is a percentage of the income. So whether you're at 120% AMI or you're at 100% AMI or 80% AMI, I still think, you know, it's based off a percentage of income and acknowledging that it's not an apples to apples comparison when we're looking at our other units. And is it just a 10% decrease in quality, or is it maybe more than that?
And I think that that's I mean, I think to Geneva's point, and that was my point as well, is I do think it's a lesser product. But I think that those are choices that people get to make for themselves individually. And from my perspective is if we want to charge a lower rent for Shandoka, which makes sense to me, given the comparison of the products, I do feel very strongly that we need to eliminate those upper tiers as potential renters of that building. We have 8 units at Voodoo that have not been filled. VCA has a waiting list that is significant that would fit in that, you know, and those individuals cannot get into housing and they are in that 120 and below group. And so I think if that's where we feel like we're going with Shandoka because of the product that it is, I do believe that we need to then go back to that original conversation, which is, should the people that the project was built for be the ones that are actually living there?
And I can get on board with that, but I still feel like these are two different issues because what I'm saying is like, if Voodoo is open to someone at 120% AMI and Shandoka is open to someone at 120% AMI, that is, you know, essentially the same example. So to that person who could qualify for both is the person who doesn't get the Voodoo apartment and is, you know, quote unquote, stuck in Shandoka. Is a 10% difference actually the right difference, acknowledging what the product is? That's more what I'm getting at. And I actually like could open up the other thing that is being said here. I think there is some value in that conversation too, but I just want to acknowledge that these are kind of two different things. So it's not a no to that, but yes, but let's still talk about this other thing.
I feel like we are never going to make everybody happy in this situation, and this conversation could go on and on forever. And our staff has spent so many hours coming up with a multitude of scenarios for us to consider. I too have heard concerns from the community about increasing rent for the same product. And I, you know, sympathize with them. I have seen other free market rentals that are being rented for astronomical prices that are older than I am, and frankly are just as unkept as, you know, maybe you want to call Shandoka. Sorry, town. However, like maybe if there is wiggle room with these prices, maybe this does also offer us an opportunity to like put some new appliances in there. Like instead of changing the prices, lowering them, like maybe we can, I don't know, but think we're on a good path and we don't need to go backwards, but maybe we could ease some of that concern in a different way. Not go back to the drawing board once again for staff. I'm
I
not
don't
sure.
think this is back to the drawing board. It would just be adjusting the multiplier because I think, and I don't want to use the free market as our comparison point because it's so ridiculous that I don't even think that's fair to compare to free market units. Like they're just on a.
I'm just saying
other
like
planet.
the age of the building wise.
Yeah.
Like product wise, what you're getting.
Right. And I just don't think it's a valuable comparison to make because we've already acknowledged that the free market is insane. But I think there is this issue of like, sure, we want to like be remodeling these and we do have a rollout plan to be remodeling Shandoka, and F building is a great example of that. But until that happens, I don't like, that's my issue. Like until we do that.
Yeah, I just want to, and maybe Delaney wants to speak of this too. When we do turnovers at these units, specifically Shandoka, we are doing significant, almost remodeling of every one of these units. So when we do get the opportunity, we are now doing the proper maintenance for these turnovers. And we don't have to give us specific examples, but does include redoing all the floors and the carpets and the windows and the blinds and appliances. So for each opportunity that we get, we do understand the sentiment of the product that we want to provide to the community, which is not a shabby product.
Can I add to that? Because it is a very important thing that Joey just said. We are doing that when we can. And the other thing that comes along with that, and this is not us trying to charge everybody else to cover our costs, but when there is a large unit that needs that full remodel, it's potentially 4 to 8 weeks of vacancy loss as well. Could be longer depending on how long the unit was occupied. And having a multiplier that does keep us a little more even with keeping our reserves in play, even potentially increasing them, gives us that opportunity to absorb that vacancy loss a little bit easier and get the unit where we need it to be with new floors, including subfloors in some cases.
There's a lot we can work with here. I think that I'm happy to hear some of what I'm hearing from the rest of council. I do really want to emphasize and note, Shandoka is still, even with the opening of Voodoo, the majority of our rental housing units at 58.5%. And Shandoka is still the only project with rents where they're at that's generating excess budget revenue of an amount around $500,000 annually. So I'm okay, and I still support a flat rent increase. I think that that's okay to make sure we continue to cover costs and continue to provide a good product. But the majority of what we're talking about here is Shandoka, and that is the apartment complex that's already well into the black.
So with that in mind, though, if we look at the spread that Delaney, the table that was put in table 3 that shows the current makeup of tenants and what their household AMI would be, we're looking at tier A and tier B adding up to almost 40% of Shandoka is paying more than 30% of their income towards rent. And nobody yet really has come from the public to say, what about this group? What about the 40% of Shandoka who are paying over this amount, this multiplier amount that everybody at higher incomes is saying is completely irrational and too expensive and too impossible for them to be able to afford, yet we're okay with having our lower AMI, conceptual tiers paying far more than the 30%.
But Geneva, I would love to talk about a program to provide rent assistance for those true low income earners. I think that's something we could very much work on and find great agreement on. But I don't believe it the responsibility, the rest of the middle working class of Telluride in our housing projects to be responsible to put that bill, especially in a community like Telluride that's just so full of wealth and so much wealth inequality. putting that burden and responsibility just on the rest of the tenants is where I have the issue.
There is rental.
Don't you think that our program should find a way through its structure to subsidize and be supporting people who truly need the support the most at a higher rate than the people who need less financial support?
Can you say that again, please?
Don't you think that the structure of our program should find a way to be supporting the people who need support the most at a higher rate than people who need less support financially?
Again, I throughout this entire process have advocated for tiers at properties where we continue to take those higher income earners and put them in the more modern and more expensive projects that are very much in the red, combined with rent increases there. But again, I think there is a logical disconnect there, that needing to help the lowest income earners of our community does not mean that it is the responsibility of just normal working class people who are by and large much closer to the 100% AMI than they are to the multimillionaires.
But doesn't it seem unfair that there's a significant amount of people paying well over 30%?
I don't know that I would consider it a significant amount. And again, that
30% of Shandoka.
But again, just because we want to, and I agree, we want to help the lowest income earners, that doesn't mean it's the responsibility, and it should be cut, the burden and the financial responsibility should be placed on other normal people in our community.
But
why are we making those people pay for it?
But I think we've had this conversation several times, and I think it's two different philosophies. My perspective is that everyone in deed restricted housing is receiving some sort of a subsidy. And what we are asking is that those who can accept less of a subsidy for their housing, accept less of a subsidy for their housing, and that we do provide more of a subsidy for those that need it, have a need that's far greater.
It's just not me and though. There is no subsidy in Shandoka. It is already generating positive revenue. There is no subsidy.
The individuals are receiving the housing subsidy in comparison to what they would be paying elsewhere.
And that's where I'm fine with setting a lower top AMI limit for those. So those who can afford some other options, of which there is very little, we can enforce a new AMI limit for those who can reasonably find other housing opportunities and make room in our housing projects for people at lower income levels. As we continue to develop more affordable housing, of which we are working towards, lower that limit at projects like Shandoka. So continue to bring that down.
So
and
when would that be? Because we're doing this right now. So are you stating that you would be in favor of adopting a policy that would go into effect in 2025 where we keep Shandoka as a project at the current tiers that it was envisioned for?
I'm not saying current tiers. I'm saying lower than 220% AMI or whatever the current top end is.
So what would that look like, just conceptually?
I would want to take time to analyze what the level is where other housing opportunities become available. I'm not going to say just a number right here offhand without taking time to analyze that, because that's the key component in my mind, that we're not just kicking people onto the street. So a lower number than that, I believe that people at 200-ish% AMI can likely find other opportunities. Beyond that, it requires some analysis. It requires some analysis because it's not, we all know and recognize that housing is very hard here, but I still remain concerned if we just set a number of, 120% AMI, there's not housing options and opportunities.
But there are people that are at 120 or below that are living in free market, paying a greater percentage of their income, and they seem to be able to make it work. So I think that, and I don't think it's the right thing at all that they're paying that high of a percentage of their income, but I do believe that if they were granted the opportunity to live in a program like ours at their AMI level, those units would be then available for people that are making 160 or 180, and they would be able to financially bear those expenses a little bit better.
But the two wrongs don't make a right. We're not, again, we're not helping the lowest income earners of our region by hurting the middle class.
Agreed. I don't think that that's what any of us want.
But that's,
Let's rather than rehashing all of our fundamental disagreements about this topic, which I apologize for contributing to that as well. Let's go with staff back on task with the recommendations about these modeling revelations, I guess we could say, and
Chair- Chair
see what
Shawnette.
everybody wants, what everybody thinks about them.
Chair Shawnette, can I just make one comment?
Please.
I keep saying, wanting to say council person, but committee, THA member, 11, had asked about other models and it was not presented as part of this packet, but a 22% and a 25% rent table was presented at the June 13th meeting for Shandoka specifically. So we could create, I can't believe I'm saying this, we could create a model for that.
I'm sorry, I didn't bring it up.
But I
'cause
just want
know
you to know
put-
that the data is there if we are at the pleasure
Yeah.
of the THA, if
I
that.
just think that's kind of the point of this modeling is seeing where the red and where the black is and where we do have the wiggle room and trying to respond to a lot of public feedback that I've gotten. And I hope everyone who talked to me is listening and everyone who cornered me in public. I'm listening to you and trying to find solutions. I just like, that's where I see the olive branch that we have to kind of help this transition, because what I've heard the biggest complaint about is the increased rents in our units that have not been improved. And I know that there's plans to improve them. And I hear that, but the fact is, if that isn't currently happening, then we still have the same scenario where people are paying significantly more for the same units that when we compare them to our units at 30%, there is a significant difference there. And I think it's greater than a 10% decrease. And that's my concern. And again, this is, I fully acknowledge I've never lived in Shandoka. And so I do kind of approach this with humility. And that's where I really take any feedback that I get very seriously, because I want to know what people who are in the program are thinking, what they're saying, and how this affects them.
Is there any type of a compromise with that line of thinking? I mean, it's tough for me to remember the details in June, but we were pretty, we were not all unified, but we were pretty strong in eliminating that 22 and 25%. And tough for me to just do a 5% and go back to the drawing board and throw all our work out because we're going to end up in the same place. Is there a way that softens the blow to the people that are increased, that maybe creates a slower increase in that number over time for the rent increase, or for certain individuals, a grandfather in till they move and then the new folks come in, because is there a difference between I'm paying more for the same unit, or then when you move out, the next guy comes in and it went up $3,000, you're like, wow, that guy was paying X and now I'm paying Y. You're going to run into the same problems. So are there solutions that move us forward, that lessen the sting, maybe a little more than we thought, but gets us to a point where that's where eventually we're going to be?
I thought that the whole point of these deductions and these kind of first time home buyers stuff, I thought that was in an effort to help reduce
It
the
was.
shock of,
Yeah.
of
So
it.
100% is.
I
Yeah.
think, and I still.
So
And I think I'm just going to point you quickly back to the modeling. So if we look at 27% with the deduction assumption, that is our lowest. Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
Great. Yep. As we said, meeting our debt service at that it's obviously above the 1%, but to also your point, the amount of our new maintenance schedule and our policies, which we are doing, which include more investment, more probably rent loss with those turns. It's hard to say how much buffer that we are gonna need, but we're gonna need more than we currently have, meeting our debt.
Double?
I can't answer that question, but the point of this modeling, just as a reminder, is to show, okay, what about deductions? What about, if you just had everyone do 27-30% in the household shift? We're not able to tell you, hey, if everyone's shifting down and you're gonna do deduction. And unfortunately, there are variables to these policy makings. So we can always provide different analysis of the 25%, but it will never give you the reality if you're going to be towing that line as nearly as you can. I'm just giving that
Yeah.
information. Still make your decisions as you will, but again, this tool is kind of to show the push and pull of some of those policy decision making. But it is not going to show the true reality of when you do this is the amount of revenue we're going to get, because there are so many variables to that piece.
I guess acknowledging those variables, but then like, what kind of excess do we need? Because that's where like, I don't want to be, I'm trying to think of a better word. I don't want to be too,
Yeah,
can't think of a
not
better word.
the opposite of conservative. Is that what you're
Yeah,
going for?
yeah. I'm like, I don't want to say greedy, but I don't want to be too greedy in how we set these rents at. And this is specific to like the older Shandoka units. I think our newer housing is a great product and I stand behind that. I have a hard time standing behind the older Shandoka units and trying to explain why this is the rent that we're charging. And that's why I just wanted to bring this up, because I don't know what the appropriate, we want to aim at over 1, right? And that 8 column H that's highlighted has us at 2. So that's where I'm looking at that and I'm saying, do we have any wiggle room there? Can we, respond to some of the feedback that we've been getting in this specific project?
Could
Well,
I?
by that token, do we want to be able to utilize excess revenue or excess bottom line numbers from Shandoka for our other projects that are not stabilized?
It's not a financial best practice, but it is something that we have been doing. How we're trying to develop these funds is that so they are self-sustaining in their way, but that is obviously at the direction of council. I think for presenting more information and data, we can narrow down. So as Chair Shana mentioned, going through some of the kind of staff recommendations, being what do you want the deductions to look like? What do you want? Do you want to go with tiers? What do you want the deductions to look, so on and so forth? And then we can present, if our sticking point is strictly Shandoka, whether it's 27% or 27% at buildings A through E, then we can present that in a much more tighter modeling after we get some of that larger feedback. And if that is the only decision point that comes out of this discussion, that's something that we can present to tackle that piece head on.
I do want to highlight that this proposal does not solve that issue of needing to balance the budgets for Sunnyside and Virginia Placer. They will still be, even under the most beneficial or however you look at it, they will still be running a budget deficit under this proposal, no matter how you crunch the numbers, even at a 30% multiplier.
Do you mind to go into that one of those tabs?
And
we
so
can look at it
there is still need to do that. I remain very open to exploring alternatives, including more rent increases and finding the people who can afford those, which I believe there are in the community, and making the harder call of harder lines that mean, oh, you no longer get to keep your cheap rent in Shandoka or wherever, but you have an opportunity being presented to you, and running it truly as an enterprise fund where we have a balanced budget and we don't have to keep going back to either our affordable housing fund or rents collected from other working people in the town of Telluride in order to subsidize that. And that's the subsidy I'm worried about and don't want to continue to see as part of our budget.
I'm not okay with Shandoka paying for other affordable housing projects, balanced budget. I think that people living in Shandoka should reap the benefits of their rent increases. Yeah, that just doesn't sit well with me morally or ethically whatsoever.
And as we, obviously the newer buildings, the debt service does change as the years go on with any of our rent increases. So this will look differently. Obviously, we did discuss in the memo of, okay, what is the tool of the Affordable Housing Fund and some of these pieces to kind of subsidize? And it needs to be in a loan perspective, that not that we're creating policies that will continue to draw down from the Affordable Housing Fund, but one that if there are shortfalls due to certain timing circumstances and so on so forth, that eventually it needs to pay back the Affordable Housing Fund. And I don't know if Kaylee or Lance want to speak to that anymore. But there could be tools in any of these situations where we could utilize some other funding, but we have to be very careful on how we utilize that, because the Affordable Housing Fund, as we mentioned in the memo, drawing that down does take away from bonding capacity and some of our other projects we have and goals. So we just have to be careful of that tool as well.
I wanted to mention one thing and then something else came to mind. The one thing I did want to mention was going back to the modeling, the assumptions for deductions limited it to 2 adults per household. These are all hypotheticals, for lack of a better term. When Zoe mentioned there's a lot of variables at play, if you have 4 or 5 adults in a household, and the way that staff was directed at the last meeting was 10,000 per adult and the first time home buyer assistance program money. One of the recommendations that you'll see in your memo is that you consider a cap per household of some sort on deductions, because if there's 5 adults and they all take the maximum, they will go down. This is an assumption, but just in running all of these models, 3 to 5 levels of AMI tiers, just depending on the number of adults in the household. So that's one of the variables set in reality that we just don't know, because we don't know what the household makeup might be a year from now in any of our units, if the policies go this way. The other piece I wanted to mention, and if it had come to me before Monday morning, I would have had it in my analysis. Your comment about the enterprise funds and sustaining themselves. I, more than anyone, well, maybe not more than Kaylee, would love to see that happening. Right now at Sunnyside, as the example, we have 7 households who are in tier B. If at newer properties who have these higher debt obligations, we have inclusive housing, which includes everybody, but we have a limited number of units at certain aspects at either extreme end, and most of them are in the middle. That is a way that we will eventually get to a place that those funds should be self-sustaining. It already is happening at Voodoo. It originally theoretically was happening at Sunnyside because half were tier 1 and half were tier 2. This would change that dynamic a bit. And as people move away, we would need to allocate this number of units at tier B, C, D, etc. So there is a path forward. It's just with this immediate, if this happened tomorrow, this is what it looks like. I hope that made sense.
Not entirely, not entirely to me, but.
Are you talking about the structure of, or the makeup of the tiers within the project itself?
Correct.
So
But-
the behavior of the tiers would shift to be higher tiers in the projects.
So when we did the exercise for Shandoka Building F Phase 1 and the financing on that, the approach was it needed to have an average AMI of 120% across all 13 apartments to make the debt obligation and O&M work. So you might have 1 at tier A, 1 at tier B, 3 at tier C, 4 at tier D, whatever that looks like across the spread of the units. so that it's inclusive and it includes all of the tiers you're wishing to include. But it's spread out so that there's an average income collected, does
But-
that make more sense?
Yes, but what I don't understand is what you're basing the assumption on, that in the long term, the tiers will continue to move upward. Why is that true?
If 7 households at Sunnyside are currently tier B,
Uh-huh.
and they are,
Mhm.
and we know that we really can't, and this is a different type of modeling, but that isn't part of this. If we know that we can't have more than 3 tier B units at certain size units at Sunnyside, because it's going to shift down the entire revenue, but you can do it with 3. And if there's only,
But
So you're limiting the amount of tiers that are available at each project. So it's not
Or
a
number-
natural
Yes.
progression. It is a structured progression. is
but
what
it
you-
has to become a natural progression because we don't want people who are currently living there to have to leave. But if a unit becomes empty, that's a tier B. And we know that we really need a tier D unit more. The unit can become tier D until we get to through attrition
Mhm.
to that level.
It just couldn't become a tier A,
But yeah,
the lower one, right? You can make more money, but not less money.
Yes.
but I don't know if that's necessarily been the direction of council to shift the waiting list prioritization in that way. Because that would seem to me, seem a pretty big philosophical shift about how we operate the waiting list.
And I'm not saying we're doing that. I'm saying it occurred to me Monday morning that in an effort to make this enterprise fund pay for itself, that could be an approach. We definitely have not heard direction from council to go that way. You expressed the concern and it was an epiphany I had Monday.
It does seem like that would be a compromisey way to have tiers and make the enterprise funds self-sustaining.
Mhm. Well, okay.
Just continue to feel of we're taking all these steps and jumping through all these hoops and bending ourselves over backwards to try to make this complex proposal work instead of taking a much simpler route of rent increases, balance our budget, put people in units that it's appropriate for their income level. And most of what we have is working to some degree. I think we're throwing out a lot of good to try to keep the AMI tier, and I just continue to see it as starting with a solution and then trying to figure out how to make the math work to get us there, instead of what do the numbers really show us? How do we ask the question, how do we keep our enterprises funds self-sustaining? And then use the data to make an equitable and fair system there. This to me, I think we're just starting at the wrong end still.
Delaney, do you want to take us through the questions you had on direction?
For recommendations?
Yeah.
Okay. So based on all of the model analyses for the 3 properties, for a standard rent increase, if council was determining to just do a standard rent increase for the year, we would want it to be 5%. As you can see in the modeling, it still doesn't quite get us to where we need to be for Virginia Placer or Sunnyside specifically, but if you go that route, 5% is what we can.
There's more details of that. We need to get it in the memo. Yep. So I guess, I think the first, I don't know if we just want to go through the recommendations or start Geneva of, do we want this direction to staff to look at standard 5%, or is the direction for staff to look at tiers?
I mean, I think this gets to the heart of where we have the most disagreement here amongst council. I would only be in favor of, I recognize that we might not come to a decision by the time we need to pass the budget. So I would be comfortable with passing a 5% increase as part of the budget, knowing that we will be revisiting this whole tiers discussion. But beyond that, to me, I would only be comfortable with a 5% increase across all of our projects if we kept the limits where they are now for household size and give households that are over income a year to move out. And I don't want to do that. So that's why I don't prefer that approach.
So at 80% AMI cap at Shandoka, is that what you're saying, Geneva?
I think it varies by bedroom of what the current numbers are. I would be willing to entertain. I mean, I don't want to do this. I don't want to want to non-renew such a large portion of our population. So I really don't even want to go this route at all and get into the minutia of it.
I don't know why one necessitates the other.
Well, that illustrates the fundamental difference of the way that we see this situation. I'd love to hear from other people. I don't need to lead this response.
Daddy's got his hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I still have a hard time with that 40% at the lowest income levels. And even just saying 5% across the board as a Band-Aid doesn't feel right to me, because the people on the higher end are still paying such a different proportion versus the people who are well over 30% that are getting the same increase. So that I'm not, I mean, I know neither solution is perfect, but it still leads me to try to figure out a way to do the tiers. And if the discussion blew up and we had to discuss a rent increase, I got to figure out a way to help the people on the lower end. And if it's a lower, I don't know if it's possible or ethical or whatever, but if they're paying such a high percentage, their increase has to be less than what the people of the bigger gaps are, because they have that room and we know they have that room. And so I don't know if that's, again, that there's no increase if you're in the lower two income levels and a higher increase in 5% for the upper ones is temporary, but I still, we moved forward to get to this point with tiers for good reason. And we knew we weren't going to have, everyone wasn't going to be in alignment. And to me, if we go to the percent increase, we're basically just threw away 9 months of what I thought was pretty healthy debate. And how do we start all over again, knowing how much time it takes out of us to move other things along that we've put on the back burner because we wanted to focus on THA.
Yeah, I share a lot of Teddy's sentiments, and also I guess I just need to say that I am wholeheartedly not in favor of kicking anybody out of Shandoka for any reason at this moment in time. I do agree that the lower income people occupying Shandoka should not receive a dramatic increase. If we're doing some sort of across the board percentage increase and not a tier, I don't think they should carry the same burden or responsibility financially that those who can bear it should. And also, yeah, the fact that we have participated in hours and hours of conversation around this tier concept. I mean, there's some merit to that. Staff time, our time. And I think that we're really close to figuring out a viable solution that, not solution, compromise, where everyone is mutually unhappy with it. Those are my thoughts right now. But I'm not okay with removing anybody from Shandoka.
I think that was, if we go back to why we decided to move forward with tiers, it was that we were prioritizing housing security for the individuals living in the program that we have currently. To go back to something else, fundamentally changes the reason why we started this conversation in the first place and how we started it. And I don't think that we need to do that. I do think that for budget purposes, we probably just need to say that we're going to assume the 5% and then we'll adjust it mid-year when we finally get this whole plan finalized. But the tiers work. They are equitable. They may not be what some people want to pay, but those individuals have opportunities in this community within our own programs to be able to get something that where cost and value are a little bit more in alignment, should they wish to do so. I mean, I think that fundamentally is where we are. I shifted. I mean, Dan, you and I had that conversation months ago, where I said that I would be fine not supporting tiers as long as the people that were in Shandoka, as long as Shandoka itself remained at its current structure. But to do so, we would be saying that housing security is not our priority. And I have changed my mind on that. I want to be able to provide a solution that works best for most. It's not going to work for all, and it's not going to make everyone happy, but I do believe that the direction that we have been going in is what is going to be the best solution at this point in time.
I do want to respond to a few things because the idea that just because we've been working on this for months means we have to go this way is a logical fallacy. It's known as the sunk cost fallacy. The idea that you put so much work into things that means you have to continue that direction. We as council and as leaders of our community should be willing to respond to new data, new information, new lines of thinking, and be willing to change and shift. Just because we've been working on something for a long time doesn't mean we have to continue down that path. I also believe there's a logical fallacy that just if we don't do rent tiers, then that means we have to kick a bunch of people out. I'm not saying everyone in Shandoka should be allowed to stay. I think there is a limit that we can place, a sensible, logical, data-based limit where people have housing alternatives that we can set that new limit and enforce that while simultaneously adding rent increases to help continue to balance our budget. In addition, just like we did over COVID with our housing assistance fund, our rental housing assistance fund at that time, we have ways to continue to help the lowest income earners of our region without penalizing everybody else. And this I continue to view as not equitable, that is being rent tiers, because it does create two systems. We are having two systems. We have our rental housing system and our deed restricted ownership system. The American dream is home ownership. Survey after survey says it's still the top priority for most people in America to want to own a home and to charge a blanket percentage in a high cost of living like Telluride, high cost of living area like Telluride. It makes that dream harder, even with accommodations for deductions for savings for a down payment. That is capped at $50,000, which is only 20% of a $250,000 home, of which there are next to zero in our region. I will also want to note that this program does disadvantage so many people because even if you get a $1 pay increase, if you're a server and you make $1 more and you just happen to go over the limit, you might end up paying $350 to $400 more a month, $4,000 annually, and end up taking home less pay. Those type of scenarios are real and can certainly happen to this. So I think we're jumping to a lot of conclusions. Again, I share the same goal of balancing our budget and providing a system that works for the most number of people, recognizing that we will have to set some hard lines. I'm definitely willing to work and compromise on that. But just because we've been working on this for months doesn't mean that we're stuck in this this process, this answer to this problem. And I really encourage you all to continue to search and be willing to adapt, listen to the feedback, listen to the numbers that we see that this proposal doesn't fix our problem. And so how do we really fix any problem we have, which would be twofold in my mind, making sure that we efficiently use our housing to the best of our ability and keep a balanced budget. And I continue to view that rental tiers do not answer those questions.
I'd like to straw poll.
Yeah.
With all the information that Dan is claiming, that is new to us, and I personally don't look at it as, his sunk analysis. I thought our discussions were healthy and going in a good direction. And I still believe that with all the information that was provided, knowing that you can't make everybody happy. I could be wrong, but I would like to just go around instead of we're just going around in circles. If the majority of us feel that tiers are no longer optimal based on the data you've seen and the feedback, let's say it. And if people think that we still think tiers are the way to go, let's say it and then figure out how to move forward. If you, and Geneva, if you agree to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we've brought ourselves to this point multiple times. Has anybody changed their perspective? I think that Dan's point's great. Yes, we should evaluate every time we get more information. I don't think that we ever started this trying to balance the budget. That was not the purpose of re-examining our rental program. The purpose was to make a program that fit our renters and fit our community and was serving the people in our community in an equitable manner. At least that was my purpose. So I think that we may still have some negotiations of how tiers work, but I believe that tiers are the most equitable way to amend our rental program.
I also am still in favor of tiers. I think I expressed my concerns about the discrepancy between older units and new units. So if there's anything we could do to acknowledge that, I would love to see that. But overall, I do feel like that we're heading in the right direction. And I think we got here from a perspective of housing stability for the middle class instead of implementing income limits that existed and kicking out a bunch of people. I feel like it's important to just say that as many times as we can. So I think that conceptually this is the right direction and I feel like we're really close. And yeah, I haven't changed too much, but I do think it's my like sticking point is just the multiplier on some of the older units, just acknowledging that they're not getting the same.
And I'll just jump in. So with the straw poll, I think we can go through or we, is the direction for staff to continue with tiers. And then we have all of our other analyses of, let's talk about the deductions next. And so, but if we're not going to do the tier discussion, there's no need to dig
Right.
deep. So I think we'll have more points of staff direction that we can lead after we have an understanding of.
Keep it simple.
Sorry.
No, you're great.
I'm in favor of the tiered system but I do agree that we have some details to still work out.
I'm in favor of the tiers. I think it's the best solution for most. And knowing that some people are not going to like it and get hurt on it. And that's just unfortunate. And I'm definitely not in favor of kicking anybody out either.
I'm in favor of tiers.
I believe that a tier system reduces the value of our housing, especially for those in the middle class. Many in that middle class will choose to leave our community, and I think it is detrimental to our businesses, our culture, and our community. You all know where I stand. I am emphatically against tiers.
So with that staff direction of pursuing tiers, then we can go through some of our other recommendations within tiers and what that could look like. Delaney, do you want to kind of go through some of your other talking points with tiers?
Sure.
And get direction.
Sure, thank you. I touched on this earlier when we were going through the modeling scenarios and a bit of the analysis. Staff would recommend a 30% rent multiplier for the rent target at Virginia Placer and Sunnyside and Shandoka Building F, or if you want to say any new construction, and I want to keep that phrase in there as we continue with potentially remodeling other Shandoka buildings. Okay. There's more detail in there. If you want any more clarity, it's on page 72 of the packet.
And I think let's just stop her and.
Great.
Is everyone good with that? Thumbs up that, okay. And then we can talk about the older Shandoka buildings.
And that can absorb the 27%, as we talked about. If we receive different direction, let me know for different multiplier. But 30% at Virginia Placer, Sunnyside, and new construction, and 27% at buildings A through E and G and H at Shandoka.
And so as the units are being brought online with new product, new flooring, et cetera, would they then move into that 30% or would we keep it by building?
That is not how we have foreseen that.
Okay.
Unless this is not something happening, this is an example. If in a year and a half, we go into building B and do what we just did to building F, and it is a beyond remodel, it's like a reconstruction. Then in that case, when you have to get new debt to pay for that, that would be when it would shift over. Deep remodels, we're not including in that.
So it will essentially stay at 27 until there's the deep remodel. Or
Until they're
acquiring
gut.
New debt.
Yeah.
Yeah, new debt gut job.
So the straw poll for that is staff still maintaining that direction of 27% of those Shandoka units? Or maybe we can start there. The other part would be the direction of looking at a lower multiplier.
I mean, I think I've made my thoughts on this clear, so I don't.
So what kind of, like, what are you thinking? Are you thinking like 25?
25 maybe, just because when it was pointed out in the public comment that it's only a 10% difference between new and Shandoka A through E and G and H. That's when I already, I feel like from the beginning, back when we started this, wanted to see a lower multiplier for Shandoka. So I feel like this isn't a new thing that I'm saying. And then when I do see the modeling of the income, that's where I felt like maybe there is room to accommodate a lower multiplier. So,
Delaney, can the rest of the buildings absorb a 25%?
In Shandoka.
Yeah.
Yes, but we're not going to see the types of reserves that we're seeing right now. You're putting me on the spot. I don't have a model for it. It's okay. And as was talked about a bit earlier, even though it is not best practice, we have been using the reserves at Shandoka to also help bolster. What's the term you used? Net loss? Net, I don't remember.
Reserves at Shandoka.
For Virginia Placer and Sunnyside specifically. So
Oh.
at 25%, it would reduce our overall reserves and that will take away from future projects. It would pit future projects potentially for improvements against needing those reserves to help bolster other properties
But
potentially.
increasing those other buildings to the 30%, that should up their reserves already.
It will help, but it doesn't get them flat.
Another question, just with the age of the Shandoka buildings, and they've kind of exceeded what people in the building world call their building life expectancy, right? So do you think that we're getting to the point where it's more important now than ever to have these reserves just because of the age of the buildings?
They're 30 years old.
I think 32 years, isn't it like 32 years is like yeah, it is. So this is not outrageous, Dan. Like this is a legitimate conversation.
And we've already gutted one.
And we've already gutted one.
Against the recommendation of our consultant that we hired to examine that building, for the record.
I think having
Anyway,
some reserves for capital projects is definitely important in all of these funds.
And we actually added,
Haley, can you repeat what you just said?
I think having some reserves in all of these funds is important for upkeep of those buildings and major capital projects.
and the short answer from me for your question is yes, it would be better. We have a line item in our Shandoka budget this year to actually get an engineering consultant to start looking at some of those buildings.
And that costs money, I'm sure. Yes.
Yes, and obviously the reporting is what really the financing will come to execute whatever the engineer comes back with, what is needed for those buildings.
I guess I feel like, I don't know if we can go lower than 27.
In the direction, I'm just gonna pause. and I appreciate because you have the information. And I just want to say, if you don't feel like you have the information to make your decision, that is something that we can look to provide. But if you feel like you have the information that you need to make your decision, then you can provide that direction.
I just asked all like the
Yeah,
big
perfect,
outline
great.
questions that I had. I don't know if anybody else has more questions.
Right.
But I do like hearing, because a lot of people have come up to me too, like
Yeah.
a lot, but you know, some of the things that I've had to like kind of like internal, you know, like turtle dialogue was that, you know, we haven't done a rent assessment with Shandoka in so long. We haven't, you know, our cost of O&M has increased over the years, and we haven't increased rent substantially to even meet those. So it's a sad reality that, you know, we have kind of dropped the ball in that respect, period, and we're kind of just catching up, and yeah, it's the same product for the same amount, but like we've been absorbing all these
4%,
extra
yes.
costs, you know, for years and not put it on like you typically do in these situations, you know, because so that's a hard reality. It was a hard pill for me to swallow. It's a hard pill for the public to swallow, I know. Just kind of getting caught back up to breaking even essentially, but also like setting up a reserve too, so that we can prepare for future needs.
Well, I guess your response was we do want some reserves. I think that's where some feels really ambiguous to me. Like, what is an appropriate reserve policy for this? Because it's otherwise it feels like we're kind of shooting in the dark a little bit. Because like, what's the aim? Is it?
So we do have a reserve policy, if you want to mention that.
Yeah, which is 25% of our expenses.
So what would the 27%, let's see,
Could you flip over to Shandoka on the Shandoka tab? Thank you.
because I feel like I just want to make sure, like, if this is the number that we choose, that it's really something that like I can justify with reasons. So 25% of the operating expenses of Shandoka is like 315,000.
Very low, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's
And-
where, you know, the reserves we would have would be closer to 700,000. Is that correct? Based on the 27% multiplier?
At Shandoka, we would have a fund balance of, let's see, we're looking at the tiered at
Tiered
27%.
with deductions. I was just doing quick math in my head. But that like 1.5-ish million minus the like 700,000 debt service.
So you'd have a fund balance of a little over $2 million in that scenario.
Wait,
But the net income, I think, is what.
Oh.
oh yeah, that's 784. I think that would be the,
That's the net income. We're starting the year with.
okay. Then, well, the 2 million doesn't deal with the debt service, right?
It does not.
So then the debt service is around,
No, it does. Yeah, it takes into account the debt service, all the expenses.
I'd prefer to see 27% and it leave us with funds to be able to upgrade and do the operations and maintenance at that building that we haven't had the money to be able to do. I think that's also part of that argument, that concern that you're hearing is that the quality doesn't feel, cost and value are not in alignment. But I think that the easiest way for us to actually solve that and to maintain the building instead of having to completely redo it at some point and move people out and displace them is to be able to spend that money upgrading these units as they come available, as they come online, or even, as people are willing to do so.
I guess I feel differently that I think relocating people to newer units and doing a full remodel is the better strategy. And then taking bonds to fund that and increasing that to 30% when it becomes available. Like I think that's where I see a different strategy.
I just don't think we have the units to be able to move people yet. We're down housing units. I mean, we're about to get a study that's gonna come back telling us that we have a massive deficit in affordable housing units in the region. I don't see a future where displacing people out of a building, I feel like that's the last resort right now. Because whether that's 20 families, whether it's 30 families, we don't have units to put them in while we renovate those buildings. So doing these soft, good sort of upgrades to me feels like the best course of action.
Well, okay, but then if we're not displacing them, then the units never vacant for those soft renovations either.
But as
you
like,
know?
as people move out, I mean, I think it's instead of moving like 30 people and trying to find where they're gonna
I
live.
hear you. I think I disagree. Because
Okay.
then I see Carhenge as part of that solution too. You know, like zooming out and seeing the big picture, that's kind of where I see that being utilized to vacate some of those buildings for bigger scale renovations.
The feedback I have heard most throughout this entire process and previous to this, the two pieces were our housing rules are very complex and difficult to navigate, and that our affordable housing is too expensive. I think the vast majority of our tenants would prefer cheaper rent than nicer countertops and lighting fixtures.
I totally agree with that. I think we've seen that in the fact that people who are making quite a bit of money have chosen to stay in these apartments.
Yeah, and I'm not ready to look at a future of extensive full rehab gut and then automatically go to 30% because there are people who are going to be fighting a budget more than they are wanting countertops and stainless appliances kind of thing. We can
I'd
do
rather
that case by case.
Sorry, Teddy.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I'm done. Good.
I think 27% was a level that makes sense and it gives us the opportunity to offer some of those deductions. But if we do 25% and then we offer all those deductions, then we're just really going to be adjusting a lot of rents way down in a way that doesn't make sense and is not going to pencil. So I think that the deductions are really great opportunities to support folks with the saving that they need to be able to do and dealing with some of their debt. And so that's why I think 27% is a good spot for those older Shandoka units.
Just to help me, because I'm trying to do the straw poll for staff direction. So Geneva's 27%, Jesse Ray's 27%,
27.
Teddy's 27%, Mia's 27%. No for Dan and no for Elena.
With
Looking at more
the
25.
deductions, I want to.
Well, yeah, and we'll move to the deductions piece.
I think I'll dissent on this one.
Okay.
I'm big picture. I like where we're going. That's one sticking point for me.
Okay, and we can circle back if we need to. Okay.
Did we have consensus on the 30? Because I didn't see
Mhm.
that.
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Okay. There was an additional piece to that recommendation, which this came from comments that had been made by THA over the course of these conversations. Are the spans of the tiers at 20% intervals, are those fine? Because there had been some talk about making the intervals larger at the higher end of the spectrum so that the people at the higher end of the spectrum were getting those jumps more frequently and perhaps had longer time at a lower rent. We just wanted to make sure where you were on the 20% interval piece of that. Across all tiers.
I'm fine with it.
I feel like I'm being really squeaky today, but I do feel like some of the feedback that we've gotten from the public is that fewer larger tiers was preferred.
And the feedback I got we got in the beginning was that these large jumps was the concern and was the struggle, was when they were jumping so significantly, which is why I do appreciate having more tiers with less of a step up, so it is not as financially impactful when they do jump into another tier.
Was that feedback about the Sunnyside tiers or the proposed tiers?
I mean, the Sunnyside tier, I think, is probably the one that is the
Yeah.
example of what happens. And so that is why I like the multiple tiers. And that's why like the people I've spoken with have said that that's an easier move.
I hear that, but I think maybe we pushed it too far into too many tiers and maybe there's like a middle ground. Cause I know some public comment in person that we had a handful of weeks ago requested that. And then one of the public comments that was submitted also asked for fewer tiers. So I agree that there's a point where the jumps are too big, but I wonder if we've overcorrected too much and maybe the sweet spot is somewhere in the middle because, one person who gave public comment said that to have that tier be a little bit wider gives you a little bit more time to prepare for the changes and to be at the same rent rather than it changing more often. And I do think that that is a valuable piece of insight.
And I
You
think
have
we
a
did talk
proposal?
about,
What?
You have a proposal?
Um,
can I be reminded of the 2-year lease discussion and what that means? Can you talk about that, Delaney?
That was one of the remedies to what you're describing,
yeah.
was if you have a 2-year lease, you still check in at the 1-year mark. And then if you have changed tier, you have a conversation. It doesn't change your rent amount until the 2-year renewal comes up. And that was I believe one of the levers that was being pulled to alleviate that particular concern.
Yeah, and you don't get kicked out at the year point, no matter what.
You have a conversation and you are told, hey, you're now in this next tier level. Be prepared that when you renew,
It'll go, yeah.
This is more of my original reason for these tiers, because I'm on the subcommittee that proposed this, was the same as what Mian's saying. And I'm just saying based on public comments since we proposed this, that's what I've heard. So,
I think that's where the solution came
And-
out of that.
and we've had
I-
feedback in the,
I
sorry.
guess the 2-year lease and the 2-year lease deals with one part of that, but I still feel like maybe this isn't either or, but maybe both are the solution. We already have kind of a lot of minutia in our housing program, and to simplify the tiers might make this an easier pill to swallow for some people who are intimidated by this change. And again, just based on some feedback that we got from the public, that's the reason why I bring that up, because those haven't been adjusted since we heard that.
So is your alternate potential direction just fewer tiers, or do you have more?
Yeah, like maybe they're wider. I think on the lower end, the tiers make sense, but maybe as they move higher, we sort of make those larger tiers. I'm curious I keep looking at Dan because I'm curious to see what you think about that as
Sure.
someone who already has some opposition to the system.
I mean, I think there's a cut either way you slice it
Yeah.
necessarily, but I would say my preference is fewer, wider tiers because it benefits more. If the idea is 30% is truly still affordable, then even when you cross to the new tier, you're still within your supposed affordability range, even though I clearly have issues with that. But if it's a wider tier range, then you are allowed to make a bigger spectrum of income within that tier without your rent changing. And as you approach the high end of your current tier, the proportion of your income towards rent goes down. And so that is a benefit to the citizens, of which is my clear prime motivation throughout this process.
Can I ask, because we obviously added in 2 more tiers. So when we had the original, which was 2 tiers less, was the spread, what was the spread percentage?
So to be clear.
Yep.
this tier presentation was presented and then they were taken out and
Yep.
then put back in.
Yep.
But the original presentation had jumps at the lower end of 15% on the first two, I believe. You're real taking me back.
Yeah.
And then 30% jumps at the higher end, and the middle was like 20 or 30, like, so it
Yep.
was 15 on the low. I would not ask that we do that probably and keep those at 20. But if we started at maybe tier after tier F and did, just throwing numbers out there, a 30% jump for then 3 more tiers, it would basically get us up to J, which is 240%.
If this is the direction that council wants to go based on public feedback, I just want to remind everybody that if we do that, then we have people in the higher income brackets paying less proportion of their income to rent than the people of the lower income brackets. And does
Probably
that
what we got where we were. Thank you for that reminder, Geneva, of that conversation.
And I think I feel like we've really answered so many of the objections that we've heard from the community. And if people are concerned, there are opportunities to put further funds into retirement accounts, child education funds, et cetera, to reflect, to bring their income tier down if they wanted to. And so, I mean, I think, again, I mean, to Geneva's point, most of all, I really, really want to see this system be equitable. And I don't think that allowing people who are making more money to pay a lower percentage of their income in rent than the people that don't have that opportunity, it doesn't feel appropriate in a program like this.
But that change doesn't do anything to the detriment of those lower income brackets. It doesn't change anything. We're still talking about the exact same system of which everyone else just gave their thumbs up towards. It only provides a benefit to some people.
The people that need the benefit the least.
They're having a hard time.
Still our citizens, still the residents of Telluride, still our neighbors, still our friends.
I'm not saying that, Dan. I'm not saying that they're not.
So why are we so against trying to help them?
Because we're not providing an equitable solution to others. And that is something that we as a council have said is one of our greatest priorities, is to create policies and procedures that are equitable to our community. So yes, the people, I would love to just say that everybody could have free rent, but like, we can't do that. Like we have to look at what we're doing. And if we are offering a benefit to one group, we need to make sure that those that do not have the same opportunities receive the same.
But the contradictions in your logic when it comes to our rental housing policies versus our owner's housing policies refute that, Mian.
We're literally talking about rental policies. Can we just talk about rental
But
policies?
it is showing that you are willing to have different standards when it comes to renters versus owners. And so you are willing to have contradiction, but somehow you need to have this pure equitability for all renters. They must all always be treated all the same.
Within this program? Yeah, that makes sense.
I think what you said, I agree with too. I think they should all be treated the same.
But then again, we are creating two systems. Clearly ownership has far greater benefits. They're still all our citizens. They're still all.
We're not talking about ownership guidelines right now.
You don't get to just wave that away when we're clearly treating them differently.
They're different.
And there's no guarantee.
It's two different.
It's the benefit. I've
But
seen it.
every renter I know in the middle class wants to own.
But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about rental policies right now.
But we are treating renters worse. We are treating them as second-class citizens.
We have the opportunity to look at other policies that we have created when we are going to look at those other policies that we have created. We are trying to create the very best rental policy that we possibly can right now. That is our focus, not deciding what we did wrong before in other circumstances. We are trying to create the policies now for our rental program. And when we go back, because we get to reevaluate things every 2 years, we can look at our ownership program and debate that as well. But let's not confuse the two right now, because the only thing we're doing is delaying this process, which is honestly starting to feel like the point. So like, can we please stay on task with this particular conversation, this particular talking point?
I'm wondering how everybody else feels about like, until we really define what these tiers are gonna be, does it make sense to do these percentage increases? Like, don't they kind of like go hand in hand with each other?
What
do you mean?
What do you mean?
Like, you know, we want to do a tier, right? But we don't know, have we definitely decided?
It
We're
sounds
supposed
like
to be
right now, our
deciding
di-
that right now.
our
Right now.
direction right
Oh,
now
I
is that we're
thought we
doing
all just
tiers.
decided that there still needs to be more detail.
So we're working through that right now. So the direction we're moving through at the moment is we're doing, the direction is staff to implement tiers at 30% for new properties, 27 for
27%.
Shandoka. And then right now we're straw polling the intervals. So and I'll just get clarity. I don't know if you flip-flopped, I'm confused. if you
I think,
flip-flopped, but-
I think this is mostly me just vocalizing the comments that we've gotten.
Yep.
I have made a lot of my opinions around this based on public comment and public feedback because I'm not directly affected by these choices. So I really want to listen to the people who are and see what they think is a system that works for them. I could be swayed either way. I originally had the same thought as Nian of like make these jumps more gentle, and that seemed reasonable. And especially knowing that the 2 tiers at Shindoka were way too disparate from each other. And I wonder if maybe we've overcomplicated it by trying to correct that just based on feedback. I don't have a strong opinion either way. I want to like do what's best for the people in these leases and in these units.
Okay.
So
maybe.
I agree with, I think that
We're talking about the 27, or excuse me,
27
20% interval between each tier, A through A.
And then didn't you bring up something, Delaney, like we could go a higher percentage
So
through?
she was talking about historical conversations that we had previously. And
The
where.
J through K or something like that?
So originally it was, I think we just presented A through G, like the very first one. And the first target rent was 45% with a 60% cap. The next one was a 65% target with an 80% cap. And we just kind of went through there, and top end, there were 30% jumps in between. Right now, there's 20% intervals. And that came from conversations that we had with earlier public comments about the jumps being too vast too quickly. And that those big jumps were harder. So we evened it out per council THA direction to 20% intervals.
So does the historical conversation, is that less, I don't want to say, I guess, punitive on the lower income bracket than the higher income bracket, or no?
Well, it's even across the board, so I think
It's not. So we couldn't do like 20% on tiers A through B and then 30% on tier blah, blah, blah.
We can, that's what we're talking about right now. But what Geneva and I were saying is that if we make those larger jumps at the higher income levels, then individuals that are in that particular tier would at points be paying less than 30% of their income. And the question posed was, is that truly fair if those individuals are paying a lower percentage of their income than the individuals that are in a lower income tier that are making less money?
So let's switch it. Can we do that? I mean, I know equitability is a thing, but I don't.
I think the jump, to me, my personal opinion, and this is informed by public comment and a lot of conversations I've had, I just feel that stepping your rent up in smaller amounts is easier overall from a budgeting perspective for individuals than making these like larger jumps when you kind of cross over that tier threshold.
Which I understand completely, but you know, I do think that there is some value in being more sensitive with our more needy.
I mean, that's where I think that like jump into, like, let's call it $1,500 to $2,000 a month in rent. $500 is a lot of money to a lot of people in this community. And if I would much rather, instead of jumping from 1,500 to 2,000, that they were jumping from 1,500 to 1,650, you know, and then from 1,650 1,800 to 2,000. Like, I would rather see that, because I think that that is easier for a family to bear than that $500 jump.
Right.
You are, I wanted to say, if you are curious of those rents and what they would be, they are in your
I have them
packet,
up here.
so.
I think that there's some income earners that can, without a doubt, absorb these increases, but I think there's others that are on very much a fixed income that
Well, if they're fixed,
Don't
then
worry
their
about
rent's
it.
not gonna change.
w-
You're getting the same amount.
you're right. Okay, I'm going in circles. My brain is,
All right.
I'm,
Get it.
I think I'm good with wherever the consensus is on this. I'm okay with.
Good with it.
You're good.
Good with it. I mean,
You're good with the 20%
I'm good with
spread.
20%.
this is not perfect and we have to,
Okay.
and we have to be prepared to adjust it in an ongoing manner.
Yeah.
Whether it's the 2-year intervals or however we decide.
So Geneva's good with the 20% spread. Is that right? Geneva, Teddy, Ian, Jesse, Ray, if that's the consensus. Dan,
I think
no?
it's a start
Yep.
for sure.
I don't oppose it necessarily. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to acknowledge the comments that we're getting. So I can be on board with it.
I want to say really quickly, I just don't know that it was made very clear at the last time we discussed that topic, that broader rent spreads would mean a greater likelihood of paying a lower percentage of your income towards rent. I don't know that everybody understood who commented when they saw those big rent jumps. I get that concern. I could see the logic. I understand. But I feel like there was some at least who that wasn't that trade-off. It's a trade-off. I don't feel like that trade-off was properly highlighted necessarily at the last time we had this conversation with some of that.
Thank you, Dan. Okay,
Okay.
moving on to.
The next recommendation had to do with distribution across projects.
And
this-
deductions.
This came about today, even during conversation about potentially only allowing certain household AMI tiers to apply or lease at certain properties and to limit it at the high end, potentially at certain properties. That came up today as Shandoka. So the recommendation would be to allow the tier distribution and a standard tier system at all properties. If we're given direction that, and I'm just throwing out an example, at Shandoka, this was one of the things that had been brought up before, and I think it might still exist in the green table that Ally has presented, that new leases at Shandoka could only be up to tier D, but you were allowed to grow beyond that. If you wanted to limit other properties at, I think Virginia Placer is currently listed at B through D. I have had public comment, though, that they would like to see that maybe go up to F, or we can just have it standard, like every property allows everything. Just want to make sure that you all are on board with that as we're losing people.
Yeah, so to help you with this visually, if you go to page 59 of 102 in the THA packet, this is exhibit or appendix A, which is qualification by project. And you'll see in here, I believe it's the third and fourth columns where we have target incomes and maximum incomes. And this is where we need your help to really fill it. Now that we have what we think the policies will be, now we need to apply it to each property. So we're getting a little bit into my questions for you now. But at this point, Delaney just brought it up. There, for each project might be a move in maximum and then a move up maximum to address the issue of allowing households to move up in income without losing their housing, while also preserving this for affordable housing initially.
I mean, immediately, I definitely agree with having qualification income tier limits. That hopefully will get the right income earners in appropriate projects. So having Shandoka, like you suggested, tier A through D for initial qualification, that seems like a good proposal. And then, you know, something like Voodoo having that, you know, maybe on the low end. I don't know if we necessarily need to, well, I don't know if we need to exclude tier A, but having the initial qualification for some of our newer projects that are at higher rent amounts, have higher income limits for initial qualification.
So the idea behind not having tier A on some of these projects, for instance, Virginia Placer, it's not that tier A is ineligible to rent at Virginia Placer. It's just that tier A does not have a rental amount set within Virginia Placer. So if you're a household earning tier A income and you want to live at Virginia Placer and your name comes up on the wait list, you can be offered a unit, but you'll be paying the minimum tier B rent. So it just means that ultimately you'll be paying more than that 30% of your income towards rent, but that's a personal decision. It's just for budgeting purposes, we can't necessarily allow tier A at every single property.
That works for me.
Works for me.
Yes, Geneva. Yes, Elena. Yes, Jesse Ray. Yes, Teddy.
Yes.
So.
I mean, I can live with that. I think it's important for us to be able to offer those housing types to all income classes. I fundamentally believe that, but I can live with it.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Great
Um,
direction. Thank you.
Income deductions and cap on deductions. At the last meeting, and I touched on this earlier, there was direction given to staff to allow 10,000 per adult per household and up to the maximum for the first time home buyer savings account, FHSA, which is 14,000 per individual and 28,000 per their definition of household, meaning a married filing jointly couple. 28,000 max for a couple or a family. So
Up to $50,000 total, just noting that because it is important.
at 28,000, I thought.
50,000 total for the entire savings account is the maximum
Oh,
amount you're
okay,
allowed to
great.
deposit.
Thank you.
Well, hang on. No, you could keep depositing into that fund. It just, you're not going to get the tax benefits of writing off the, you know, revenue or like capital gains that through the state of Colorado. But there's nothing stopping someone from putting more than $50,000 into one of these accounts.
Exactly.
Okay, well, I misunderstood the direction of council then, because I did have that concern, because as I sort of noted earlier, $50,000 is not much of a down payment in the town of Telluride. So yes, you're right that you can deposit more than that. I had interpreted council's previous direction of sort of capping it out at $50,000. But if I was incorrect, I apologize and thank you for clarifying.
I was trying to see if there was a way that we could create our own version of this fund where it had a higher limit or work with local banks or the foundation, so that more money could be, you know, saved in this like sort of locked up account. But that's not going to be as smooth as just working with these accounts that already exist, and people are able to put more than 50,000 into them. They just can't get I'm repeating myself. Sorry.
So staff's recommendation would be definitely continue on the vein of allowing additional exemptions over the original $10,000 per household that was suggested. However, consider a cap. And an example is if you were to have a four adult person household who are unrelated individuals and they maxed out all of their deductions, that's a deduction of $96,000 from the household income, which could undermine the financial viability if more than one or two of those households were to actually adopt that practice for various properties. So while we're on board and definitely supportive of the idea of increasing it over $10,000, please just consider a cap on those income deductions.
Thoughts?
I'd rather not do a cap. And if we see that it's becoming a problem down the road, maybe adjust it. I'd like to, if you're saving for really good things, keep at it.
Do you have a proposed cap amount?
Because we did the assumptions with a two-person household and had $34,000 allowed for deduction in the one assumption, and people were shifting down at least one household tier and in 3 instances, 2 tiers, it definitely took a big bite out of the overall revenue stream. My thought was if you capped it somewhere around that $30,000 or $34,000 mark, at least for this first go at it, by household, not, so like if there's 4 adults, that's the maximum they could take. If there's 2 adults, that's the maximum take. Because at that level, it already is a little daunting when we look at the revenue stream. So that would be our suggestion for a cap if you were to place one.
I think if that's staff's recommendation, this is a new program. I would rather step into it gently and take that recommendation and then assess in 2 years, because we'll know how much and who is actually taking those deductions and how this program is working, and then we can reevaluate and hopefully expand it further.
So having a cap or not having a cap?
Having a cap. I don't want to, I don't want to take it, I don't want to take this program away. I would rather go into it softly versus not having a cap and then having to pull back from our residents and say, we can't do this any longer.
So Julian, just to clarify, you're talking about like if there's a 2-person household, each person equally could have 15,000 at 30% or 30,000 each.
No, it would be $10,000 max, as you all directed last time, per person for educational expenses, retirement contribution, medical expenses. And then also in a nod to the ability to put money into a down payment savings, which we would love people to move into the ownership program. That has an individual cap per annum of 14,000 and a cap if it's a couple to 28,000. My thought and staff's thought on a cap is not necessarily to limit. Like you could take 28,000 in the first time home buyer savings if the cap was 34,000, and then you'd have 6,000 left over for other expenses that you have. Whatever combination of that could be, but with no more than 10,000 per person for those specific types of expenses. If that made
So
sense.
you could still do, okay, so 10,000 for health insurance, blah, 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 blah. And then up to 14 per individual for first-time home buyers.
But with a max total of 34,000, whatever combination that looks like.
And the total is per
Person or per
household.
So my issue with that is the like the unrelated adults living in the same house.
Yeah.
It does, but it does relate to how AMI is calculated and how household is calculated in this, which really is to the detriment of multi-income earner households.
Yeah, I'm aware.
So to counteract that some, I don't think it's unreasonable to give some sort of benefit that is consistent in a regard like this.
Wait, I don't think it's a benefit to
Have a cap.
Can you?
Yeah.
Oh,
how's
I
it-
misheard, I misunderstood what you said then.
Sunnyside or?
No, I'm saying I have an issue with the per household cap because
I see, I
of
see.
the individuals living under the same household. And then like, what if the deductions are made inequitably amongst the different household earners and get to that cap, but somebody's deducting, 15,000 and then the other roommates only have 5,000, but I don't know. I don't love the per household cap because I think the reason that we expanded the $10,000 per adult was to allow for unrelated individuals to have the same benefits as related individuals.
So if I can, I have proposed language after the last conversation on pages 23 and 24 of your packet. I think, so in your situation that you were just talking about, Elena, about inequitable contributions, rent will reduce regardless of who's contributing to that maximum for the whole household. They could decide at that point whether someone contributed more to that reduction, therefore they get to pay less. That would be a roommate situation. But I think a proposed maximum of maybe more than what Delaney was proposing, so possibly 48,000, which is what a couple of any relationship would max out at $10,000 per person plus $14,000 per person for the contribution to the home buyer's account. So $48,000 could also cover $10,000 for 4 roommates living together, which would be the maximum. And then they have $8,000 left over for maybe $2,000 each to a home buyer account. So 48,000, it's a high number. I don't know if we'll even have any households that reach that amount, but it would be the maximum available to a couple without really being a detriment to roommate situations, multiple roommate situations. I'm talking more than 2 as well.
I'm more on board with that than I was with the other one.
What, on board with what and not the other?
The 34,000.
I just don't know why we're like, do we need a household cap?
I'm just going to bring you back to the modeling where the deductions provide the most meeting our expenses. It has the most variability and the biggest detriment to meeting some of our expenses.
Yeah,
at
I
times.
guess I got on board with multipliers because we were like, well, they have all these deductions. So
yeah.
now we're saying, but we're capping the deductions. So then it
Mhm.
makes me go back to the, well, why are we?
And so we can even look, like 27% versus the 30% with the deduction assumptions. It's kind of what this modeling helps with that
No,
conversation.
I
So-
understand. I don't know if I like the idea of a household cap. I think we created a per person cap of $1,000 of deductions. We have the first time down payment, am I saying that right? Fund. And so like, why do we have the per person cap on deductions if we're also gonna have a household cap on deductions?
You gotta keep it a little bit, I think, Mian's point of if all of a sudden we're not able to pay our bills because everyone's maximizing it, although that's good for the individual, we may not be able to cover our costs, and then you gotta go change it and be like, nope, you can't
Well,
save that much
I think
anymore.
I would rather adjust the per adult deduction limit than have a household limit. Because if that's the concern, then what if we make the per person? I just don't want to make this harder for non-coupled people, for people living in roommate situations. I'm a single person. I feel like the world is already set up for coupled people. And like, this feels like another moment where couples are going to have more advantages in their deductions than single people who have roommates. And we already have that inequity in the way we calculate household AMI, and I don't want to further reinforce that. So I would almost rather adjust the per adult. I think I would rather adjust the per adult deduction cap than have a household deduction cap.
So reduce it, so instead of it being 10,000, it would be 8, 7,
But
7,500,
then
something like
no
that, and then-
household cap.
Yes, that's, I mean.
Yeah,
that's,
I think that's a
okay.
better mechanism that feels more fair and equal to everyone. Because otherwise, there's clearly a disadvantage to being a non-coupled person or someone in a roommate situation who doesn't have the benefit of living in a smaller apartment or having, yeah,
I think that's
I
fair.
just think that's if what we're trying to get at is not make it so there's like too many deductions. I think it's adding, there's a more simple correction that doesn't disadvantage people living in bigger apartments, but aren't part of family units.
Yep.
Fair.
Then I would request that it is $8,000 or $9,000, because then that would get to just about the 34,000.
Does,
So you're talking about instead of 10,000, it would be 8,000 plus the home buyer piece?
No, well, that's not what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is an adult max with no extra for anything. Like, you decide how your deductions come. If it's student loan payments, plus you put some money into the first time home buyer savings account, that it's an adult max of X.
and right now we have 10,000 plus the 14,000. Well, could we do like 8,000 plus the 14,000 instead of eliminating the home buyers? Cause I think the first time home buyers, cause I feel like we added that in to incentivize people moving into ownership situations. And so to now lump that into the per person max,
Wouldn't it? Sorry, if you're still
So,
going, keep going.
I don't,
I was just gonna propose a number, you have a deduction number that can include first-time home buyer savings account. And then that's it. So, that can be a combination of health savings account, 401k and first-time home buyer, or all 401k or whatever, however you choose to split it up. And then that's the number. I feel like,
So you mean
I'll
rather than
choose to say-
keeping the home buyers separate, we just add the home buyer's deposits as another deductible expense and have one overall cap per person?
yes.
That works for me.
That works for me.
That's good. That gives the person the choice, the chance to choose.
Now,
As long as it is a somewhat similar number, not
well, cause right, what
not
we
going
have,
from 24,000 down to just 8,000 total.
right, that's where that,
Yes.
if we're gonna
Yeah.
add that into the cap, then the difference between 24 and 8 feels like a big change. And I hear what we're saying about, we wanna make sure we can pay all our bills and whatever, but I do feel like part of the justification of these rent multipliers is that we're also allowing for all these deductions. So to then make that limit too low, feels disingenuous to the way we've been selling this program. Cause I'm out there telling people why this works and like, oh, well, you have all these deductions. And so I don't want to take away so many of those that then it's hard for me to justify what these changes are.
Yeah. Again, we don't know how people are going to behave. So this is kind
Yeah.
of the hardest thing. And I think we're kind of towing between, again, that like conservative budgeting where we're like, okay, if let's say we're doing everyone in a larger roommate situation does this and it creates big deductions. And so it encourages more roommates. And what does that behavior look like? And then the other point of, well, maybe people aren't going to be taking advantage of it. And now we're lessening the opportunity for some of our others that have daycare expenses or whatever else that they're paying anyway and could have deducted from. So I get the conversation. So I wonder if there's a middle ground that we can present. Because obviously you said your recommendation was 10,000 per.
My
person.
recommendation was to not exceed 34,000 per household, regardless of the makeup of the household and however people wanted to put that together.
Right.
Because if you have a $124,000 household income and you deduct 34,000, you're at 90,000, and then you've gone down 2 tier levels potentially.
I'm
So-
okay with that.
Okay.
Like, I think that's the point of deductions, is if you're genuinely using these expenses for the things that they're being deducted, I think you should jump down 2 tiers.
So it's
I feel like
letting-
that's where I disagree.
I think we're away from the household max, but more trying to come up with a staff recommendation for an individual max that we can feel
An
comfortable.
adult max.
Thank you. An adult max that we can feel comfortable with from a budgeting standpoint, with some of those assumptions. That is close to.
We want though, but
27.
what about? I don't know if I wanted it to be adult max. What about, if you've got 2 kids and you need to save for college or?
Well, that's part of the adults, deduction. I don't think.
But then you still hit that way quicker. You're still
Mm.
saving for another person also in addition to your own savings for your future retirement or whatnot. I thought the last discussion was it's a per person.
Our last
deduction.
direction was adults, but we
Yeah.
can relook at that. And again, deductions are the biggest piece of this modeling that has the biggest impact. So,
So if you're a 2-person household and you have 2 kids, you're only allowed to deduct the same amount as just a 2-person household with 0 kids? That's what we're proposing?
It came from the concept of not advantaging or disadvantaging through our policy and through our rules and having fair housing practices, whether or not people have children or dependents. So by saying adults only, then we are providing the same rules and the same even playing field for getting these deductions, and that will implicate your rent between a household of 3 unrelated individuals and a family with 1 child.
but you were right in that sense, Dan, with the adult piece, that the roommate situation then has eligibility for more deductions than a household with children in the adult individual.
Well, the
aspect.
household, but the individual, like the people in those
But
roommate.
their rent will go,
situations-
the household tier will be affected by those deductions, so the roommate situation has a greater opportunity to reduce their tier structure than a household with a family.
But I feel like the family income. Wait,
have
I
a-
have a thought, but I need to like make sure it makes sense. So like AMI calculation is already designed to benefit families more than individuals.
Yes, I would agree.
It's
Yeah.
based on household size. So if you have a 5-person household of unrelated individuals and you have a couple with 3 kids, their household income limit is the same. It's based on the household size, and household was defined as the number of people living in the unit.
If we allow it by person, then it's giving, I sort of anticipated, Dan, that you would be in support of this, because it's sort of giving the unrelated households who are subject to the lower per individual AMI caps more opportunity to bring down their reported revenue that's implicating their rent.
I mean, to me, it just demonstrates the craziness of how HUD calculates household AMI and shows that system is illogical and doesn't benefit anybody but a 2-person household with 2 kids, or a 4-person household with 2 kids. Because that's where they start, as I discussed at a previous meeting. That's how they started, is they look at a 4-person household as their base assumption and then use a multiplier for 1, 2, 3-person, 5-person household. I'm honestly surprised we're revising this so much. I felt like this was a part that made this slightly more acceptable to me, and now I think we're backtracking a ton on it, and really to the detriment of our tenants.
I actually agree with Dan, that I do think we're backtracking here. The whole reason we made these deductions was to help with these rent increases and with the tiers, and to then like put a cap on the deductions, which we already have. We've established a $10,000 per person cap. So why are we then adding another household cap if we've already kind of decided what an appropriate cap would be, unless we just think that number's wrong? But it feels like there's 2 caps at play that are kind of over regulating what our deductions should be, when I thought we were pretty unanimous in that we wanted to allow for a generous amount of deductions.
I think it was when you go into the modeling and you start looking at what those like worst case scenarios are. It's the question arises, like, can we actually afford it if everybody takes full advantage? And I mean, the hope is, of course, that people take full advantage of anything that we're offering. But I think from my perspective, I would love 2 years from now for us to say, okay, cool. Like, we know that we don't necessarily need to have these bumpers, these parameters on this program, because we've got enough history to show us what what the behaviors will be. But right now, we don't know what those behaviors are going to be. And so again, that's why I think putting a little bit of a safeguard system into play so that we can continue this program and it can be successful is what makes the most sense. But I tend to always be a little bit more conservative with all of these things because I don't want to get to a situation where we say, I know that we were allowing you to take $10,000, in deductions and put 14,000 away, but we can't actually afford this. So now what you, John Doe, like that's living in Shandoka, we're planning and basing a lot of your personal decisions on, we're going to take those opportunities away from you. I don't want to take anything away from people. I would rather just continue to give more.
Well, so if that's the angle, I still, we went from having a household cap of 10,000 to a per adult cap of 10,000. And now we're also proposing a household cap. So I think maybe the middle ground is that could we keep it to a per adult cap, not do a household cap, because that feels inequitable. Like to say 1-bedroom so-and-so has the same cap as 4-bedroom roommates, like that's where I'm like, that doesn't feel right to me. And
Yeah, so in that situation, the individual would still only be able to claim up to $24,000, which is 14 maximum for the home buyer and then 10,000 maximum for the individual.
So I guess
So
the
the
2-bedroom
household,
is
the household cap is really talking about multiple earners. And the cap that we've most recently proposed, which is $48,000, is really more than 2 earners in a household. And again, you could still divide that 48,000 by 4 roommates. They each get the $10,000 cap with some left over also to claim the cap for the home buyer contribution.
And I will also just quickly add that this is only for roommate situations that have 4 individuals in a 4-bedroom household. They could have roommates in a 2-bedroom household or something, it's just the unit they are choosing to live in that is creating this cap.
Available.
That's
Not
available.
everyone's choosing
Right.
a 4-bedroom
Excuse me. Thank you for
situation.
that. Yes.
And that's where I'm trying to be like, I want everyone to have the equal advantage, and that's where it doesn't feel fair and equal across the different household sizes. That's my concern.
And just to slightly amend that though, Zoe, it doesn't it's not a 4-bedroom necessarily, a 4-person household, of which
Sure, could
does
be a
definitely
2-bedroom.
exist in a
Right.
2-bedroom.
Yep.
True.
Yep.
What about
if
a
we-
$15,000 per person cap
15,000 per person or per adult?
per adult? And no household cap.
So for
for a 3 earner household roommate situation, that's a $45,000 per unit deduction. How does that feel to you from a modeling perspective?
I was asked to give a recommendation. I gave my recommendation.
38.
34.
Yeah.
However, that math plays out. I understand and appreciate what Authority Member Levin is saying about not advantaging or disadvantaging anyone. My recommendation strictly came from the modeling, from taking deductions at an assumed average amount, not the maximum for any size household. It's just a recommendation. You don't have to go with it.
But we can take your recommendation and look at the hard data every year, every 2 years, whatever it is, and adjust it up. Because I think and I say that as being the person who kind of started the argument with saying I was not in favor of a cap. But Mia's point of having someone plan for it and then to take it away because we can't hit our numbers kind of resonated with me a little bit, because then you're really adjusting how someone's living versus saying this is your goal, and if we feel that we can adjust it to allow you to save more, we will, and do that in the increments to find that sweet spot versus all of a sudden having to take it away.
I can get on board with a per adult cap. I understand what you're saying about people with kids, but I also think that I agree with Geneva that family units already have advantages in the way we set up our housing system. And I really want to keep in mind the individuals the income earners. So I don't, yeah, I would rather see a per adult cap than a per household cap personally.
Okay, so the direction is a 15,000 per adult cap.
Including.
Which is all encompassing.
Includes the down payment, first time down payment. I need to remember what that is actually called.
Home buyer savings account.
Is there an acronym?
FHSA.
FHSA,
And
okay.
people can still save more, it just doesn't go towards their deduction.
Correct.
Yep.
So just for the listening audience. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
So 15,000 per person.
Per adult.
Per adult, sorry. So if there's like 4 roommates, they can deduct $60,000. Okay.
I think.
I just feel like that.
Well,
That
let's
is
do
so,
what
that's
everyone
so,
is
that's
gonna
so,
take
I
it.
know, but I,
Yeah, I
that's
don't-
so much higher than like the average that staff recommended that makes
No
me a little
trouble.
nervous.
But I think if they're legitimate deductions, like, I'm okay with that. That's the whole reason why we decided what appropriate deductions were, you know? Like if they're putting away towards retirement, if there's like childcare, you know, if there's healthcare expenses, like to me, those are okay things to be deductions. And if somebody can do all the paperwork and keep track of all their finances and lives in a way that's really fiscally responsible and can report all that, like I'm okay with them having the benefit of that.
Even if, like, hopefully we get surprised and everyone's doing that, but then if that turns us,
Doubt that everyone is doing that, but yeah.
no, I'm saying if they
Yeah.
do, but we don't know the risk of at what point are we then upside down on it.
That doesn't scare me as much as you might think it does, because I'm doing a mental calculation of the households that might max this out at 4 or 5 adults, and I think it's super minimal, so I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it could be a sweet spot.
Okay. And so I think with that, I mean, my suggestion was be that we can utilize that suggestion and move forward with it. And as we know, with all of these policies, we'll be coming to you when we have real data on what works and what doesn't work. And this might be one of the things that we need to adjust, but we've done our best to model out what some of these implications will be. And I think this was a compromise that isn't too far off from staff recommendation, that we can take that risk and look at it.
Okay.
So the direction again is a $15,000 max per adult deduction. And that is all encompassing of the opportunities that we have already discussed.
Okay, I'm gonna jump right in because my computer's about to
Oh,
die.
Ally has
I've
something.
got one more clarification. So, okay, quick question. Do you still want to keep the $10,000 maximum for all other expenses, and just the only $5,000 comes from the home buyer contribution? Or do you want, okay, so it's one cap for everything,
However they want to do
split
it.
it? Okay.
Yeah. 14,000 home buyer and 1,000 and other things, like however they want to do it. I feel like that's equitable.
Or $14,000 of medical expenses?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
Yeah. Right? Sorry, I'm making really loud today. I feel
That's
like
great.
That's good.
We're getting really great direction, and I know we're going over, but I think we're gonna take less time in the enterprise fund, so I'm appreciative, and I think we can get this to a place. All thanks, Kevin.
Tier execution, since the majority did say that they did want to move forward with tiers. That's okay, no, thank you.
30 seconds if you need, please.
Yeah, tier execution, staff would recommend a staggered implementation because, for example, the person at the highest end, yay, power, at Sunnyside was 78% over their current rent. It would be a 78% increase. So staff would recommend a staggered increase for people who are getting increases, not to exceed 25% over their current rent amount. The details of that could be worked through separately. However, one thought process was and to do it at lease renewal to allow them to fully experience their existing lease before the incremental change takes place. And then do perhaps shorter term leases that they take these steps, whether that's a 4-month lease or a 6-month lease. That implementation piece could be worked through later. but we would prefer to not see anybody have to pay more than 25% increase going forward. And we would need to see full execution, which is why the 4 or 6 month lease term could help in those steps. We will need to see, or would like to see, full execution by mid-year 2026 for tier implementation.
But
I'm good with it.
you would, so you're still talking about a 50% increase year over year. Is that what you're proposing?
Or 50% increase year over year. If it was
Because you're talking a
For
6 month
Sunny's.
lease maximum for a 25% increase, do that twice, 50% increase.
for certain individuals.
First Sunnyside only.
Yeah, there's one at Shandoka, but I believe they're changing their household structure, and there's one that is not 78%, it's 47%. And then at Virginia Placer, there's 1 or 2 households that would have about under a 50% increase, but in excess of 25%. Sunnyside is really the outlier with that
And
one.
it's just one household.
One that is 78% and one, if I still have it open. I don't have it open. That is. Sorry, I gave the range and I didn't put all of them in there. I think it's
There's
like
two-
50%.
households that- Okay. I guess if we want to implement, what do you mean by to have full implementation by the beginning of 2026 or like throughout the year of 2026?
By mid-year 2026.
Okay. Because the 78%, like if we do 6 month, I guess if we do 4 month leases, I don't know.
Again,
I
this
don't
is.
wanna do fractional leases like that. Does anybody want to do that?
Well, I
Good,
do
switch
think
it up.
we should have slow implementation. I don't think we should just give someone a lease where they have that big of a jump.
I'm with that. I kind of always thought that this would be a 3-year runway, not a 1.5-year runway. I don't know how that helps the numbers.
I'm more on board with that.
It's the bottom line, but
Yeah, when we did the good red Sunnyside, when we were just looking at some of the tiered budgeting pieces and kind of the impact. Again, that has the graded how we push that out has the greatest impact on the budget, just for the conversation. So the longer we take to recognize some of those incomes, but we're allowing those that are going to pay less to pay less sooner. That balance is kind of missing from the bottom line. So that's just something to consider from the budgeting perspective.
I think implementation and doing it in a way that is more palatable is important for us. And I would be willing to pull affordable housing fund subsidy in to sort of balance the budget over the next 3 years. And I think that this whole time we've really been conceiving of what we want the program to look like in a couple years, because we can't do this all at once. Or I don't think we should do this all at once.
I agree with that. I'm okay with the 3 years.
I
And
agree as well. I think a slower rollout is the right approach.
As we're looking at 2-year leases, and I'm not quite sure of the nexus, would it be more appropriate or easier to have it over a 2-year period and what that burden would look like for people?
I kind of feel like given all of this stuff we've been adding in and the deductions and everything, I'm like less inclined to do the 2-year with no bump thing. I feel like we pulled out a lot of tools to try and make this make sense. But if we exercise all of them, we're not gonna have much change.
Yeah, so, and that's just, this gets a little bit more complicated. The longer we look at the rollout, what does that mean for the allowable deductions and how that's impacting? Do they get to recognize the full deductions even though they're not paying their rent potential? for a period of time of 3 years potentially. So it gets complicated, so I understand the sentiment of those, and maybe if council is more inclined for a 3-year rollout, then I think we have to look at what that rollout means for some of those other revenue pieces, or where people's rents are supposed to be, within that category.
I mean, we're only talking about a couple households that are gonna have this huge jump, right? Most people are gonna be more reasonable, so.
Yep.
I don't wanna have to. A little bit, this is a bit like year one's gonna be beta year and we don't know what's gonna happen and we might require some subsidy, but that can sort of give us feedback on how to proceed.
So the modeling that we did for the, for Sunnyside, that was a tiered approach with the budget, assumed a 15% rent increase for those households. So for the recommendation, we said we would prefer not to see it go above 25% because we know that would be extremely unpalatable to households. However, based on their income stream and based on deductions that they likely will take, based on direction given, it would already push them down below that 78% mark. I'm trying to find the exact spreadsheet so I can give you the numbers concretely. But if you feel like 25% is too big of a jump, we'd love to have a number so that we know how to calculate rents as we start into the new year, if this is all eventually adopted, just what that cap would be and how long of a runway. It sounds like potentially 3 years. The other piece of that, which we just presumed that you would still want to approach it this way, is that anyone's rent who would go down would immediately go down, or would that also be at lease renewal? So those are just some
And
of
staff's
the,
recommendation is that lease renewal.
yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Component of it.
Yeah,
Yeah, me too.
absolutely.
25.
Kaylee, correct me if I'm wrong, property tax valuation increases at 7% annually? Is that correct?
We can only collect 7% more every year of the prior year on our general mill levy.
Yes. So that is a comparable way in which government treats other people, and 25% is obviously much larger than 7%.
I mean, people who are having those big of rent jumps are also making way more money than the rent that they've been paying was set for, so.
Yeah,
But the
That's the
point is
problem.
that,
Yeah,
but the point is that there's other costs that we don't know, and that's why that policy is in place for homeowners. So that there's costs that we just don't know what people are incurring and what they've budgeted for and have had in at least in the past.
Yeah, I think I understand your point and I'm okay with your point, but I think the reasoning behind property tax 7% is apples and oranges.
yeah.
It's not apples and oranges to compare government policies and how we treat all the citizens in our community. They're still all of our citizens, and we again give renters the short stick again and again.
I disagree, and I don't think that it's to any one side and short ends of the stick. We've been tasked with fixing a policy that's been neglected for quite some time, and you got to make really hard decisions. And there's so many government policies for so many things. There's never going to be consistency, and we're not specifically picking and choosing anything. We're trying to do what's best for our community with the cards that we've been dealt.
Yeah, and I don't, well, now we're getting off topic once again.
Yeah.
I do have those numbers for you. So with the assumed income deductions, from the modeling, and based on what you just gave direction for $15,000 per adult, the one household at Sunnyside who would presumably, based on current data, be at a 78% rent increase would actually go down 2 tiers. And so their rent increase would be close to 40%. So not 78, 40, just to give you more of a perspective. The other households that are hovering around 60% would also go down 1 or 2 tiers, and their rent increase would be either 20% or 40% respectively. Just, I wanted to give you the actual stats on that as you're thinking about implementation and what a maximum rent increase initially could look like. I think we still could get to mid-year 2026, even if we went down to 15 or 20% instead of the 25% recommended maximum, if that's more palatable.
What if we did like 20% and a 2-year rollout with 12-month leases? Because I do kind of agree that the 6-month lease seems like a lot of administrative work. So I think, you know, with the deductions kind of lowering some of those increases and giving us sort of from beginning of 2025 to the end of 2026, like 2 full years. So not 3, not 1.5, but kind of a compromise at 2. And then we could sort of have 2 12-month leases to get incremental adjustments at 20%, 25.
I mean, from an administrative perspective, I mean, can the lease just be from month 1 to month 6, your rent is X, and from month 6 to month 12 is Y?
Probably not. We would probably want to do a full new contract. I think, I'm not an attorney, so they would need to weigh in. I think it's probably doable, but I think it's cleaner to just do the new lease. One other thing to please keep in consideration is not all leases expire at the same time. So a January 1 rollout is not happening except for it's in your
the
packet,
packet.
6 households, 8 households throughout all the properties. So having it end in the end of 2026 only works if, I think, just thinking in my head of when these lease renewals occur, would be if there were perhaps 6-month leases, or it could be 8-month leases or whatever. Just putting that out there because lease renewals happen throughout the course of the year.
Majority, it looks like, is in November.
I don't know that like a year or so is an appropriate amount of time for people to adjust to the new rents. I feel like that is not. I mean, if it's a small increase, that's where, you know, having the limit, but to people who are having larger increases, I feel like we need to give them more time to adjust
Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think this is one of the most important parts of these new policies is the implementation. And I would hate to rush it and put people in tough situations. So that's.
Yeah, it looks
is
like
it-
we've gotten some pretty good feedback on exactly what this program might look like. We wanted to come back with you with a more formalized tiered budget for the enterprise fund for the 24th. I'm curious with that, we can give a couple scenarios of rollout and actually do take the time now that we have more pointed direction to look at some of the households. I'd like to only narrow it down to maybe like 2 scenarios, one being maybe 3 years at whatever cap you guys are good with, what that interview will look like, and 2 years. Yeah, Teddy.
Can you do it in a way that kind of helps the larger jumps, even though it's probably a smaller number of people? And if it's like, if your rent's going to increase 10% or less, it's 1 year. And if it's between 10 and 25%, you get 2 years. And if it's over 25%, you get 3 years to get to that point.
So maybe like to Dan's point, you know, because he said 7% in
Yeah.
a year. So what is that annual cap that you'd like to see in a year? And then how long does that, runway need to be?
I think it's just based on the difference for what you're paying now and what the new,
Yeah,
tier
that increase,
scenario
yeah.
goes. And if it's, if it's you're paying 10% or less more, then it's 1 year. And if it's between 10 and X amount of percent, I just threw 25% out there as a thought, then you get 2 years to get up to speed. And if it's over 25%, then you get 3 years to get up to speed. And it's just a soft runway as we make these dramatic changes. Because, I don't like the 6-month or the 8-month, because typically, for a lot of our people working, their salaries don't necessarily change that quickly. And maybe this gives that a little bit more balance. I mean, I know that's kind of a general statement, and people's income changes up and down and some quicker than they'd like. But
I also feel like that style of implementation allows more of a runway for anyone who might be trying to right size their living situation as well. So, you know, if they're in you know, people in a roommate situation looking for smaller units so that their AMI is more appropriate, I think, or their household is more appropriate, I think it just gives people more time to adjust and find the situation that works for them. And maybe it's the free market. Like you know, I do think we've already seen that happening just by even having this conversation, as people are realizing that they have better free market options and are moving to those. So I like what Teddy proposed. If that
I think we understand the sentiment, and I think we can look at presenting a staff recommendation within that sentiment and bring that back during the enterprise fund discussion.
Great.
Okay. Okay, Ally, I think we've got good direction on tiers. Thank you for tackling a huge part of that. And I'm glad the modeling tool hopefully was a good part of that discussion.
So I also have implementation on the agenda to discuss at the next meeting, the 29th of October. So we can come back with a pretty comprehensive plan that hopefully you can just review, says it looks fair, it looks good, and we can run with that. So we'll come back with some more ideas. I think the rest of this could probably go pretty quickly. You've already discussed. So as usual, I have the questions that I'd like to have answered in the memo. So when it comes to exclusions from income, I will add that $15,000 cap per adult total. So I think we can just ignore that language for now, since I'll need to revise it. I would like you to take a look at section 106.3B, which is just the mid-review language for 24-month leases. This is on page 28 of the packet. And I would just like to ensure that that does meet with your expectation of what it would mean to have a 24-month lease, which is essentially we're building in a review period, which it's meant for us to help tenants plan for their next lease renewal. Usually that means an increase in rent, but that does not mean that their rent will increase at that 12-month mark. It will not. Are there any changes or clarifications needed there? Okay. So the rest of what we need to talk about are the different parts. So we've gotten through all of part 1, which are the general policies that apply to all projects. It's definitions, it's telling you what qualification means. What we need to get to now are the different parts, which each represent a different project, to now apply what this criteria is to each project that we have. So if we could start with part 2, which is Shandoka. And this is on page 36. So we had talked about the hours requirement. So 1,400 hours of presence required employment. Is that going to be the same for building F, or will there be a higher amount for building F? And as a visual, that exhibit A, that one green chart that you guys have seen several times, is a good place to reference all of these policies that we're about to set in one place.
Really quick, Ally, for the next meeting, can we just amend sort of Virginia Placer so it doesn't just say tiers B, C, and D? Sorry, I don't have it in front of me right now, but it can. A commenter at the last one raised it, and then I think it's because that chart just shows those couple tiers instead of the full range.
Well, so that's what we're about to get to. So we're about to decide what tiers you would like to accommodate at each property and where minimum rents will be set. So as I mentioned before, we don't have tier A at, say, Sunnyside, or tier B at Sunnyside, because we cannot set a 27 or a 30% affordable rent for a tier A household at Sunnyside. Our budget cannot accommodate that. The least we can accommodate is tier C, so a 30% affordability for a 75% AMI household. That doesn't mean that A and B can't qualify. It just means that they'll be paying more of their household income in rent. So what we need to decide is across each one of these properties, which tiers do you want to accommodate for setting an affordable rent? And then where do you want to draw the line between maximum income for initial lease and maximum income overall? So, and I guess to back up once more in that tier discussion, are we now adding J and K, or are we ending at I? Because we've had several discussions there going back and forth. So currently we have ending at I would be up to 220%. If we're adding tiers J and K, you're accommodating up to 260%.
I don't think we need to put that high. It's fine.
I mean, the reason we did that was for the roommate situations, right?
Well, we weren't all united on adding those.
Right.
I do think with the deductions and some of those other pieces, that's gonna be even harder to reach some of those higher tiers. So
I think going up to I makes sense.
There is the argument that more tiers or higher tier level would help balance the budget.
But
We wouldn't realize any of those revenues really until in 3 years.
Sure, but to your point, that's what we're doing. That's what we're sort of looking at is the long term.
I just don't think that there's going to be very many people who at that income are going to be living in rental housing. I think people are right sizing to get to more what they feel is more reasonable AMIs that's what I would do.
I would say the counter to what you're saying though is that there's not a runway for a cap. If you exceed the cap, then you're out. There isn't an implementation period for going to income. So if
I guess I feel 220% is a long runway.
Lainey, how do we have households currently that are at 240% AMI?
No, but we have one household who is just under it. We have, at Shandoka, we have one J household. At Virginia Placer, we don't have any above G.
Okay.
And at Sunnyside, we have one. I think it's also a J. I just
J.
closed that one, but I reopened it.
I mean, the compromise is maybe we get rid of K, but keep J. But I also feel like 220% AMI is a very long runway,
And I don't know who just said this, but those two J households go down to H.
it's deductions.
Yeah,
Oh,
or H or I, yeah.
So maybe we just remove the upper tier.
I-
I think, I don't think we can spend too much time on it because it's so little in what's being affected now and something that can be addressed in that update if we think we're missing it.
well, do we get rid of J and K then?
I would just I would start with K.
Yeah.
And then every 2 years, do we need to add it? Do we need to remove J? And then we have the hard data as we make our decisions. Because unfortunately, we're having to guess a little bit along this process, which is why it's causing so much time and a little bit of grief too.
I'd like
And
to see some movement, though. I think we're talking about Shandoka specifically, and we do have other buildings that would maybe be more appropriate for those income levels, and we have members of our community that would be more appropriately housed in Shandoka. And I think that by eliminating those top tiers, if they're not taking full deductions, or if they are taking full deductions and are still in those tiers, it gives us the opportunity to incentivize everybody into the appropriate building.
Well, I think the conversation we're having right now isn't specific to Shandoka. It's just our policies in general, right?
Yeah, so we just need
Okay,
to, across whatever property it is, think about the most expensive, nicest property we have. What's the maximum income that you want
sorry.
at any property?
Misunderstood. Then I think let's just take away the top one.
Take with it. I'm good with that.
Okay, so we'll go A through J. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
And then in 2 years, it can be readdressed if we need to eliminate J or re-add K.
Okay, so that was step one. So I think that the best way to probably go about this is just to look at the one green page. I will craft the language after you guys give me the policy. So if we're looking at the one green chart, if you'll just help me perfect this, let's start with Shandoka. So the target and maximum incomes, what we've been hearing from the beginning is that we want every tier to be accommodated at Shandoka and every rent level to also be accommodated at Shandoka. So Shandoka will include A through J, as you just said. So what we do need to know, though, is where is the line going to be drawn between where you can qualify and where the tiers are that you can only move into. Because remember, part of the reason that we're allowing these higher incomes now across most properties is because we want to give households the chance to grow their assets, grow their incomes without losing their housing. So where do you want to draw the line with where households can only move into an income versus the income that they have to be making beneath in order to sign an initial lease? Previously, direction was given to draw that line after tier D. So a household could not make more than 120% and sign a new lease. They could only renew at that income. But I know there's been a lot of discussion since that was first directed to us, and which is why I wanted to bring it back to you for consideration.
I do think this is one way that we have to get the right renters in a less expensive unit. So I would support that initial qualification limit.
I'd be interested in A through D or A through C for Shandoka, for moving into Shandoka.
A business owner did express concern about this part to me if they're hiring a higher level position and trying to bring, if you can't find somebody within the community. It's not a hill I'm going to necessarily die on, but it was raised to me. And it's something to consider for some of those positions that are just hard to find. It's something to consider.
I think if they're a higher income earner, Shandoka isn't the appropriate housing for, I think there's enough people who qualify at a lower income that it should be going to people who make less money.
We have other rental properties anyways.
Yeah, but
But it's
they
hard.
don't have opportunity. I mean, there's nothing available.
Yeah, there's nowhere for them
But
to
we
go.
know we have people at lower incomes who need that housing, and the person making more money has more options.
I like the idea of A through C for Shandoka.
As staff, I'm going to recommend that it sticks to A through D, please. I think that it's important.
I'm on board for that.
I can live with that and we can adjust it in 2 years if we need to.
Yeah.
Okay. So for Shandoka buildings A, B, C, D, E, we've got tiers A through D. You could be eligible for an initial lease. Any income higher than that, up to 240%, you could renew a lease. But if you are brand new to town and you're trying to find a place to live and you're making 150% AMI, you would not be eligible for Shandoka. Just an example.
Sorry, Ally, I do have a caveat. Originally, months and months ago, we were including F, G, and H together, but G and H really should live with A through E. And then F is its own thing because it's new.
G and H might be included with F in the future, but those will be later conversations if and when they're renovated. Okay, so now moving on to Shandoka building F. Now just remembering, because remember, this is a full program, and as we pull one lever, others might be triggered too. So which is why I wanted to give the example of if you're new to town and you're trying to find a place to live, you're being brought into one of those supervisor roles, you're making more than 120% AMI, you're not actually eligible for any of our properties now because Shandoka is the only one that had an intent to work requirement other than the boarding house. All others require that you be here and work here for 12 months before you're even eligible to move in. You could meet all other criteria, but if you haven't been here for 12 months, you're still not eligible for those properties. So just thinking about who it is that we're housing and who, also very importantly, we're not housing when we create these policies. So for Shandoka Building F, we also currently propose it as tier A through now J. Would you also like to draw the line there for an initial lease after tier D, or would you like to allow higher incomes there? Also knowing that in the past, you gave direction that that building specifically does also have a 12-month local work history requirement in order to be eligible to move in. That is not an intent to work building.
I mean, what if we change that to an intent to work building, but allow higher income tiers so that it kind of addresses what Dan brought up?
I mean,
I
we
don't know.
also, last time we discussed this, there were some members of the board that only wanted to approve F building getting remodeled if we only used it for transfers from Shandoka.
Right, okay.
We may have changed our mind at that point from that, but I'm just bringing that up to confuse it more. I don't have a strong opinion.
I was pretty set on that before, and my opinion remains the same, actually.
The 12-month work history?
I don't know if it needs to be 12-month, but work history and preferably a move from the Shandoka A through, well, everything but the F building. You know, I think the intent was that we didn't want anyone to be displaced from the other buildings because of income. But if that changes, if there's places open, you know, no one can fit, you know, qualifies or wants them, I think that if there's an opening that we should, you know, the point is to get people in there. So I guess that begs the question whether it needs to be 12 months of work.
I feel like the unit we use for everything is 12 months. So I feel like if we're gonna require local employment to move in, it should be 12 months. And I am fine with leaving that as it is.
Cool. I'm okay then with that too.
Okay, so it sounds like we're keeping the 12-month work requirement history just to be eligible. So with that in mind, do you want to draw the line higher than tier D for an initial lease, or would you like to also keep building F at tier D?
I mean,
and Delaney has a comment.
So based on the modeling and for the budgetary purposes, I don't know that we should necessarily restrict the initial leasing at building F because there are units that they have to be marked at a higher AMI level, the debt obligation work.
So no restrictions, so
we
even
can add more.
220% would be able to.
Wait, G, what did
That's what I was thinking too, Delaney.
Geneva say?
Yeah, let's permit all tiers for F building. It's a new project, basically.
All
Wait.
tiers, even when they move in initially.
Yeah, we're talking about initial qualifications, because I don't necessarily agree.
Okay.
I think the reason that we've gone up to tier J is to allow for room for growth. I don't think the purpose of our affordable housing program is to house people who are already at 240% AMI. I think the reason that we allow for that is to not have to kick people out as they become more successful. But I think it's allowing that at initial qualification is maybe deviating from the mission of this housing, which is to house our lower income earners. And I might be alone here, but I would love to talk about it a little bit.
No, I think you're right on point.
I could compromise and do like G or something like that and keep the upper tiers out of F because it's remodeled and then
I
just-
could get on board with G. I just feel like the reason why we've justified these higher tiers is for the growth, but for the initial qualification, I still think it needs to be at a more at a lower AMI level to be housing our what am I,
Yeah.
you hear what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say?
We get it.
Does that work? Does G work for debt obligation?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would probably call it B through G.
B through G?
B
Okay.
through G?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good with that. Yep.
Okay. And Virginia Placer, we had previously discussed and you wanted to accommodate tiers B through D. So just again, as a reminder, it doesn't mean that tier A is ineligible to live there. It just means that it's going to be less affordable for a tier A household because they'll be charged tier B rent. What it does mean though, is that currently under the current chart, a household of more than 120% is ineligible, period, for Virginia Placer. They will not be renewed if they exceed that amount. So there isn't any initial versus renew qualification. It's just, it is what it is. Would you like to change that and then go to something more like we're doing at Shandoka, accommodate a broader range of tiers, but then split that between initial and renewal qualification?
I think some consistency across our projects would be helpful. So I would propose that we create the same tier initial qualification and maximum limit as Shandoka Building F,
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Maybe, I mean,
like B through G, and then and then ongoing, they could make up to tier J.
Delaney, what's your recommendation?
I think that works. What was just described to mimic building F.
Okay.
I'm okay with it.
For bringing up consistency. It's on our end.
We'll save the boarding house for last because I would like Delaney's opinion there. Sunnyside is our next one. And very similarly, we had previously discussed starting with tier C, just because that project can't accommodate rents at tier A or B, but then also going through the maximum, which would now be tier J. Now that project, you had not previously recommended any differentiation between the move-in versus move-up maximums. Have you changed your minds? Would you like to now set a limit there? Or could a household of any income, A through J, move in initially to Sunnyside?
More consistency? No.
I feel like this is where, when we look at those, whatever, upper management, middle management, and like roles and responsibility or job descriptions, like maybe Sunnyside and Voodoo are the appropriate places if they are like, So I would say that you could have all tiers.
I agree with that because we do have a need for that housing.
But not A.
Not,
Or because then we don't meet our debt obligation.
or B, right?
Well, we can accommodate, so this is a two-part answer. We can accommodate a few B. The issue is we're going to have 7. And the people who are currently living there, who technically are under tier B, their rent will go down from what it currently is, which is tricky for that property. But to respect the spirit of conversations that have happened over the course of months, we would like to try to accommodate as many of the tiers at every property as we can. So I think we could name it starting at B with just the understanding of what we talked about earlier. And apparently my epiphany was not one because it actually was in the recommendations, which was that you could consider that some properties, though they reflect almost all tiers or all tiers, that there has to be a limitation on how many of certain ones.
Of course.
And to respect the people who currently live there, I think we need to probably address B. I that's just me. Technically, no, C is where we need to be, but for financial purposes, but there's current residents there who are in tier B. So I don't know how we do that.
I think staff will have to come back at the next meeting for that one. I think setting a minimum tier is probably more of a staff discussion as far as what the budget can accommodate. What I need to hear mostly from you is who would the maximum, who do we want at the most to house, and then where do we want to draw the line for initial and renewal? But it sounds like for Sunnyside, if we can accommodate tier B, we'll go down to tier B, but we do not want to draw a line. So you could move in at 220% AMI if you wanted to, if you were on the wait list for Sunnyside. And it sounds like probably Voodoo as well. Is that?
I mean, I still, well, we're including tier J now, right? So
Yeah.
240.
Mhm.
I still push back a little bit because the reason I got on board with going up to tier J was because that was the room for growth. And so that's where I do have a little bit of a problem with that being the initial qualification. Like, I feel like someone at 240% AMI isn't necessarily who I think our affordable housing projects should initially be housing, because it's making that unit not available to someone who's at a lower AMI.
But it's both too, right? Like if we want to have lower tiers, we have to have some higher tiers too, and we have need at all levels.
I agree. It's more about the initial qualification. Like you can't find anywhere to live. If you're making 240% AMI already, you know, you're gonna outgrow the housing system most likely pretty quickly. And I feel like at those numbers, those are the people who should be looking at the free market housing that is more expensive, so that people who are making less money can have these options available to them. I'm not going to die on this hill, but I do think it's
Right. Actually, and I'm the one that said that. I mean, I'm just gonna reverse right there because I just did the number, just did the math. And
Yeah,
like
it's
what
a
that
lot.
rent would be, they could pay.
that's
When
they
you're
should be
making
in the free market.
$150,000.
And you're going to be paying four grand a month to live in affordable housing anyway because of your tier level. Like, that's when you should just be in the free market.
Right.
So we make it go to
Right.
G, is that what you're saying?
And then that gives them one level of growth if they stay a few years.
H is 200, right?
H is 200, G's 180 max. It gives them 3 tiers of growth at G. If we do G, then they have H, I, and J as like growth.
I'm good with that.
And makes it consistent with Shandoka F and Virginia Placer.
I feel like the reason we're doing these policies is for consistency across our projects. So the more consistency we have, both for the staff and the people who are utilizing the housing, I think the more simple it is, the easier it is to navigate.
I can live with it.
I do want to add something that's a slight aside, but it does tie all to this conversation. The reminder that 50% of the population of Telluride will always be in tiers A, B, and C. 100% AMI that's the median. So 50% below, 50% above.
Of the county.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Just
but
to be
yeah,
correct.
sure. But still, I mean, slight nuance, but yes. But so the point being that there will always be a disproportionate number of people in those first 3 tiers. And if we are looking at the projects that need to maintain a balanced budget, then there will likely be projects where we have to artificially shift that distribution. Because if we just let everybody go in, we're always going to see approximately 50% of the people in those first 3 tiers. And if those first 3 tiers aren't balancing our budget, then we should consider that and make projects are different. Some are better than others. And for those higher quality, newer, better location projects, there is a logic to putting higher income tiers in those.
Well, so I think what Delaney has expressed is that people in tier A can apply for those units, but we can't set rent at a tier A level because we can't afford to do that. Does that sort of make?
I mean, this to me seems like a pretty major change that we're not really fully wrestling with.
I guess I heard what you just said, but what's the point? What's like the elevate, like
The point is that if we just a free for all every unit and let every going down to A apply for each project, that it makes it much less likely for the budgets to balance. That's my point.
Well, so A can apply, but they would have to pay a minimum of C rent. Is what Delaney
Or
said, right?
B.
Or B, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So A could apply, but the rent can't go down to A because the budget won't work. So I think they've thought about that scenario and we're making policy that addresses that. My issue is if somebody's already at 220, 240% AMI, when we look at what those rents look like, that person is that person on like the extreme high end is someone who actually should be in the free market and not in our subsidized housing.
Why do we have a max income cap?
Right. And I'm saying, but for initial qualification, I think it should not be the maximum, which is what we were talking about. So is that something you have an issue with?
Specifically the tier I or what?
No, the limit for initial qualification.
Limit for initial qualification. I don't know that we have taken a comprehensive enough look at the data to see that that's where the free market becomes affordable. So I am uncertain. I'm just saying I think we're talking about slightly two different things and I brought it up, so. we can
Okay,
just
well,
move
I
on.
was answering the specific question about what the initial qualification tier should be for these projects.
And there's still, it does seem affordable, but there's still a lack of inventory. So if we have it, I think we should provide it. Right?
I don't understand what you just said.
So Dan, you're saying that we shouldn't cap it? We shouldn't let them qualify at that amount because that's when the free market becomes affordable?
No, so I said, I thought we should have an initial qualification that is lower than our maximum J at 240% AMI. Because when you look at the way those rents play out, if it's, $4,000 a month for an apartment for 1 bedroom, that person is better suited for the free market than someone at 110% AMI. And I would rather have that unit go to somebody currently making less money.
Yes, but then Dan, what did you say?
My concern is a budgetary one. That's that 50% of the population approximately is going to be A through C. And that if we allow for those at every unit or every project, that's going to be the approximate natural distribution, which will just give budgetary constraints to certain projects. We heard it when we did the initial Sunnyside lottery. Some people are so desperate, even though that's not really affordable for them, they're gonna apply and take it anyways. I mean.
But I think what answers that concern is that we can't let rents go below tier B, maybe tier C for those. So while you can apply at tier A, your minimum rent is still gonna be at a point that makes the budget work because we can't go lower than a tier B or C rental amount for something like Sunnyside or Voodoo. And so I hear what you're saying. I just think that's been addressed.
Sure.
It feels like a non-concern and the individual household can decide if they want to put themselves in that situation. That's also one of the reasons why I feel like it's really important that places like Shandoka remain targeted at the lowest income earners.
Totally agree.
And we can always adjust these policies as if we, in 2 years, in 1 year, in 8 years, whatever it is, if our budgets are struggling or there's a tremendous surplus in it, we can adjust these policies, to be better. And I think that's the key, is trying to make sure we get to the point where we start seeing, the reality of our changes and how we adjust them to continue to make them better, because we're never going to be perfect here.
So we're talking through G, right? For initial qualification to be consistent with our other newer projects.
That's what I suggested. Yeah.
I'm good with it.
Cool.
I'm good with that.
Okay, so I'm circling back around to boarding house. It was previously discussed to cap boarding house at tier B. So only the lowest 2 tiers would be eligible for the boarding house. However, I think oftentimes boarding house occupants, it's not an income disparity so much as it is just a lifestyle choice. And I think I would encourage you to probably expand that up to tier C and D I don't think you necessarily want to house households or usually individuals at a tier J income at the boarding house, but it is a policy decision for you to make as to what you would like to house at the boarding house.
I have a quick question here too. Am I mistaken? I think we now have more people that are living there for longer than 3 months. Is that inaccurate? No.
That's the minimum work requirement. So they have to work 20 hours a week for a minimum of 3 months rather than 1,400 hours over the year.
Okay.
But people have stayed there for
For
longer.
longer.
Yeah.
Our longest standing resident has been there all 5 years. I'm trying to talk them into a 1-bedroom apartment.
Is that?
I'm happy to take staff recommendation on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I like that is because it feels consistent with Shandoka A through E, G, and H. So more consistency feels
Good.
like the goal here. Yeah.
He's good.
Yeah, what it means is that the boarding house will operate a lot like Shandoka, just without the growth opportunity. A through D, you'll be eligible, but the boarding house really, I don't think it's necessarily operating always as intended. I mean, you're welcome to stay longer than we anticipated. Several people wanting to stay. If they make it their home, that's great. But if you make more than the tier D income, then you might want to think about being placed in a Shandoka unit at some point. Okay, so thank you very much for that. We've been needing that direction for a while. I can craft the language now for those additional parts. So the one confirmation though that I do still need from you on this chart, I think most of these we can just breeze by. Minimum income, I don't think there's any desire to rediscuss that. Required annual presence, required employment hours. Please, if you do want to discuss it, just let me know. Otherwise, staff is going to assume that these parts of the policies are good to go. The net asset limitations, we will of course need to add now a tier J. That will probably be at 5 times the, I think that would be the 220% AMI, but we will come back with a recommendation for that. History of years in community. Again, the only intent to work properties we have are the boarding house and Shandoka. Shandoka buildings A through E. And G and H, all other properties require that you already be here and working for a period of 12 months before you're even eligible to apply. Is there any desire to reopen that conversation across the properties? Okay. And then the other clarification that we do need is for Voodoo. You might remember the lottery required that one adult display 36 months, so 3 years of history in the community immediately prior to applying. Moving forward, when we're talking about filling those units as they turn, so looking next year into the future, 3-5 years, do we want to maintain that 3-year history, or do we want to push that back down to 12 months, which is what most other properties have, or something in between the two?
I'm okay with moving it to the 12 months.
I am too.
Okay, so that was a lottery requirement only. Moving forward, we will only do the 12-month work history.
Well, and I think that also affected the limited applicants that we had to the lottery. So I don't know if that was as successful as we wanted it to be.
We're gonna do
Did what we
debrief
wanted
at
it
some
to, but.
And then the property ownership restriction, of course, we already discussed that too. So if there's no desire to reopen that conversation, then I think I have most of the direction I need to now finalize the policies. So we'll come back with a final draft at the next meeting. It won't be a first reading yet. I'd like for you guys to see it one more time, especially with all the financial information that you heard today. And I think you're going to hear a little bit more here in the next hour or so. But I think we're in good shape to have this adopted by the end of the year. We'll bring forward an implementation plan for you at the next meeting so we can talk about what rollout might look like to kind of soften the implementation of these policies for households that will impact the most. Because at the end of the day, I think we all have the same goal. We want people to be able to maintain their housing. Rent's just going to be changing, and we're going to need more information for qualification.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
Great.
everybody.
That was a big one.
We got a lot of the thing. That was the meat of it. So
Yeah.
good job.
So with that, we will adjourn by unanimous consent the THA meeting and reconvene as town council.
Great. Thank you, Geneva. I'll throw this out there just for the general discussion. If people need a 5-minute stretch your leg or keep rolling. Doesn't matter to me, but
Dan's like, keep it going.
That's all.
okay, we'll keep rolling. I just wanted to throw it out there. Okay. Item number 10 on the agenda, work session. 10A, discussion of enterprise funds and enterprise capital funds. We have Kaylee Brandt here and Zoe to present.
Thank you. And hopefully we will be efficient in presenting these enterprise funds. Like we said, I think we'll pause on our housing enterprise funds and come back to you with that at our October 24th meeting. So we can kind of skip through that part of the presentation as we've been given more direction. So our enterprise funds will then mainly focus right now on our water, wastewater, and parking. And just a reminder, as Kaylee's getting set up, I'll just talk to you what enterprise funds are. So they run similar to a business, and they should be self-supporting through user charges. The 10 enterprise funds, like we said, are water fund, wastewater fund, and then our housing, which we're not going to talk about today, but Shadoka, Virginia Placer, Voodoo, Sunnyside, and the parking fund.
We're not going to talk about housing today.
So I think because our housing
Okay.
is mainly just touching on the 5% budget and we've been given different direction,
Good.
that we will having time efficiency, we'll come back with those funds on the October 24th budget meeting.
All right, thanks for that introduction. We'll just move on to the Water Enterprise Fund. And Kyle's here to kind of walk us through some of the big capital projects and any budget requests for 2025. Our water fund is used for all operations of the town's water services. It's funded by user charges and tap fees. And then we also have a mill levy for the Pandora water plant that comes into this fund as revenue. We did an updated rate study on both our water and wastewater utilities last fall, and they recommended that we do a 5% rate increase on our water utility again for 2025, and then an 18% increase on our wastewater utility for 2025, and have a chart of 6 years of 7 years worth of rate increases here. And then our wastewater fund is used for all operations of the town's wastewater services. It's funded by user charges and tap fees, as well as a 35% reimbursement from the town of Mountain Village on operating expenses and capital. All right, I'll turn it over to you, Kaya.
Sounds good. So, yeah, perfect. We'll kind of go through this slide. Just want to talk about some of the focuses for 2025. Got a few new projects and a couple that are rolling in from 2024. The one that really just came into play about a week ago is we definitely need to advance replacing the high pressure line. This is the fill line up to Stillwell. So this is off of Tomboy Road. We just had a leak on that high pressure line about a week ago. We exposed it today, trying to find the leak so we can establish a repair. But this is a pipeline that is it's just below grade, so it has potential for high freeze. And it's also the old spiral wound pipe from early on. So we're hoping to establish the design by the end of this year and then implement that installation hopefully early 2025, trying to time it with the Tomboy road closure and minimal traffic, because that is going to have to excavate up that steep grade up to the tanks. So it's going to require special equipment. And then you can imagine just the investment in the rockfall protection that we're going to have to install just north of the Tomboy Road. As you excavate, there's that high potential of anything rolling down that hill. So the intent is we've got it surveyed, we'll excavate, and then we'll install a new HDPE high pressure pipe that'll run up to the new tank. And then that'll be the west fill line. Right now, we're only on the east fill line, which is a high risk. That one was replaced a while ago, but that goes against kind of the flow pattern that we're hoping to establish with our pressure zones. Next on the list is to evaluate and repair the east tank lining. Both tanks were lined in the past and we're noticing failure within the lining. Mainly just it's bubbling up. And so we have to remove that liner and then establish a repair technique on those tanks. As well as expand the tank lining from the actual tank to the lid to prevent any from just snow melt or rain from getting in the tanks. Upgrade Stillwell treatment plant to in-state production approved from the state. So that plant was shut down this year just so it could be caught up to date with backflow prevention. We have a backwash system in there that does not have backflow prevention on it. So we have to get that installed, as well as remove and replace a lot of the pipe, the raw water pipe from treatment up to, not all the way up to the tunnel, but I would say about halfway. We recommend remove and replace that line. Upgrade and install new telemetry. So we've been working really closely with IT, just trying to establish a consistent network, meaning that all of our equipment and technology is talking. We've got a lot of issues with loss of power and then loss of that SCADA telemetry to allow our operators to actually talk to the plants. Right now, it's not such a big deal because we could just, we could just head up there. But during the winter, you can run these plants remotely. And when that goes down, it forces our staff to have to go up there, and there's a lot of avalanche issues at Pandora. So just try to work on upgrading that system. Replacing the existing pressure relief valves. This is what changes pressure throughout the system from, we have high elevation storage tanks, high elevation treatment plants. And so what that equates to is you got head pressure from the high elevation, and we got to reduce that pressure that goes to the town. And these PRVs are starting to fail. We've had a couple throughout town, and when that fails, it pushes that high pressure onto residents and commercial, which could create some damage. We are requiring all residentials to have a separate PRV within the unit, so there is that secondary protection. But our ultimate goal is to have that protection from the right of way as well. And then accelerating the water meter replacement program. We have two different type of meters out there, Census and Neptune, thank you, yeah. And so we have two remote read systems that we're having to deal with, and to get everything on one meter and remote read would just benefit our staff. And it's time to replace those old meters anyway. So trying to accelerate that program. And then finish Pandora and Mill Creek upgrades from 2024. That's from our sanitary sewer survey that the state came in and they went through and did a whole bunch of inspections. And so we've got to continue to upgrade based on their recommendations. So those are really the capital programs that are going on for the water division. And then notable 2025 budget adjustments is really, I'd say the main one is going to be just staffing adjustments. My goal is to actually separate the wastewater and the water department. So what's happening right now is you have an emergency that happens at the wastewater and it pulls all staff in, and then the water department, the treatment plants get behind. And so those really should be a separate enterprise with dedicated staff. So we don't get into these, pulling from one to the other, because we're just chasing our tail. We're fixing one and then something else goes down. And so just to keep on top of both of those enterprises, we're going to look at restructuring those departments. And then just as usual for my other departments, that 3% increase for the general ledger, just because of industry-wide growing costs. And then we do have some additional costs just for like the clothing allowance, which we're now fully staffed, and the water wastewater, which is great. And so it's just going to be getting for the clothing, the boot allowance for those folks, which in my opinion need more than any other department, because that plant reeks and your clothes stink. So that's really it for the water division. Overall, it is an increase of 0.85%. But we do have those increased percent that I just discussed. So based on those capital, just want to kind of point out a few things so you understand why these are necessary. The one on the far left, where you just see that bubble of mud, that is where the fill line to Stillwell failed. And you can see those holes that blew out of the ground, and that's because of high pressure. And so we were able to isolate it with valves, and so it's shut off right now, but we'll go in, we'll get that repaired here, hopefully, probably early next week. And then hopefully it holds on throughout the winter and we don't have an issue with it in the winter. To your right, that's really all of our efforts at the Mill Creek and Pandora water treatment plant. That top photo was actually just this week, dredging out the backwash ponds, which have not been maintained for 10 years. And so Amy was able to identify that and get that on a program, but now trying to catch up for those 10 years that it wasn't maintained, just a high amount of debris, and you're limited to what equipment you can get up there. So it was brutal for those guys to get sucked in that muck and just try to back it out. The one right below that is actually the new filters that were installed. So that was a success this year, and that plant is now fully operational on those filters. We did run into some snags, but as of this week, the replacement filters were put in, and so we should be good to go with that plant. The one right below it is at the Pandora. We just installed Idorado service line that was originally tapped to a high pressure raw water. Now it's gravity, but you can see the extreme excavation and the equipment that had to just barely be hanging off the cliff to put that line in. So extreme construction. And then over to the right is our Stillwell. Just all the pipe repairs that we performed this year, still have a lot more to go next year to get that in operation. And then our PRV installation that we're working on the far right bottom corner there, that we'll be continuing to work on as we have several of those PRV bolts.
All right, and yeah, I'll do this one. So here's a summary of our water fund showing total revenues in 2025 of $3.5 million. And then we did a COP in January of this year for $5 million. So you're seeing that revenue come in this year. And then all those capital projects Kyle was just speaking about add up to about $3.8 million. So we're using $3.5 million of our fund balance and ending with the $1.3 million fund balance in the water fund. Okay. On to wastewater.
Oh, just bad. So 2025 focus. Really our main focus on the wastewater treatment is, I'm hoping that everyone's up to speed, is we are no longer looking at rehabbing the existing facility and looking more towards building a new plant, which we do have an opportunity at a new site, 5 acres, fairly flat, which is huge. That was a good find, and hoping to move forward with that, the conceptual design and working, side by side with Mountain Village. Lots of meetings to kind of push this one forward as we're running against the clock with the existing wastewater treatment plant. And so that, with the new plan is in the conceptual side, we still have to figure out how to maintain our existing facility. So a lot of the operation costs and all the maintenance and capital improvement projects are going to be for the existing plant. And one of those is the purchase of and build the biosolids truck. I built that truck maybe a year ago. And so we're still sitting on that because there's a huge lead time for these hydraulics. We're still waiting for the new plow truck. And then this one is projected, it was supposed to be done October of 2024. And now it's looking towards like June of 2025. And that's going to be key for our transport, because right now we're using a 1-ton truck and trailer, and we're hauling about 6 cubic yards. And this roll off will allow us to double that capacity. So that means we'll have to travel to Delta. We'll have to travel half as much as we're doing it now. And then we're also updating the 2020. It's a 2017 wastewater master plan, and then it was revamped in 2021 with Corollo. But we're looking at all these additions that were not included in the master plan, like the East End master plan from the county, some additional land opportunities for Mountain Village. So we're trying to capture all those additional flows within the master plan, so we have a good understanding of what is expected for the new build for the future. And then constantly supporting the installation for the infrastructure of water and sewer for Society Turn. Working with Genesee on that PUD, and they've been great to work with. Just trying to figure out alignments for all the piping through that development, and we'll continue to support wherever we can with that. Finalizing installing headworks equipment replacement. That has taken up a lot of my time. I've been over there just performing measurements and working with the manufacturer to replace the fine screen in the headworks, the grit removal, and the grit removal has been our high priority, as all that grit makes it to the aux stitches, and we spent a lot of money actually pumping that grit out. And just as it goes through pumps, it wears the pumps out, so it's a high maintenance need. And so we'll replace the classifier in the grit chamber here in 2025. Just working on the design and final submittal as we speak. And then working with Crollo on the dewatering redundant screw press. And that's what squeezes the liquid out of the biosolids, and then that's what's getting hauled off to Delta. And if that existing screw press goes down, that means we have to figure out a way to haul liquids, which we have a tanker truck that's not functioning. And so we'd be in a pickle if we lost our screw press. And so this is that backup to make sure we have redundancy with our biosolids. And then I know Zoe mentioned this earlier, still working towards the wastewater authority. And then also working on creating a request for proposal for the influent pump station and equalization tank. Probably won't get to that design until early 2025. And then even a slight chance of construction in 2025, more likely in 2026. And then finalize the 2025 trenchless cured in place pipe program. I'm sure, I know Zoe mentioned the manhole lining that actually finished up today. And then on the 10th, the bids will be out for the pipeline lining, and that'll be along the whole valley floor and several locations throughout town. And then we do have, in addition to that, we have a lot of pipe replacement that needs to go on. 121 North Pine, we have a collapsed pipe that's a high risk. So we have an emergency repair that's going to go out here hopefully in the next week or two. So you're just seeing construction from me everywhere. Is what it is. But and then same thing as kind of water is those noticeable increases really just from the restaffing concept. And then that 3% increase with the general ledger. And then same thing with kind of the clothing allowance, training, some of those other things we've just had an increase due to being fully staffed, which I greatly appreciate. But overall, it is a decrease of 8.2 from the 2024 budget. And then some quick photos just to kind of illustrate some of those tasks. On the far right there, that's the hook lift truck and the roll off that gets placed within the building, offload the biosolids. And I know you saw the manhole lining. Then the others are just kind of showing the 5-acre parcel off of 145 for the proposed site for new wastewater treatment plant, and then Society Turn, just showing all the lines in there that we're dealing with for coordination with Genesee and the utility install concepts.
Great. So with all those capital projects adding up to about $9.7 million for 2025, we would be using a fund balance of 4.7 million and ending 2025 with a balance of $5.4 million. And then 2 new FTEs are shown in this budget, one in the wastewater fund, a pretreatment coordinator, and then one in the water fund, a water treatment operator.
So what this looks like is the pretreatment coordinator is going to be a shared FTE between Mountain Village and Town of Telluride. And that's going to be someone that's managing and taking over for the restaurant facilities and that pretreatment, and then also the breweries. We still have a lot of non-compliance just with the grease coming down the main. And so our staff is trying to keep up on doing those follow-up checkups with the restaurants. Still have a couple that haven't reached out and are non-compliant. So we're just trying to get everyone up to speed and look at their existing grease interceptors and then get them on an established program. And then that's what that pre-treatment coordinator is just going to manage that program for both Telluride and Mountain Village.
On that, Kyle, we've been offering more carrots in the last couple of years as far as fogs, fat oil grease. At what point do you feel like the cost becomes too much to bear and we should start using sticks?
Start using sticks. Yeah.
Fines,
Oh,
but
yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
gotcha. Yeah.
yeah.
So we are gonna vamp up our policy
Mhm.
and the ordinance. And so once we have that established, we'll be pushing that out. So there's a few restaurants that have not scheduled a meet to even size their grease interceptor. So those we are looking at a water shut off to be able to get that scheduled. Because we just had another truck in there today where we call Restaurant Row. And, release the plug of grease. And so it just puts everyone at risk. So we just want to make sure that, we're really just trying to be a part and, start the training and let everyone know the understanding of how to size a grease interceptor, and the smaller grease interceptor you have, the more often you have to pump it out. So it's kind of, it's just because it's cheap and small doesn't mean that's going to be your best option. So we're just trying to work with the restaurants to kind of figure that out and establish a program that works for everybody. And then on the water side, the operator, with that additional FTE, that'll be 3 FTEs or 3 operators for the water plant. And so we have 3 water plants. So, we're gonna give that a whirl and see if that's enough staff for the water department. But it's gonna be better than kind of the one-man band we have now. Although a lot of the wastewater people do help. We have a mixed bag of a split between the FTEs, between water and wastewater. But it'll give that individual a little more support and guaranteed support to really manage the water treatment side of things and make sure we stay in compliance and that we're staying up on the maintenance specifically. And then they have never had office assistants. It's always been Public Works, like the street maintenance side. Oh, that was THA. Oh, gotcha.
So, and I'll just quickly jump in. So we're in discussions with the town of Mountain Village right now, giving them the 2 scenarios on the pre-treatment coordinator. So it either will be a dedicated town of Telluride position that will manage the admin aspect of, so it'd be a utility admin and as well as a pre-treatment coordinator. If they do want to share the pre-treatment coordinator role, then we will be creating 2 FTEs, a pre-treatment coordinator and a admin position. So we're still waiting to hear back from them on that direction. All right.
Thanks.
Any questions for Kyle?
Nope.
No questions for Kyle?
Josh. I'll hang out.
I don't know if Josh is on.
Yeah,
So if not, then I will do
not,
parking
but-
fund.
We'll let Zoe.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, he's
is
here. Oh, great. I had you, Josh.
Perfect. I appreciate it.
I don't know if you want to jump
Oh,
in and go ahead, Josh.
Sure. Yeah, good evening, everybody. I'll try to keep this short and sweet. So we did do a parking study this past year that came back with some recommendations. So a lot of our increases in parking fines are going to be kind of consistent with what that parking study recommended. So some of the big changes are on the screen in front of you. So our base parking fee, which applies to most everything, has typically been $30. We're raising that to $40. We're looking to increase the street parking, especially in the core area, from $2 to $2.50 an hour, and then increase the permit fees again. So currently it's $40 for all permits, regardless of how many you have, and we're going to stagger that with the first permit being $60 and the second one being $80, and a $60 for a guest permit. Additionally, some other notable changes where it went up significantly was the parking and a no parking sign. That again was a $30 violation. That'll now be a $60 violation. That becomes pretty problematic, especially during winter when we have people parking underneath no parking signs for snow plow and snow removal. the $30 really hasn't seemed to have any sort of impact on it. People would rather just leave their cars and take the ticket than get up and move. So we're hoping the $60 will have a little bit more of an impact on that behavior. And then the other one that went up to $60 was blocking the bus stops. We routinely see cars parked, you know, where the goose is supposed to load and unload people. So that causes significant issues as well. So that was another reason for turning that one up to $60. We're looking to implement the license plate reader on a code enforcement truck. That was discussed, I believe, last Thursday. So that'll come out of the parking fund as well. And then expand our park to pay zones from westbound from Aspen to Davis on Colorado, and then on Columbia from Aspen to Willow. That would be, we're looking at making those rates $2 while keeping the core area, everything between Aspen and Willow at $2.50 on Colorado. And that's kind of the short of it, if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Josh. Any questions? Easy peasy.
Great. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Anything to touch on this slide, Kaylee?
Just using $130,000 of the fund balance, mainly for some capital for Lot L and wayfinding and the LPR system and some new meters. So leaving a balance of $407,000 in the parking fund.
Sorry, I just missed it, but what specifically at Lot L is that money for?
The moving into our next phase of utilizing design workshop into, go ahead, Lance. I see you coming. I see you twitching back there. Yeah.
So in the goals and objectives, there's an item called do the preliminary planning or preliminary design cost estimation and financing approach for the Lot L parking facility, which also includes some housing and a transit stop. So it's to take that project in the next step. And so this is the parking enterprise funds pro rata contribution to that project. Happy, thank you.
Guys.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, great.
That's it.
That's it for enterprise fund.
All right. That brings us to agenda item 11, the Block 23 Housing Corporation.
We somehow got back on schedule, so congratulations to
For an hour
everybody.
and a half.
Yeah.
Haley, Josh, and Kyle.
We'll just need a motion to go into Block 23, please.
Okay.
I moved to go into Block 23 Housing Corporation.
Second.
I have a motion from Jesse Ray, a second from me, and Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
Betty, yes. Geneva wanted me to say she had to split and thank staff and everyone for all the time in THA, so I didn't want to forget that. Okay, we are in Block 23 Housing Corporation meeting, and I'm going to hand that off to Zoe.
Jesse Ray.
Jesse Ray, sorry.
All right, we are convened as Block 23 Housing Corporation. It is Tuesday, October 8th at almost
5:57.
5:57. Present, and we'll start to my right are
Ellen, 11.
Teddy Erico.
Me and Fee.
Dan Enright.
and Jesse Ray Arguez. First order of business is approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
And, yes.
Being second vote. It's the witching hour. Me and how do you vote?
Yes.
Elena, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Dan, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Second item of business is 2A, consideration of a resolution of the Block 23 Housing Corporation appointing Zoe Donnell as Chief Executive Officer. This resolution is this is just housekeeping, really. It's what we do with all of our town managers, that every town manager is the Chief Executive Officer of our Block 23 Housing Corporation. So If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them. If not, I would entertain a motion.
I move to appoint Zoe Donnell as Chief Executive Officer of Block 23 Housing Corporation.
I'll second.
Me and how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Teddy, yes.
Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Oh, hold on, let me go back. Second item of business is business item 2B, consideration of a resolution of Block 23 Housing Corporation authorizing the sale of lots 31, 32, and 33 Bachman Village to the town of Telluride. This resolution is conveying the tower house to the town.
Hey Kevin, do I need to recuse myself?
Not for block 23. You don't have a conflict of interest.
Okay, great.
So keep going.
The resolve that the corporation is hereby authorized to execute any and all documents necessary for the conveyance to the town of Telluride, Colorado, home rule municipality of the real property described as follows. So this is the tower house condominiums. There's a map, I think, in our attachment. Nope, there's not. Again, this is just housekeeping. Due process. Does anybody here have any questions? Do I have to do public comment on this?
You could take it. You don't have to for block 23.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do that when we go back to the regular agenda, I think.
Jesse, I can provide just a little bit of history on this. Also, so the town, when we acquired the block, the tower house, the landowner wanted us to carry back a portion of the property and be paid over time. So we finally cleared the property last December. And so now it could be transferred to the town of Telluride because the town of Telluride could not take on multi-year debt when we acquired the property through payment over time. So now it's just transferring it back to the town.
I remember that.
Yes.
If there are not any further questions, I would entertain.
I move to approve a resolution of the Block 23 Housing Corporation authorizing the sale of lots 31, 32, and 33 Bachman Village to the town of Telluride.
I'll second.
Quick discussion, is sale appropriate or is it conveyance?
It's either one.
I
think
If legal's fine, I'm fine, but
I think-
just wanted to double check.
Yeah, I think the resolution's broad enough. Just take a look at it, but it authorizes any and all documents to convey the above property to the town of Telluride. I think that's sufficient.
Do you want an amendment or
No,
anything?
it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine, I'm fine.
Me and how do you vote?
And yes.
Teddy, yes.
Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes. Motion passes unanimously. And we will now reconvene as Telluride Town Council.
And adjourn the block 23 Housing Corporation meeting.
Adjourn the Block 23 Housing Corporation.
Great. Thank you. That gets us back into Telluride Town Council. Agenda item number 12, action items. Consideration of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride for the acceptance of the real property, lots 31, 32, and 33 Bachman Village from the Block 23 Housing Corporation. And we have James and Ally here. If you want to mention anything, or we can.
Second verse, same as the first. It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
acceptance from block 23.
Okay, is there any questions from council for James or Ally or further discussion on this? Seeing none, is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak to this acceptance? How about online? Doesn't look like it. Okay, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride for the acceptance of real property, lots 31, 32, and 33 Bachman Village from the Block 23 Housing Corporation.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Jesse Ray. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Thanks, both of you for sticking out this long. That takes us to number 13, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. Takes us to number 14, executive session, and there are no items for executive session today. And that brings me to adjourn. Thanks, everybody, for hanging in